The possibility of naturalism. Contents. Introduction by Mervyn Hartwig. Foreword to the third edition. Preface to the second edition. Preface to the first edition. Acknowledgements. Chapter 1, Transcendental Realism and the Problem of Naturalism. 1. The Problem of Naturalism. 2. How is a philosophy of science possible? 3. Experiment and Application. The intransitive dimension. 4. Discovery and Development. The transitive dimension. 5. The social sciences and philosophy. 6. Towards a new critical naturalism. Notes. Chapter 2, Societies. 1. Introduction to Against Individualism. 3. On the society/person connection. 4. Some emergent properties of social systems. 5. On the limits of naturalism. 6. Social science as critique, facts, values, and theories. Appendix. A note on the Marxist concept of ideology as sciences and ideologies in historical materialism. B. Science v. Ideology in the Critique of Political Economy. Notes. Chapter 3, Agency. 1. Introduction. 2. Agents, Reasons, and Causes. I. Objections to Naturalism. 3. Agents, Reasons, and Causes. 2. Naturalism vindicated. 4. Emergent Powers and Materialism. I. Against Reductionism. 5. Emergent Powers and Materialism. 2. In defense of transcategorial causality. 6. Rational explanation. Notes. Chapter 4, Philosophies. 1. Metaphilosophical preliminaries. 2. The critique of the positivist tradition, explanation, prediction and confirmation. 3. The critique of the hermeneutical tradition. I. Concepts, reasons, and rules. 4. The critique of the hermeneutical tradition. 2. Explanation and understanding. 5. The hermeneutical circle and the logic of emancipation. 6. Conclusion. Introduction. The Possibility of Naturalism, a philosophical critique of the contemporary human sciences. 1 is the second volume of an ambitious trilogy planned by Roy Bhaskar at Oxford in the late 1960s. Comprising a realist philosophy of science and social science that could labor for emancipatory science and simultaneously engender explanatory critiques of philosophical ideologies standing in the way of human freedom. The fundamental motor of this project is the drive to resolve the antinomy of freedom and slavery constituted by the fact, famously noted by Rousseau, that people as such are free but everywhere in chains, and to emancipate science, including social science, for the work of emancipation. Point 2. The first part of the project was published as a realist theory of science in 1975. Besides accomplishing the second, PN briefly elaborates the theory of the third and deploys it in relation to the positivist and hermeneutical traditions on the terrain of philosophy. Bhaskar originally intended to publish a companion volume, Philosophical Ideologies, which would give a sociological account of the main currents in the philosophy of social science. Although it was never published as such, much of the material for it and many of its themes found their way into subsequent works by Bhaskar, who remained committed to the remarkable program implied by it and announced in the preface to PN, a strong program in both philosophy and the sociology of philosophy/science/knowledge. 5, a topic to which I return below. PN is the founding philosophical text of critical realist social theory and social science. I read it shortly after it was published in 1979, the first work by Bhaskar I had come across. It immediately struck me that here was a voice of singular authority, perspicacity, and sanity, such as one encounters only once or twice in a lifetime. Unhappy with the general anti-realist direction philosophy and social theory were taking at the time, postmodernism, relativism, the linguistic turn, I intuitively espoused a kind of depth realism that acknowledged the world's Heraclitean creative powers and potential, but could not adequately justify it philosophically. Together with RTS, which I hastened to read, PN supplied the basic arguments I needed, and I started to use Bhaskar's work to orientate my research and teaching in history and the philosophy of social science. Point 6. Looking back, one could say that I was participating in the event of critical realism. 7. An event that was then taken on a long march through the academy. 8. Which I hoped would be followed by a wider social event in which the new outlook was diffracted through the sociosphere, whose problems are strongly in resonance with those of philosophy, and vice versa. Today this hope is still very much alive as reality is reclaimed in the midst of global polycrisis. Point 9. In the philosophical system 10 of critical realism, PN articulates the second developmental moment after transcendental realism, critical naturalism. when its implicitly dialectical character is brought out, as PN's 1989 postscript begins to do, CN is dialectical critical naturalism. Because human emancipation presupposes adequate knowledge of the social forces that block it, an overriding concern of Bhaskar has been to establish the possibility of such knowledge and promote its realization, in a social and intellectual milieu where this possibility, until recently, has been increasingly in question. It is for this reason that the critical realist philosophical system begins historically with a philosophy of science, then asks whether and how scientific knowledge of society is possible. However, Bhaskar does not simply transpose his realist theory of science to the sociosphere, which would beg the question of naturalism. Whereas TR is derived from transcendental analysis of the human activities of scientific experimentation and application and immanent critique of its main rivals, transcendental idealism and positivism, CN is independently derived from human intentional agency, as such depends upon their constitution in and by systems of difference, their meaning, so that social effects are intrinsically relational or relation-dependent in form. This must not be confused with the sense in which all phenomena, whether natural or social, depend for their identification upon semiosis, or the more specific sense in which social structures, and a fortiori social phenomena, are social relation dependent. Are social structures, like their effects, intrinsically relational in physiognomy? There are two paradigms for the non-actual real, viz. the powers of a particular kind, and the relations between the elements relata of a system. But the consideration, implied by the TMSA, that social structures are themselves social effects entails that they must be aligned under the second paradigm, save in respect of those properties where the system may be treated as a particular, e.g. marriage or capitalism, or which are essential to sociality as such, e.g. language. Point 59. Whatever particular construal we put on the last two sentences, it seems clear that for Bhaskar there is no essential difference at the level of the real. Relations are not as such material or substantial throughout space-time, and both natural and social structures may be abstract formal or configurational causes or pure relationality, so to speak, with no position in space albeit relatively enduring through time. Point 60. But at the level of the actual, the identity of the effects of social relations is constituted in and through another set of relations, semiotic systems of difference, whereas that of the effects of natural structures is not. For example, if a capitalist social structure tends to produce an ethic of greed, this effect is constituted in and through semiotic relations, whereas the Earth's magnetic field produces the effect of deflecting solar winds independently of such relations. There is thus a doubling of formal causation in the sociosphere. Point 61. However, as we have seen, PN seems to assert that social relations do not exist at the level of the real, they exist only in virtue of their effects. Taken literally, this seems to collapse powers to their exercise in effects, which is illicit for critical realism. The apparent contradiction is resolved by understanding exist as implicitly qualified by materially, as it often explicitly is elsewhere in PN. The material presence of social effects consists only in changes in people and changes brought about by people on other material things. In other words, the material presence of society equals persons and the results of their actions. Point 62. Like all relations, social relations exist at the level of the real but are not as such material or substantial, they are abstract formal causes or modes of organization, not material things, but what produces changes in them material things. 63. That social something which tyrannizes us. 64. In master-slave society even as it shapes and enables. However, the reality of social structures, indicated by philosophy's presuppositional reasoning, Bhaskar argues, can be demonstrated quite empirically as that of a magnetic field, i.e. a posteriori in the retroductive procedures of social science. Point 65. As he stressed in one of his earliest publications, the non-empirical structures studied by the natural sciences are not as such objects of philosophical inquiry, but of scientific inquiry. They are objects of scientific inquiry, established as such by philosophical argument. They are not Platonic entities, they are forms of nature, not knowledge. and the forms of nature are not the objects of metaphysics, but the final causes of the social activity of science. 66. This applies equally to the emergent structures or social forms studied by social science. In Aristotelian terms, attaining knowledge of them is the final cause of social science, and new knowledge of them its freedom-friendly formal cause. 67. In relation to the epistemological or methodological difference, Bhaskar's essential point is that, because the social, unlike the natural, world is ineradicably open, deductively justified predictions, and hence decisive test situations are impossible for the development and replacement of theories, which must rely exclusively on empirical testing in terms of their explanatory power. This does not at all rule out, as it is sometimes taken to, conditional predictions and prognoses in social science. 68. Moreover, well-controlled direct experiment is available only to some of the natural sciences, otherwise the contrast is one of degree only, and the problems of confirmation and falsification this poses can arguably be offset to large extent by resort to various forms of the comparative method. 69. SRHE adds a fourth, critical, difference to the other three types. Once again, however, it is strongly implicit in PN, and follows on from the relational difference, and so I have included it in Table 3. Because of this internality, the subject matter of social, but not of natural, science includes not just social objects, including both beliefs and their social causes, but beliefs about those objects. 70. This permits an explanatory critique of false or inadequate consciousness and being, entailing judgments of value and action without parallel in the field of the natural sciences, and presaging the collapse of the fact/value and theory/practice dichotomies. 71. This is discussed further in section 5, below. 4. Transcending positivism and interpretivism. PN claims to obtain transcendental refutations of both the positivist and hermeneutical traditions in their philosophically dominant forms, i.e. to show that they are inconsistent with the possibility of the very human intentional activities they themselves set great store by. Positivism is shown to be inconsistent with the possibility of scientific experimental and applied activity, presupposing the ubiquity of spontaneously occurring closed systems and, underpinning that false notion, a behavioristic model of the human being. The hermeneutical tradition, in its Winchian version, is shown to be inconsistent with the possibility of communicative activity. Neither can sustain the intelligibility of their own favored forms of knowledge acquisition. Notice that, pace the conventional understanding, these refutations are not anchored in something that is unquestionable or unchallengeable as such, but in something that positivists and hermeneuticists cannot challenge without contradicting their own theory, experimental and communicative activity, respectively. By demonstrating that it is not even adequate for the natural, let alone the social world, Bhaskar's account finishes off positivism, thoroughly exhuming 72 philosophy in theory and bringing positivism straight to a definitive end pro tem in a way that the hermeneutical tradition had been incapable of doing. 73. The great error of that tradition has been to accept the positivist account of a causal law and more generally the flat undifferentiated ontology of empirical realism, in training the tacit dominance of positivist thought and the transposition of positivist themes within hermeneutics. Its chronic failing has been a tendency to collapse the TD/ID distinction in a linguistic version of the epistemic fallacy. The resulting identification of social being and thought can sustain neither the rational corrigibility of ideas nor the irreducible material dimension of the social, both of which are necessary for emancipatory critique. Correction of the first error situates the possibility of a critique. Such a critique is both emancipatory and self-reflexive, emancipatory inasmuch as the necessity for false ideas can be explained, self-reflexive inasmuch as social science is a part of the totality it seeks to explain. Such a critique thus assumes the shape of an emancipatory spiral rather than a hermeneutic circle, and it constitutes an explanatory production, not simply a semantic exchange. Correction of the second error sets the spiral in a material context, so that although it is worked out in the discourse of social science, and explicated in that of philosophy, this process of elaboration has practical conditions and causes, whose elaboration is itself the work of the spiral. This restores to social science, and philosophy, real and autonomous, but limited, emancipatory roles. They no longer hold the key to history, but neither are they epiphenomena of it. Such a spiral thus has, as it were, a center of gravity in social practices outside itself. Here we have the dialectics of freedom in embryo. 74. While PN portrays hermeneutics as well as positivism as foes of the critical human sciences, there is no question that positivism is the more dangerous foe for Bhaskar. The main thrust of PN is to move away from the positivist emphasis on prediction and control to an emphasis on explanation and emancipation. However, Bhaskar is not saying that either tradition should be rejected holus bolus. On the contrary, CN incorporates strengths of both, doing justice to the transfactuality of causal laws as well as the conceptuality of social reality, while discarding weaknesses. They are limited or inadequate in important ways rather than wholly wrong, omitting crucial features of the social totality. 75 There are dynamic and quasi-materialist variants of hermeneutics that are in many ways similar to CN. 76. 4.1 Conditions of possibility of hermeneutics and the hermeneutic circles. The hermeneutical tradition very usefully calls attention to and has as its conditions of possibility four key aspects of social life and inquiry: the pre-interpreted character of social reality, the non-presuppositionless character of social inquiry, the indexical character of the expressions used in social life and social science, and the dialogicality of social life and inquiry, presupposing a fusion of meaning frames for understanding. 77 The hermeneutical circle, whereby the parts cannot be understood unless there is some prior understanding of the whole, and vice versa, is a condition of all communication. And a condition of that is the referential detachability and susceptibility to causal inquiry of beliefs and meanings, which the hermeneutical tradition cannot in general sustain. The positivistic illusion of non-interpretation that afflicts many of the explanatory accounts of mainstream realist social science. 78 Thus finds no support in CN. Bhaskar identifies four distinct hermeneutical circles, each involving the four features itemized above, but characteristically associated with one or two of them. The first two are universal, the last two distinctive of the social sciences. 79 The circle of communication is a precondition for any dialogue or act of communication. It stipulates that communication is impossible unless the parties share some presuppositions, and unnecessary unless there is the possibility of disagreement. This demonstrates that the ideal of understanding by immersion, such that there is an identity between scientific and lay accounts, is impossible, i.e. inconsistent with the possibility of communication. Communication will always involve redescription. The circle of inquiry highlights the non-presuppositionless character of any human inquiry as a precondition for it to occur. Here we are concerned with presuppositions as the material causes of inquiry, and with their clarification and explication. The circle of inquiry into communication obtains where inquiry is into other cultures, traditions, etc. Whereas the circle of communication presupposes a common context of utterance or shared horizon, here one must be established. The circle of inquiry into communication highlights the dialogic nature of inquiry, and its paradigmatic method is listening and translating. A cardinal methodological rule here is to select that translation which is explanatorily most adequate, whether or not it is the most charitable, in the context of what is already known about the organization of the society in question. The circle of inquiry into texts applies where inquiry is into meaningful products or objects rather than subjects. Its paradigmatic method is reading, and it calls attention to the inadequacy of any theory of reading that focuses exclusively on recovery of authorial intentions. These circles are circular just in virtue of their dialogicality, their indexicalization to some place-time, their presupposing some prior understanding, the pre-interpreted character of social reality, and their susceptibility to a meta-hermeneutic if the base hermeneutic fails. They can all be expressed in terms of part-whole relationships because meanings are holistic or systemic, existing as they do only in virtue of systems of difference. When conjoined with explanatory critique, they may transmute into emancipatory spirals. Since it is totality that closes these circles, ensuring that reality appears as at least potentially intelligible to us, hermeneutics provides a good initial heuristic for understanding what it is to think in the mode of totality. 81 However, only when conjoined with concepts of intransitivity, transfactuality, dialectical process, agent of agency, which presupposes that reasons are causes, and struggle can it be regarded unreservedly as a friend of emancipatory science. 5. Social science as explanatory critique. The theory of explanatory critique, or ethical naturalism, is a vital part of the work of emancipating social science for the work of emancipation. 82 Although it was elaborated fully only after CN, and is often regarded as its successor moment, transitional to DCR, its essentials are already outlined in PN. In its basic form, explanatory critique holds that, contrary to Hume, ethical values can logically be inferred from purely factual premises or scientific results, so providing a grounding for ethics. If social science can demonstrate that a belief is false or inadequate and give a true account of its causes, it immediately issues in a negative valuation of those causes and of any structure, states of affairs, etc., sustaining them, cateris paribus, and a positive valuation of action directed at removing those causes, cp. For example, if science demonstrates that racism is false and that a segregationist social structure is causing racist beliefs, it follows that the structure is undesirable, cp., and we should act to change it, cp. 83 Note that, if successfully carried through, this achieves, not just a transition from facts to values, but from theory to practice, form to content, demonstrating their dialectical unity and entailing that social science is intrinsically emancipatory. The action-guiding character of morality then poses no problems for critical realist moral realism. The correctness of explanatory critique is presupposed by the dialectics of freedom and emancipatory axiology, which it entails. Indeed, for Bhaskar, social science as such is essentially explanatory critique in that such critique is transcendentally necessary for it and without parallel in the field of the natural sciences. 84 Though few would dispute that knowledge of the social causes of false beliefs and social ills is essential to their remedy, explanatory critique as refuting Hume's law, and entailing that social science can play a significant role in the formation of emancipatory values has, however, been questioned sharply by some critical realists. Indeed, probably the majority of critical realists are original critical realists who do not subscribe to EC, it is the first hurdle leading on to DCR, and they fail to take it. 85. EC has been criticized on the grounds that 86. The premises contain hidden values, the conclusions derived are fallible and so possibly wrong, the inferences hold only in virtue of casually or complacently deployed CP clauses that cloak the fact that there are goods and ills besides truth and falsity, and hence that the conclusions of EC may be overridden by other considerations, effectively admit that no logical deduction from factual premises alone can produce practical value judgments about what is right or wrong, and about what should be done, in particular circumstances. 87 And overlook the probability that powerful vested interests will resist the proposed changes and worse consequences ensue, i.e. beg the question of feasibility. Itself overlooks that, since the subject matter of social science includes not just social objects but beliefs about them, social science has a mandate to explain and criticize social beliefs. They clearly may be logically faulty or inadequate or false in terms of what they are about, i.e. on strictly cognitive criteria. The only value that necessarily enters into such explanation and criticism is commitment to truth and consistency, but that is a condition of any factual discourse whatsoever, and thus participates in the very constitution of what a fact is, i.e. considerations of truth are intrinsic to facts. 88 Non-cognitive values, interests, and standpoints do play a motivating and orientating role in science and in the acceptance or rejection of its conclusions. Science is not value-free, but it remains The case that no value judgments other than those already involved in the assessment of the cognitive power of an explanatory critique are necessary for the derivation of its evaluations. 89 We need not preface our search for explanatory mechanisms with an interest in emancipation. On the contrary, our interest in emancipation can flow from explanatory critique. Overlooks that the fallibility or corrigibility of knowledge claims is presupposed by explanatory critique. Applies universally in a world in which we nonetheless must act, and is consistent with judgmental rationality. Finally, is beside the point. First, that there are goods other than truth and ills other than falsity, which might be deemed overriding in particular situations, does not gainsay that, cp. Truth is good and falsity ill, any more than gravity is undermined by the existence of double-decker buses. 92nd, EC stipulates only that something should be done, cp. To remove the causes of falsity, which is undeniable. What should and can feasibly be done is for social movements articulated with social science and philosophy to discover and effect, and this might, precisely, involve counter-hegemonic struggle. Third, in an open world CP clauses are a condition for moving, not just from facts to values, but from facts to facts. To invoke a law of nature is to say not what will happen but what would happen. CP.91 Far from being casual, their deployment in the argument for EC is standard scientific procedure. It is deeply ironic that the intelligibility of the intellectual practice of ex-opponents itself presupposes a transition from facts to values, for to criticize a belief or theory as mistaken is ipso facto to criticize any action informed by it. That the taboo on EC has lasted so long suggests that, like ontological monovalence or the view that being is purely positive, it is profoundly embedded in Western modernity's positivist unconscious. 92. While it still leaves a very long way to go on the road to generalized free flourishing, the significance of the formal demolition of Hume's dichotomy, a monument to alienation, heterology, and heteronomy that serves as an intellectual pillar of the status quo, should not be underestimated. It strikes a mighty blow at the level of philosophy against the notion that the oppressed only have their arbitrary subjective preferences to go by, valorizing critical explanatory social science and morality, entailing the remoralization of the world, and emancipatory praxis. Values are not science-free. The further development of ethical naturalism in DCR grounds a distinction, within moral realism, between the domains of actually existing morality and moral reality or aletheia which explanatory critical research may discover. 93 Most importantly, CN's transition from facts to values and theories to practices can be generalized to cover the failure to satisfy other axiological needs, necessities, and interests besides truth, including those which are necessary conditions for truth, such as basic health, education, and ergonic efficiency. 94 Martin Hammersley suggests that this smuggles in a value premise, that there are needs can be established factually, but it does not follow that they ought to be met, let alone always and generally. 95 This overlooks that meeting axiological needs is a condition for science itself to flourish, the more universally the better from the perspective of truth. Indeed it is a universalizably necessary condition for successful action as such. 96 Further, in a world of universal free flourishing truth would prosper as never before, or so it can plausibly be argued. Freedom is a condition of truth. Coupled with the totalizing depth investigation and depth praxis it logically entails for creatures who must act and speak, truth can make us free, and in making us free liberate our powers to know. Conclusion. As Table 1 indicates, subsequent to its elaboration CN has been enriched and deepened in many ways, chief among which are an overall theory of truth grounded in an understanding of truth as ontological and alethic, an adequate account of absence and absenting, hence of process and change, a developed ethical theory and emancipatory axiology, an account of spirituality, understood as already pervasive in everyday life, as the process of transcendence of alienation and realization of unity, an understanding of being as always already enchanted, i.e. as intrinsically meaningful, valuable, and sacred, and of the disenchantment of the world as a warp on its essential enchantment produced by Western modernity, and a thematization of being as possessing an absolute foundational or non-dual level or field of implicitly conscious potentiality, a zone of identity indifference, that sustains, informs, and interconnects the dualistic world of non-identity that is the focus of CN. The groundwork for the elaboration of NDCR had already been laid in the epistemological dialectic of RTS, which is reprised and reaffirmed in PN.97 is embryonically present in PN, in particular in the understanding of immanent critique as a process of absenting absences. That absence may be causally efficacious is strongly implied in at least one place. A solid basis for is provided by the argument for explanatory critique, and the sketch of how EC can be deployed substantively is a clear anticipation of the theories of the TINA compromise formation and the demi-real, the shedding of which is a necessary condition for free flourishing. Is implicitly present in PN in the conatus to transcend dualism and split. PN does I think successfully resolve many of the key antinomies of Western modernity, but full resolution of the direst antinomy of all, that of freedom and slavery, had to await the metarealist understanding that the difference prioritized over unity in Western philosophy, including critical realism, presupposes underlying unity or identity indifference. 98 PN implicitly denies 99, but its deconstruction of the dichotomy of facts and values lays the basis for the later dissolution of the enchantment/disenchantment dichotomy. Is presupposed by PN's positing of the possibility of a non-alienated society, but the transcendental analysis of the drive to overcome alienation implicit in human praxis had to await DCR and PMR. Today there are signs that the war between the champions of meaning and law has become in part a battle for the soul of CN and more broadly CR. Mainstream scientific realists, inheritors of the mantle of positivism in important respects, consider CN too anti-naturalist, so would like to detranscendentalize and naturalize or dissolve it into science 100, overlooking that substantive transcendental arguments are indispensable in science and that, for reasons spelt out in note 32, above, transcendental philosophy is necessary for science. Interpretivists, finding CN too naturalist, aspire to assimilate it to a critical hermeneutics that subsumes ontology within epistemology 101, that is, confuses or fails to distinguish being from thought, and a concept from knowledge of a concept 102, forgetting that with CN it is exactly the opposite. Epistemology is constellation ally contained within ontology, the general features of which, established by transcendental critique, fallibly refer to the way the world is relatively or absolutely independently of our inquiries. Critical realists for their part may be forgiven for seeing this tug of war as a sign that they have got things pretty right, that the antinomic problem field of these dialectical antagonists finds its definitive resolution pro tem in the more complete conceptual formation of CN, the ongoing development of which, in constructive critical engagement with other traditions and social movements, will bring rich rewards for the project of human emancipation. Mervyn Hartwig. January 2014. Foreword to the third edition. The possibility of naturalism has been out of print for a couple of years now, and the second edition is being reprinted here, in substantially unchanged form, by Routledge in the new Critical Realism Intervention series to coincide with the publication of Critical Realism Essential Readings and the second annual conference of the Center for Critical Realism at the University of Essex in September 1998. Since 1989 I have developed first-level critical realism, roughly transcendental realism, as expounded in a realist theory of science and subsequently augmented in works of the 1980s, and critical naturalism, as presented in The Possibility of Naturalism and likewise further elaborated in works of the 1980s, into the system of dialectical critical realism. The development of critical naturalism into dialectical critical naturalism is registered most sharply in Dialectic, The Pulse of Freedom, Chapter 2.9, and Plato etc., Chapter 5. I have thought it impractical and wrong, since dialectical critical naturalism is essentially a preservative development and sublation of critical naturalism, and dialectical critical naturalism is itself justified by the whole structure of dialectical critical realism as essayed in those books, to attempt a summary of these developments here. In any event, I have little or no quarrel with the possibility of naturalism, at least in its second edition form, and first moment critical naturalism, as presented here, is the necessary basis for dialectical critical naturalism and its further developments. Moreover, I will shortly be publishing a number of books, most notably Transcendence and Totality and the Philosophy of Money, which further expand on and rework its themes. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my fellow trustees of the Center for Critical Realism, namely Margaret Archer, Andrew Collier, Tony Lawson, Alan Norrie, and Sean Vertigan, and all those, including Mike Jellicoe, Roberta Keenan, and Maria Perna, who have helped in its establishment and that of the International Association for Critical Realism. I am enormously indebted to Alan Jarvis of Routledge for organizing and supervising the launch of the Critical Realism Intervention series and for the publication with exemplary efficiency and rapidity of Critical Realism, Essential Readings and this edition of The Possibility of Naturalism. Thanks are also due to Steve Jarman, Belinda Dierberg and everyone else at Routledge concerned with the production of these two initial books in what looks like becoming an extremely valuable series. Roy Bhaskar, May 1998. Preface to the second edition. When the first edition of this book was published in September 1979, it was billed as Volume I of a two-volume study on philosophy and the human sciences. It was my intention then to proceed fairly rapidly to complete Volume II, provisionally entitled Philosophical Ideologies, which would comprise a social scientific critique of leading schools of philosophy, as the possibility of naturalism had engaged a philosophical critique of the contemporary human sciences, or at least of their metatheoretical and methodological underpinnings, provided most notably by positivism and hermeneutics. In the interim, I have not abandoned the project of philosophical ideologies, and I have attempted an explanatory critique of positivism as an ideology in Chapter 3 of Scientific Realism and Human Emancipation. But it does now seem to me to require the resolution of major conceptual and theoretical problems in the reconstruction, analysis, and criticism of philosophical ideas, on which I, along with others, am working. Verso. The Possibility of Naturalism is therefore being republished in this new edition on its own. This is the way in which, as I made clear in the first edition, I wanted it to be read, used, critically appropriated, and judged. This edition has been completely reset and contains a substantial number of corrections, as well as a postscript in which I take the opportunity to respond to some criticisms of the book or its project and to comment briefly on some developments of it. In making corrections to the text of the original, I have not changed or recast the theory argued in it in any essential way. In preparing this edition, I have been enormously helped by William Outhwaite and Gregory Elliott. My thanks are also due to the new team at Harvester, and Farrell Burnett in particular, for the prompt and efficient way in which they have produced this edition of this book. Roy Bhaskar. January 1989. Preface to the first edition. This book and its sequel, Philosophical Ideologies, are concerned with the connection between the social, and more generally the human, sciences and philosophy. Together they comprise an attempt to elucidate the possibilities of a philosophical critique of contemporary social science and a social scientific critique of contemporary philosophy. The first is written on the terrain of the philosophy of social science, the second on that of the sociology of knowledge. Sociology is necessary if we are to avoid that kind of criticism which knows how to judge and condemn the present, but not how to comprehend it. But philosophy is essential if we are to situate the possibility of any social scientific criteria of understanding at all. I am thus committed to what might be called strong programs in both the sociology of knowledge and philosophy. That is to say, I believe all ideas, including purely philosophical ones, to be susceptible of scientific explanation. But I also believe philosophy to be irreducible and essential, inter alia, to science. Although the themes of the two volumes are interconnected, this book, as a positive elaboration of theories of society and mind, stands on its own. In Volume 2, the results established here are utilized in the development of collateral theories of philosophy and ideology. K. Marx, capital I, p. 505. In Chapter 1 I show how recent developments in the philosophy of science lay the ground for a resolution of the old problem of naturalism, the problem of whether social objects can be studied in essentially the same way as natural ones, that is, scientifically. Both the dominant naturalist tradition, positivism, and its anti-naturalist hermeneutical foil rest on an ontology rendered obsolete by these developments. The time is therefore overdue for a sublation of their historic confrontation. In chapters 2 and 3 I attempt a transcendental deduction of the properties that societies and people respectively must possess if they are to be possible objects of scientific knowledge. In both cases it is seen that it is not their similarities with, but precisely their differences from, natural objects that makes a scientific knowledge possible. The upshot of the analysis is a new critical naturalism, entailing a transformational model of social activity and a causal theory of mind. The transformational model necessitates a relational conception of the subject matter of sociology and a series of ontological, epistemological, and relational limits on a naturalistic science of society. It also permits, through the reconstruction of the idea of an explanatory critique, a resolution of the traditional fact/value dichotomy. Similarly, the theory of mind elaborated in Chapter 3 enables a resolution of the reason/cause and mind/body problems. Thus, it is argued that reasons can and must be causes, and that only a synchronic emergent powers materialism is consistent with the metaphysical and scientific data. In Chapter 4 the argument of the book is completed with a critique of the leading traditions in the philosophy of social science. Transcendental refutations of both the positivist and hermeneutical schools are obtained. On the new naturalist conception that emerges, social science is critical, self-reflexive, and totalizing. Its objects remain transfactually efficacious. But they are now both concept-dependent in their mode of operation and irreducibly historical. And among such objects are, of course, philosophies. Roy Bhaskar. September 1978. Chapter 1 Transcendental Realism and the Problem of Naturalism. The Problem of Naturalism. In this book I want to situate, resolve, and explain an old question that dominates philosophical discussions on the social sciences and invariably crops up, in one guise or other, in methodological controversies within them: to what extent can society be studied in the same way as nature? Without exaggerating, I think one could call this question the primal problem of the philosophy of the social sciences. For the history of that subject has been polarized around a dispute between two traditions, affording rival answers to this conundrum. A naturalist tradition has claimed that the sciences are unified in their concordance with positivist principles, based in the last instance on the Humean notion of law. In opposition to positivism, an anti-naturalist tradition has posited a cleavage in method between the natural and social sciences, grounded in a differentiation of their subject matters. For this tradition the subject matter of the social sciences consists essentially of meaningful objects, and their aim is the elucidation of the meaning of these objects. While its immediate inspiration derived from the theological hermeneutics of Schleiermacher I, the philosophical lineage of this tradition is traceable back through Weber and Dilthey to the transcendental idealism of Kant. But both traditions have older antecedents and wider allegiances. Positivism, in assuming the mantle of the Enlightenment, associates itself with a tradition whose Galilean roots lie in the new Platonism of the late Renaissance, too, while hermeneutics, finding early precursors in Herder and Vico III and possessing a partially Aristotelian concept of explanation for, has always flourished in the humus of Romantic thought and humanist culture. 5 Significantly, within the Marxist camp an exactly parallel dispute has occurred, with the so-called dialectical materialists on one side, and Lukács, the Frankfurt School, and Sartre on the other. Now, with the partial exception of the dialectical materialists, the great error that unites these disputants is their acceptance of an essentially positivist account of natural science, or at least of an empiricist ontology. Consider, for example, Winch's The Idea of a Social Science, probably the most influential tract written within the self-styled analytical school. Winch, it will be remembered, wants to demonstrate an essential identity between philosophy and social science, on the one hand, and a fundamental contrast between social and natural science, on the other. When one examines his arguments for such a contrast, one finds that they reduce, in essence, to just two. The first is an argument to the effect that constant conjunctions are neither sufficient nor even necessary for social scientific explanation, which is achieved instead by the discovery of intelligible connections in its subject matter. Point 6. This may be granted. But the required contrast is only generated if one assumes that the discovery of intelligible connections in its subject matter is not equally the goal of natural scientific explanation. Winch's second argument is that social things have no existence, other than a purely physical existence, that is, as social things, apart from the concepts that agents possess of them. Point 7. Besides leaving the ontological status of concepts unclear, once more the desired contrast only gets off the ground if one tacitly assumes that, with the privileged exception of thought itself, only material objects can properly be said to be real, that is, that in natural science esse est percipi. Winch's anti-naturalism thus depends entirely on empiricist theories of existence and causality. Now if, as I shall argue shortly, science employs a causal criterion for ascribing reality, and causal laws are tendencies, his contrast collapses. Of course it does not follow from this that there will be no differences between the natural and the social sciences. But, by effectively ceding natural science to positivism, Winch precludes himself from locating them. The anti-naturalist faction within Marxism typically makes the same mistake. Now I think that recent developments in the philosophy of science permit what the current crisis in the human sciences necessitates, a reconsideration of the problem of naturalism. Naturalism may be defined as the thesis that there is an essential unity of method between the natural and the social sciences. It must be immediately distinguished from two species of it: reductionism, which asserts that there is an actual identity of subject matter as well, and scientism, which denies that there are any significant differences in the methods appropriate to studying social and natural objects, whether or not they are actually identified. In contrast to both these forms of naturalism, I am going to argue for a qualified anti-positivist naturalism, based on an essentially realist view of science. Such a naturalism holds that it is possible to give an account of science under which the proper and more or less specific methods of both the natural and social sciences can fall. But it does not deny that there are significant differences in these methods, grounded in real differences in their subject matters and in the relationships in which their sciences stand to them. In particular, it will be shown that ontological, epistemological, and relational considerations all place limits on the possibility of naturalism, and that these considerations all carry methodological import. However, it will transpire that it is not in spite of, but rather just in virtue of, these differences that social science is possible, that here, as elsewhere, it is the nature of the object that determines the form of its possible science. So that to investigate the limits of naturalism is ipso facto to investigate the conditions which make social science, whether or not it is actualized in practice, possible. It would seem clear that my first task is to establish the elements of an adequate account of natural science, in relation to which the possibility of social scientific knowledge can be reappraised. But such an undertaking seems immediately vulnerable to the objection that it is guilty of assuming what it is trying to prove. For how can conclusions taken from reflection on the natural sciences be transposed to the context of social science unless the truth of naturalism has already been presupposed? Now this objection rests on a misinterpretation of the modal status of my conclusions, which concern merely the possibility of a social science. Philosophy, indeed, can neither anticipate the results nor guarantee the success of a naturalistic science of society. What it can do is to specify the conditions that make, and the conditions that must be satisfied, for such a project to be possible. Its realization is, however, the substantive task, and contingent outcome, of the practice of science itself. But this objection pales into insignificance in the face of two logically anterior ones. What reason is there to suppose that a unitary account of scientific method, or rather of its essence, can be given, so that the question of whether or not it could embrace social science can even be meaningfully posed. For surely, it might be said, science is just whatever scientists do, and their doings may be as varied as any randomly selected group of persons. Now this objection may be countered with a dilemma. For either there are real differences between the activities of scientists and bigamists, bimetallists, and people whose surname begins with a P in virtue of which the predicate scientific is applicable to the former but not the latter, or else there are no grounds for consistently using the term scientist to designate one rather than another group of people. On the second horn, nominalism itself is impaled. But to fall back on the first is to concede the case for a real definition of science. Once achieved, such a definition will then allow us to discriminate between more and less scientific work within the scientific community, that is, to judge the activity by the concept, so giving us some critical purchase on science. But why, given that the case for a real definition is conceded, should we presume that philosophy can provide it? Surely this task is best left to the scientists themselves, or perhaps to their scientists. What business does a philosopher as such have pronouncing on science at all? Indeed, how can a philosopher, operating so it would seem by the exercise of pure reason alone, say anything at all about the world, without scientific naivete or at least susceptibility to substantive scientific refutation? How, that is to say, is a philosophy of science possible? How is a philosophy of science possible? What is the relation between science and philosophy? Do they compete with one another or speak of different worlds? Neither position is acceptable. To ignore the historical links between them would be folly. Indeed, no distinction between them can be drawn in the case of pre-Socratic thought, and no sharp one even in the 17th century. It is only in Kant that one finds a clear, if ultimately untenable, non-reductionist distinction between philosophy and science. After Kant the status quo ante was, for the most part, restored, with a romantic and idealist strain, of varying quality, tending to cosmological speculation, very much in the old style, while an empiricist and positivist current proved increasingly unable to sustain an intelligible concept of either science or itself. In this impasse an offshoot of the latter, with conventionalist and pragmatist leanings, openly welcomed the breakdown of the philosophy/science distinction. On this view, they are to be distinguished, if at all, only by the generality of their questions, a distinction which may be a matter of degree or kind. Now there is a quota of truth in this picture, historically speaking. Philosophy has tended to develop in symbiosis with science. It can codify, and even motivate it, while science has given philosophy its essential analogies 11 as well as data for its results. However, no philosopher can argue with any confidence from the history of his subject to approval of the conception with which it seems to accord. Moreover, taken consistently, the Quine/Lakatos conception is ultimately subversive of any claims for philosophy. For once crude empiricist criteria of scientificity are abandoned, there is no reason why philosophy, as so conceived, should not just be assimilated into science. For its results must be as potentially transient as, and cannot differ significantly in epistemological status from, substantive scientific theories. At most they can only be characterized by a relative immunity to revision, an immunity which, it would seem, must ultimately be justified, if it can be justified at all, on a posteriori grounds. If philosophy is to be possible, then it must follow the Kantian road. But in doing so it must both avoid any commitment to the content of specific theories and recognize the conditional nature of all its results. Moreover, it must reject two presuppositions which were central to Kant's own philosophical project, viz. that in any inquiry of the form what must be the case for O to be possible, the conclusion, X, would be a fact about us 12, and that O must invariably stand for some universal operation of mind. That is to say, it must reject the idealist and individualist caste into which Kant pressed his own inquiries. In fact, if the general form of a philosophical investigation is into the necessary conditions for social activities as conceptualized in experience, then it must be recognized that both the activity and its conceptualization may be historically transient, that the activity may depend upon the powers that people possess as material things rather than just as thinkers or perceivers, and that its analysis may establish transcendental realist, rather than idealist, and so epistemically relativist, rather than absolutist, conclusions. On this conception, then, both the premises and conclusions of philosophical arguments remain contingent facts, the former being necessarily social, and hence historically transient. It is only in this relative or conditional sense that philosophy can establish synthetic a priori truths. Philosophy, then, operates by the use of pure reason. But not by the use of pure reason alone. For it always exercises that reason on the basis of prior conceptualizations of historical practice, of some more or less determinate social form. Thus conceived, philosophy can tell us that it is a condition of the possibility of scientific activities O and Psi that the world is stratified and differentiated, X and Y. But it cannot tell us what structures the world contains or how they differ. These are entirely matters for substantive scientific investigation. Scientific activities are contingent, historically transient affairs. And it is contingent that the world is as described in X, Y, and Z. But given OI, X must be the case. A demonstration, or deduction, of this necessity will normally consist of two parts, a straightforward positive part, in which it is shown how X makes O intelligible, and a complementary negative part, in which it is shown how absurd, incoherent, counterintuitive, or counterfactual results flow from the failure to sustain the concept of X13 typically expressed in the form of one or more theories that explicitly or implicitly deny the activity as conceptualized in OI. Now misunderstandings about the intentions of transcendental arguments often stem from the failure to appreciate the critical contexts in which they are developed, against existing philosophical theories. Thus it is certainly the case that there is no way of demonstrating the uniqueness of X in advance of every conceivable philosophical theory about OI14, but the transcendental consideration is not deployed in a philosophical vacuum, it is designed to situate or replace an existing theory, and may of course come, in time, to suffer a similar fate. Moreover, both the acceptability and the acceptance of some piece of philosophical reasoning will depend upon the minor premises concerned. Further, both the activity and its conceptualization may depend upon different sets of historical circumstances, and both may be, perhaps essentially, contested. Point 15. On this conception, then, philosophy is distinguished by the kinds of considerations and arguments it employs. It does not consider a world apart from that of the various sciences. Rather, it considers just that world, but from the standpoint of what can be established about it by a priori argument, where it takes as its premises generally recognized activities as conceptualized in experience. But neither does it compete with science. For its task is to show what must be the case for the ensemble of scientific activities to be possible. In doing so, it analyzes notions that denote only on the condition that they are used syncatagormatically, that is under some particular description, in science. It is thus especially important not to refi or hypostatize a conclusion in philosophy as referring to, or dependent upon, objects distinct from those investigated by the various sciences. Now to posit an object as noumenal is already to hypostatize it. Hence one difference between transcendental realism and idealism is that, for transcendental realism, what is presupposed in any given scientific activity is at once a possible object of scientific explanation, so that what is apodictically demonstrable is also scientifically comprehensible, that is, what is synthetic a priori is also knowable a posteriori. Philosophy consists in an irreducible level of discourse, it does not constitute an autonomous order of being. Moreover, as such, it is itself in principle susceptible to substantive scientific explanation. Only the spell of actualism misleads us into thinking that to explain a phenomenon, such as philosophy, is to dissolve it. The characteristic error of critical theory, to suppose that to demystify a phenomenon is to destroy it, is grounded in the same mistake. Suppose, though, that philosophical and scientific accounts were to clash. What would this show? Merely that one had come up against the limits of a particular scientific form, just as the limits of the possibility of measurement may be given by quantum theory. But that measurement has limits does not mean that nothing can be said a priori about what the world must be like for measurement to be possible within those limits. What it does mean is that there is no way in which philosophy can legislate in advance for the transportation of particular scientific procedures, so that the minor premises of philosophy's arguments may have to be developed afresh in the case of each specific science. Indeed, were philosophy able to anticipate the form of or stipulate criteria ex ante for successful scientific practices, the historic aspirations of absolute idealism and post-Cartesian, pre-critical, rationalism would stand vindicated. For science would now appear as the simple realization of philosophy or as the automatic product of a practice authenticated by it. Some implications of the conception of philosophy advocated here should be registered straight away. Firstly, according to it, there is no connection between what lies beyond sense experience and some special sphere of philosophy. For at least once a non-reductionist account of science is accepted, then some transcendent entities, such as magnetic fields, may quite properly be regarded as objects of scientific investigation. But their transcendence is a contingent fact about the world, and philosophy speaks with no special authority about it. The familiar conflation of and in a unitary concept of metaphysics 16 must be assiduously avoided. It has proved a prop for a positivism that has systematically scouted the cognitive potential of both philosophy and science. Secondly, by making the possibility of philosophical discourse contingent upon the actuality of particular social practices, it provides, in ways to be elaborated in the sequel to this study, a way of reconciling transcendental and sociological analyses of social activities such as Science 17, and philosophy. Finally, this conception situates the possibility of apodeictic inquiries into non-scientific, and even non-cognitive, human activities, where these are conceptualized in the experience of the agents concerned. For the possibility is bound to arise of posing transcendental questions of the form: what must be the case for O to be possible, for social practices other than science? The answer to such a question will consist in a statement of necessary conditions for the particular activity. However, in opposition to a neo-Kantian stream of thought, transcendental realism holds that such conditions are both real and subject to historical transformation, so that the resultant hermeneutics becomes contingently critical. Philosophy, then, like science, produces knowledge. But it is knowledge of the necessary conditions for the production of knowledge, second-order knowledge, if you like. If philosophy is, as I believe it can be, a conceptual science, then like any science it ought to be able to tell us something we did not already know, it ought to be able to surprise us. For, as Marx astutely observed, all science would be superfluous if the outward appearances and essences of things directly coincided. 18 Conceptual discovery is, I believe, and hope to show, possible. In response to its echo in sceptical doubt, modern philosophy has typically set itself the task of showing how our knowledge is justified, or more specifically how science is rational. As Lukács characterized it, acknowledging as given and necessary the results and achievements of the special sciences, philosophy's task is to exhibit and justify the grounds for regarding the concepts they construct as valid. 19 Now such an exercise presupposes both a certain view of knowledge, and implicitly of the world. Given the nature of its implicit ontology, this curious epistemological project must, as is evinced by the history of post-Humean philosophy of science 20, end in formal failure. I am therefore going to propose a reversal in our conception of the program of philosophy. On it, one no longer implicitly makes certain assumptions about the world overtly to demonstrate, but perhaps covertly to deny, the rationality of science. Rather, one assumes at the outset the intelligibility of science and asks explicitly what the world must be like for those activities to be possible. This program not only yields new insight into the structure of scientific knowledge, but enables us to see that the tacit presupposition on which the traditional problem of its rationality was hung is inconsistent with its very possibility. What activities can furnish the premises for such a philosophical investigation? Traditionally, epistemology has been dominated by the dispute between the contending claims of experience and reason. Since Kant, we know that both must play a part in science. However, neither are sufficiently differentiated to yield the premises needed to produce an account capable inter alia of generating a real definition of science. So let us attempt their substitution by the more specific concepts of experimental activity and scientific development, in the context of which the real epistemic significance of experience and reason respectively will be found to lie. Experiment and application, the intransitive dimension. I want first, then, to undertake an analysis of experimental activity, together with the logically related feature of science. Now, in considering experimental activity, we immediately encounter a paradox. Although everyone agrees that it plays a role in science, no one has analyzed it. And the few who have given it some attention, such as Anscombe and von Wright, have failed to grasp its point. In an experiment, scientists produce a pattern of events. In itself there is nothing special about this. For, as causal agents, we are co-responsible for events all the time. And scientists could, in fact, produce a vast array of events, most of no conceivable significance. What is so special about the patterns they deliberately produce under meticulously controlled conditions in the laboratory is that it enables them to identify the mode of operation of natural structures, mechanisms, or processes which they do not produce. What distinguishes the phenomena the scientist actually produces from the totality of the phenomena she could produce is that, when her experiment is successful, it is an index of what she does not produce. A real distinction between the objects of experimental investigation, such as causal laws, and patterns of events is thus a condition of the intelligibility of experimental activity. And it can now be seen that the Humean account depends upon a misidentification of causal laws with their empirical grounds. Notice that as human activity is in general necessary for constant conjunctions, if one identifies causal laws with them, then one is logically committed to the absurdity that human beings, in their experimental activity, cause and even change the laws of nature. The objects of experimental activity are not events and their conjunctions, but structures, generative mechanisms, and the like, which are normally out of phase with the patterns of events which actually occur. Point 21. But of course we not only experimentally establish, we practically apply our knowledge, in systems, which may be characterized as open, where no constant conjunctions of events obtain. If this activity is to be rendered intelligible, causal laws must be analyzed as the tendencies of things, which may be possessed unexercised and exercised unrealized, just as they may of course be realized unperceived by people. Thus in citing a law one is referring to the transfactual activity of mechanisms, that is, to their activity as such, not making a claim about the actual outcome. Here again, failure to make an ontological distinction between causal laws and patterns of events results in absurdity. For if causal laws are constant conjunctions of events, then one must ask, what governs phenomena in systems where such conjunctions do not obtain? The actualist is now faced with an impossible dilemma, for he must either say that nothing does, so that nature becomes radically indeterministic, or that, as yet, science has discovered no laws. 22. Once made, however, the ontological distinction between causal laws and patterns of events allows us to sustain the universality of the former in the face of the non-invariance of the latter. Moreover, the actualist analysis of laws now loses all plausibility. For the non-invariance of conjunctions is a condition of an empirical science, and the non-empirical nature of laws a condition of an applied one. Did we not know this all along? Of course it is at one with our intuitions. Thus we do not suppose that, for example, Ohm's law holds only in the laboratory. And as every school child knows, no experiment goes properly the first time. Point 23. We can use the laws of science for the explanation of events and the making of things in open systems, where deductively justified predictions, and hence decisive test situations, are impossible. And yet in the reflective consciousness of philosophy, as distinct from the spontaneous practice of science, it has seldom been doubted that the Humean analysis specifies at least necessary conditions for the attribution of laws. Of course, transcendental idealists and others have long contended that a constant conjunction of events is not a sufficient condition for a causal law. They have seen that scientists never fail to distinguish a necessary from an accidental sequence. But the problem has always been to ground this intuition in such a way as to sustain a concept of natural necessity, that is, a necessity in nature quite independent of human beings and their activity. On the transcendental realist system, a sequence A, B is necessary if and only if there is a natural mechanism M such that when stimulated by A, B tends to be produced. And it is a condition of the possibility of science that such objects exist and act, as what may be termed the intransitive objects of scientific inquiry, independently of their identification. Now it follows from the fact that causal laws must be analyzed as tendencies that, contrary to the specific claims of Popper and Hempel and the tacit presupposition of Winch, deducibility from empirical invariances, depending upon the availability of constant conjunctions of events, can be neither necessary nor sufficient for a natural scientific explanation. There is an ontological gap between causal laws and their empirical grounds, which both parties to the naturalist debate have hitherto ignored. This not only renders standard positivist methodological injunctions patently inapplicable, but vitiates the most familiar hermeneutical contrasts. Thus, just as a rule can be broken without being changed, so a natural mechanism may continue to endure, and the law it grounds be both applicable and true, though its effect be unrealized. Point 24. If the objects of our knowledge exist and act independently of the knowledge of which they are the objects, it is equally the case that such knowledge as we actually possess always consists in historically specific social forms. Thus, to think our way clearly in the philosophy of science, we need to constitute a transitive dimension or philosophical sociology to complement the intransitive dimension or philosophical ontology already established. A moment's reflection will show that, unless one does so, any attempt to establish the irreducibility of knowable being to thought must end in failure. Discovery and development, the transitive dimension. Once we constitute an intransitive dimension, we can see how changing knowledge of unchanging objects is possible. But here again we encounter a paradox. For those philosophers, such as Popper and Kuhn, who, in opposition to the classical inductivist view, have drawn attention to the phenomena of scientific discontinuity and change, have found it difficult to reconcile this with the idea that science involves a cumulative growth in our knowledge of nature. The analysis of experimental activity shows that the objects of scientific investigation are typically structured and intransitive, that is, irreducible to patterns of events and active independently of their identification by human beings. But how, given that they are, can science come to possess knowledge of them? How, that is to say, is scientific discovery possible? It is clearly a condition of the intelligibility of scientific discovery that, in the intransitive dimension, what is discovered exists independently of its discovery, and that, in the transitive dimension, it is not known prior to its discovery. Now, if one is to avoid the absurdity of the assumption of the production of such knowledge ex nihilo, it must depend upon the employment of antecedently existing cognitive materials. So science must be seen as a social process, whose aim is the production of the knowledge of the mechanisms of the production of phenomena in nature, the intransitive objects of inquiry. Typically, then, the construction of an explanation for, that is, the production of the knowledge of the mechanism of the production of, some identified phenomenon will involve the building of a model, utilizing such cognitive materials and operating under the control of something like a logic of analogy and metaphor 25 of a mechanism, which if it were to exist and act in the postulated way would account for the phenomenon in question. The reality of the postulated explanation must then, of course, be subjected to empirical scrutiny. Once this is done, the explanation must then in principle itself be explained. And so one has in science a three-phase schema of development in which, in a continuing dialectic, science identifies a phenomenon, constructs explanations for it and empirically tests its explanations, leading to the identification of the generative mechanism at work, which now becomes the phenomenon to be explained, and so on. In this continuing process, as deeper levels or strata of reality are successively unfolded, science must construct and test its explanations with the cognitive resources and physical tools at its disposal, which in this process are themselves progressively transformed, modified, and refined. Now, in this dialectic, it is important to note that science employs two criteria for the ascription of reality to a posited object, a perceptual criterion and a causal one. The causal criterion turns on the capacity of the entity whose existence is in doubt to bring about changes in material things. Notice that a magnetic or gravitational field satisfies this criterion, but not a criterion of perceivability. On this criterion, to be is not to be perceived, but rather just to be able to do. 27 The standard hermeneutical fork, generated by the conceptual/perceptible dichotomy of classical empiricist ontology, which we have already seen invoked by Winch, ignores precisely those possibilities opened up by a causal criterion for ascribing reality. Thus both parties to the naturalist dispute have assumed that the social must be either merely empirically real or in effect transcendentally ideal, so producing either a conceptually impoverished and deconceptualizing empiricism, or a hermeneutics drained of causal import and impervious to empirical controls. Knowledge of deeper levels may correct as well as explain, knowledge of more superficial ones. In fact, one finds in science a characteristic pattern of description, explanation, and redescription of the phenomena identified at any one level of reality. But only a concept of ontological depth enables us to reconcile the twin aspects of scientific development, viz. Growth and change. Such a reconciliation is essential if the one-sidedness of the accounts of both continuists, such as Nagel, and discontinuists, such as Popper, is to be avoided, and, in opposition to, for example, Feyerabend and Kuhn, the rationality of scientific transformation sustained. 28 Moreover, only the concept of ontological depth can reveal the actual historical stratification of the sciences as anything other than an accident. 29 For this can now be seen as grounded in the multi-tiered stratification of reality, and the consequent logic of discovery that stratification imposes on science. 30. A critique of empiricism is achieved by noting how knowledge at the Lockean level, viz. of real essences, is possible, so resolving the paradoxes and problems that stem from the dogmatic assumption of empirical realism. But a complementary critique of rationalism is achieved by noting that such knowledge is produced a posteriori, in the transitive, irreducibly empirical, process of science. 31. On this transcendental realist view of science, then, its essence lies in the movement at any one level from knowledge of manifest phenomena to knowledge of the structures that generate them. The question of naturalism can thus now be posed as follows: to what extent is it possible to suppose that a comparable move can be made in the domain of the human sciences, the social sciences and philosophy? Our analysis of science immediately pinpoints an internal difficulty in this project. For the objects of scientific inquiry are neither empirically given nor even actually determinate chunks of the world. Rather, they are real structures, whose actual presence and appropriate concept have to be produced by the experimental and theoretical work of science. Thus, it would seem that we must first know what kinds of things societies are before we can consider whether it is possible to study them scientifically. Indeed, without some prior specification of an object of inquiry, any discourse on method is bound to be more or less arbitrary. The question to which this essay aspires to make a contribution may therefore be set as follows: what properties do societies and people possess that might make them possible objects of knowledge for us? But to pose the question in this way immediately invites the objection that such a specification can only be achieved by the work of science itself, so that philosophy is once again, as it were, running idle. For it would seem that if naturalism has been achieved, there is nothing for the philosopher to add, and, if it has not, there is nothing he can say. What this objection presupposes is that there is nothing that can be said a priori about societies. Now it would clearly beg the question to pick on some or other forms of social scientific activity to act as premises for a transcendental inquiry. For such activities are themselves the subject of substantive theoretical controversy, and presuppose different and conflicting conceptions of society. But it does not follow from this that one cannot isolate more or less universally recognized features of substantive social life itself, which do not beg the issue at the outset in favor of one type of social science rather than another. Indeed, reflection on natural science, which is a social activity, conducted by people, is sufficient to show the scope for philosophical argument here. For, if it is to be possible, people must be material objects capable of acting intentionally on a world of other material objects and communicating the results of their activity to other intentional agents and for subsequent moments of time. Moreover, if it is to be possible, knowledge must be a reproduced process irreducible to a purely individual acquisition. Indeed, one might be tempted to take results such as these as premises for a formal deduction from science. However, such a program could not license the inference from scientific activity to social activity in general. But it is in any event unnecessary to restrict ourselves to what can be said a priori about science. For the properties that scientific activity depends upon are not instantiated in scientific practice alone. Indeed, they turn on features that are a necessary condition for any social life at all. So, in developing my argument in Chapter 2, I shall draw on aspects taken from the wider ambit of general society, thereby allaying any suspicion that I might be trying to squeeze a general moral out of the special case of science. Of course, as any account of society must be consistent with science, the latter may serve as a useful check on, and illustration of, the general account. In considering the italicized question above, it is important to note that I must establish that any such properties, and a fortiori their bearers, are real. That is to say, I must show not only that in explanations in the domain of the human sciences social predicates are irreducible, but that a realistic interpretation of social scientific theory is in principle acceptable, that is, that some possible objects designated by social scientific theory are real. For unless this is done, our analysis of science entails that the possibility of a non-reductionist naturalism must straightway collapse. Analysis of experimental activity and scientific development shows that knowledge must be viewed as a produced means of production, with intransitive objects existing and acting independently of it. Now, the orthodox tradition in the philosophy of science, including both its empiricist and neo-Kantian wings, has uncritically accepted the doctrine, implicit in the empirical realist dissolution of ontology, of the actuality of causal laws, and it has interpreted these, following Hume, as empirical regularities. In this way, causal laws are reduced to sequences of events, and events to experiences. Anything further, any surplus element in their analysis, is then supposed to be contributed by mind. Now, analysis of experimental activity shows that causal laws cannot be explicated as sequences of events, and consideration of the possibility of scientific change shows that events cannot be explicated in terms of experience. Research and teaching are the two most obvious, yet philosophically underanalyzed, tasks of scientists, just as the laboratory and the classroom are the two most obvious sites of science. By secreting an ontology based on the category of experience, three domains of reality are collapsed into 1.32. This prevents the crucial question of the conditions under which experience is, in fact, significant in science from being posed. And it prevents the way in which these three domains of reality are aligned in scientific practice, viz., by the transformation of nature and thought, from being described. What the orthodox tradition omits from its account of science is the nature of scientific activity as work, or when, as in transcendental idealism, it does recognize it, it considers it only as intellectual and not also as practical labor. 33 Accordingly, it cannot see knowledge, or at least the achievement of a closure, as a transient social product. Underlying the undifferentiated ontology of empirical realism is thus an individualistic sociology, in which people are seen as passively sensing given facts and recording their constant conjunctions. I said earlier that a philosophy of science was not only possible, but in practice indispensable for science. I have yet to substantiate this claim. Now it follows from my argument that scientists, when they are practicing science, are implicitly acting on transcendental realism. But it does not follow, any more than it did with M. Jourdain and his prose, that they realize they are. Nor does it follow that transcendental realism is the only or even, at any moment of time, the dominant philosophy they are acting on. One is therefore, qua philosopher of science, at perfect liberty to criticize the practice of any science for its lack of scientificity. The importance of this should be clear. For example, instrumentalist and fictionalist interpretations of scientific theories may be used quite generally to impede attempts to build realist scientific theories. But the intervention of philosophical reflection in the practice of a science or putative science needs no stressing when one focuses on the social sciences. Their angst-ridden state already renders them particularly prone to philosophical suggestion. And it is clearly in the social sciences, with their evident malaise and their invocation of flaccid philosophies in support of widely discrepant practices, that philosophy might be expected to do something more than paint its gray on black. Now a closer link is bound to exist between philosophy and the social sciences than between it and the natural sciences for another and necessary reason. For it is internal to the subject matter of the social, but not the natural, sciences. That is to say, it is itself a possible object of social scientific explanation, and in the sequel to this study some of the ways in which philosophies may be explained will be delineated. We shall see, for instance, how the positivist concept of a fact as what is more or less immediately apprehended in sense perception generates characteristic ideologies for and of science, how the former rationalizes the practice of what Kuhn has called normal science 34 and how the latter produces mystiques of common sense and/or expertise. Or again, how the Humean theory of causality, presupposing a view of the world as closed and completely described, encourages a conception of the social world as unstructured, as undifferentiated and unchanging, so underpinning certain substantive theories of social life. It is a mistake to think that philosophy functions in the social sciences only via methodological injunctions. It acts in a number of other ways, most obviously via what I shall call resonance. In resonance philosophies come to reflect, and so reinforce, the interests, preoccupations and assumptions of substantive social science. These in turn may themselves reflect, or be otherwise generated by, interests at work in the rest of society. Now transcendental realism can underlabor for the social sciences in at least three ways. Firstly, it can help to debunk the claims to scientificity made by practices which merely ape the image of science projected by positivism or one of its mutant forms. In this way it can cut into the web of mutually supportive resonance effects sustaining the various homeomorphs secreted by the social order. Secondly, it can set the terms for a more rational appraisal of the real problems the social sciences face by enabling a fairer contrast to be drawn between their conditions and possibilities and those of the sciences of nature. And, finally, by exploring an affinity which philosophy shares with social science in that both seek, as at least part of their project, to identify and describe the conceptions of agents engaged in social practices, it can, in ways to be explored in the next chapter, illuminate a kindred mode of discovery. If these claims are warranted, then philosophy could turn the tables on Hegel's jibe and yet play a part in the continuing Kampfplatz between social ideologies and social science. 35 And one could then agree with Winch that there is an essential connection, while insisting that it is not one of identity, between the tasks of philosophy and the social sciences. Towards a new critical naturalism. As already indicated, over the last 100 years or so two broad positions in the philosophy of social science have dominated the scene, the one naturalist, the other anti-naturalist. But the dominant naturalist tradition has been based on a very different conception of science from that advocated in this chapter. It has seen science as consisting essentially in the registration of empirical invariances between discrete events, states of affairs and the like. The hermeneutical tradition has accepted this account of natural science, subjecting it at best to relatively minor qualifications. But it contends that social science is concerned with the elucidation of meaning and the tracing of conceptual connections, activities clearly lacking counterparts in the study of the inanimate world of nature. Besides this positive claim, defenders of Verstehen can point, with justice, to the complete absence of explanations in social science conforming to positivist prescriptions, and in particular to the absence of universal empirical regularities of a significant kind. In response to this, positivists tend to argue that the social world is much more complex than the natural world, or that the regularities that govern it can only be identified at a more basic level, and that, in any event, concepts, to the extent that they are explanatorily relevant at all, can only be identified, or hypotheses about them tested, empirically. Neither party doubts for a moment that empirical invariances are necessary for laws, or that the conceptual and the empirical jointly exhaust the real. The basis of the hermeneutical tradition lies in the Kantian and Hegelian dichotomies of phenomenon/noumenon and nature/spirit. Its heyday was reached in the Manichean world of late 19th century German thought, which drew sharp distinctions between causal explanation and interpretative understanding, the nomothetic and the ideographic, the repeatable and the unique, and an absolute contrast between the science of the physical non-human world of nature and the science of the world of mind, of culture, and of history. This was at least in part a reaction to the positivism of Comte and Mill, and before them to the kind of chiliastic claims made by the Enlightenment for the new science of mechanics. And it was against this Manichean dualism, or its real or imaginary effects, that the latest wave of positivism, in the form of the systems of Popper and Hempel and their followers, was very largely aimed. The epistemological ground for this reassertion of positivism in the philosophy of the social sciences was laid by the logical atomism and positivism of the 1920s and 1930s, itself traceable through the work of the early Wittgenstein, Russell, and Moore, to a reaction against the same idealism that informed the intellectual milieu of Dilthey, Simmel, Weber, and Rickert. It was understandable, then, that in the wake of the anti-positivist turn taken by the later Wittgenstein and the Oxford of the 1950s, one should see the emergence of a reformed and analytically sophisticated hermeneutics, represented most notably perhaps by the works of Anscombe, Drey, Charles Taylor, and Winch. In Germany this development was paralleled by the critical and dialectical hermeneutics of Gadamer, Apel, and Habermas, which immediately became the target of polemical attack by Popper and his school. 38. Much of the history of the philosophy of the social sciences can thus be seen as a kind of historical seesaw, an oscillation to and fro between variants of these basic positions. Now the conception of science developed here sees science, like the positivist tradition, as unified in its essential method, and, like the hermeneutical tradition, as essentially differentiated in its objects. But my account of scientific method is diametrically opposed to that of positivism, and partly in virtue of this, my account of the specific differences of the social sciences also departs in fundamental respects from that of the hermeneutical tradition. To posit an essential unity of scientific method is to posit an account which conceives the sciences as unified in the form that scientific knowledge takes, the reasoning by which it is produced and the concepts in terms of which its production can be most adequately theorized or reconstructed. Now the transcendental analysis of science sketched above reveals that its essence consists in the movement, at any one level of inquiry, from manifest phenomena to the structures that generate them. It shows that experimental and practical activity entails an analysis of causal laws as expressing the tendencies of things, not conjunctions of events, that scientific discovery and development entails that scientific inferences must be analogical and retroductive, not simply inductive and/or deductive, and that the process of knowledge production necessitates a conceptual system based on the notion of powers. 39 From this perspective, then, things are viewed as individuals possessing powers. And actions are the realization of their potentialities. Historical things are structured and differentiated ensembles of tendencies, liabilities, and powers, and historical events are their transformations. Taken together, these three shifts in standpoint imply a radically different ontology and account of science. The prima facie plausibility of positivism may then be seen to rest largely upon the illicit generalization, and incorrect analysis, of a special case, that of an epistemically significant closure. Realism can accommodate that case too. But it is a case without application to the social sciences, and, if treated as a norm, cannot be acted upon without generating in practice the most damaging overt and covert effects. Now the fact that, upon any serious reflection, positivist prescriptions can be seen to be so patently inapplicable to the social sciences no doubt accounts for the greater intuitive plausibility of hermeneutical positions there. Thus most writers within this tradition have not found it difficult to show that some positivist assumption or rule is inapplicable to some or other area of social life. But they characteristically draw the wrong conclusions from this. In some cases, where it is just a matter of their extracting an anti-naturalist moral from a fundamentally correct point, the error is easily undone, by showing how the point can be accommodated within the more expansive, less restrictive account of science provided by transcendental realism. But in other cases the point itself is mistaken. And, where it is, I think that this is often traceable not just to an inadequate conception of their contrast, but to their taking over of some still more fundamental positivist assumption into their conception of social science. Indeed, upon analysis, anti-naturalist theories of social science may often be seen to consist entirely in, or at least depend essentially on, the inversion or displacement, transformation, and/or condensation of characteristically positivist themes. In this sense the effects of positivism, or rather of the philosophical problem field that underpins it, on the philosophy of social science have been hegemonic. This problem field is defined by an ontology of experience, empirical realism, and a sociology of man, sociological individualism, and it incorporates transcendental idealist and collectivist variants. It is this couple that I think must be held largely responsible, or rather that acts as the meta-theoretical trustee for the practices responsible, for the social scientific malaise. To illustrate the tacit dominance of positivist thought, consider the fact of human agency, upon which anti-positivists have quite properly wished to insist. However, their acceptance of the actualist presupposition that laws fully describe, and so completely control, the everyday world of perceived things, together with their well-grounded fear that if this notion were to be applicable to social life there would be no room left for human agency, has often encouraged them into a total voluntarism. This is nothing but the simple inverse of positivism's blanket determinism. Sartre's freely chosen selves and Durkheim's internalized values reflect in the last instance the same mistaken notion of law. In fact, in given circumstances and considered in relation to their own peculiar mode of operation, social structures may be just as coercive as natural laws. And, conversely, just as rules can be broken, so natural tendencies may fail to be realized. Again, by and large, writers within the hermeneutical tradition have adopted the positivist view that the objects of knowledge are events. Transposed to the hermeneutical perspective, this misconception has encouraged a definition of the social by reference to the category of behavior, albeit of a particular, for example intentional or rule-governed, sort. Now the notion social science is at present enormously confused. It is very much a hodgepodge, and requires analysis. But its distinct subject matters cannot be separated out by using the category of behavior. Rather one will have to look to the distinct structures that mesh together in the field of social life. Substituting an ontology of structures for one of events, and recognizing that social individuals are in general both complex and changing, provides a way of avoiding at the outset the false oppositions, such as between theory and history or the universal and the unique, on which the hermeneutical dualisms turn. According to the non-positivist naturalism developed here, the predicates that appear in the explanation of social phenomena will be different from those that appear in natural scientific explanations, and the procedures used to establish them will in certain vital respects be different too, but the principles that govern their production will remain substantially the same. It is the argument of this book that although, because social objects are irreducible to natural objects, and so possess qualitatively different features from them, they cannot be studied in the same way as them 40 they can still be studied scientifically. Indeed, it is only because social objects possess such a non-natural surplus, differentiating them from purely natural ones, that it makes sense to suppose that they can be studied scientifically, as social objects, at all. There can be identity of essence here, only because there is difference in substantival form. The positivist tradition is correct to stress that there are causal laws, generalities, at work in social life. It is also correct to insist that these laws may be opaque to the agent's spontaneous understanding. Where it errs is in the reduction of these laws to empirical regularities, and in the account that it is thereby committed to giving of the process of their identification. For in the absence of spontaneously occurring, and given the impossibility of artificially creating, closed systems, the human sciences must confront the problem of the direct scientific study of phenomena that only ever manifest themselves in open systems, for which orthodox philosophy of science, with its tacit presupposition of a closure, is literally useless. 41 In particular, it follows from this condition that criteria for the rational appraisal and development of theories in the social sciences, which are denied decisive test situations, cannot be predictive and so must be exclusively explanatory. The hermeneutical tradition is correct to point out that the social sciences deal with a pre-interpreted reality, a reality already brought under concepts by social actors, that is, a reality already brought under the same kind of material in terms of which it is to be grasped. So that, to put it crudely, the human sciences stand, at least in part, to their subject matter in a subject-subject relationship, rather than simply a subject-object one. It is also correct to insist upon the methodological significance of this difference. Where it errs is in a reduction of social science to the modalities of this relationship, and its consequent failure to situate, through the possibility of reference to aspects of reality at once social and inadequately conceptualized, the possibility of rationally defensible conceptual criticism and change, most fully in the development of the concept of ideology. Now it is in their common commitment to the ontology of empirical realism, and the individualist sociology that it presupposes, that the root source of these divergent errors will be found, in Chapter 4, to lie. In rejecting this ontology and sociology, transcendental realism also situates the possibility of a new critical naturalism. Such a naturalism, it will be shown, can do justice to the proto-scientific intuitions of both positivism and its hermeneutical foil. However, in contrast to positivism, it can sustain the transfactuality of social structures, while insisting on their conceptuality. And in contrast to hermeneutics, it can sustain the intransitivity of both beliefs and meanings, while insisting on their susceptibility to scientific explanation and hence critique, in a spiral which reflexively implicates social science as a moment in the process that it explains. It is important to stress that the upshot of the analyses of chapters 2 and 3 will not be a substantive sociology and psychology, but formal or a priori conditions for them. However, if my argument in the previous section is correct, such philosophical investigations may yet prove to be practically indispensable conditions for the emancipation and successful development of the human sciences. Chapter 2 Societies. Introduction. What properties do societies possess that might make them possible objects of knowledge for us? My strategy in developing an answer to this question will be effectively based on a pincer movement. But in deploying the pincer I shall concentrate first on the ontological question of the properties that societies possess, before shifting to the epistemological question of how these properties make them possible objects of knowledge for us. This is not an arbitrary order of development. It reflects the condition that, for transcendental realism, it is the nature of objects that determines their cognitive possibilities for us, that, in nature, it is humanity that is contingent and knowledge, so to speak, accidental. Thus it is because sticks and stones are solid that they can be picked up and thrown, not because they can be picked up and thrown that they are solid. 1. In the next section I argue that societies are irreducible to people, and in the third section I sketch a model of their connection. In that and the following section I argue that social forms are a necessary condition for any intentional act, that their pre-existence establishes their autonomy as possible objects of scientific investigation, and that their causal power establishes their reality. The pre-existence of social forms will be seen to entail a transformational model of social activity, from which a number of ontological limits on any possible naturalism can be immediately derived. In the fifth section I show how it is, just in virtue of these emergent features of societies, that social science is possible, and I relate two other types of limit on naturalism back to the fundamental properties of the transformational model itself. In the last section I use the results established in the previous section to generate a critique of the traditional fact/value dichotomy, and in an appendix to the chapter I illustrate the notion of social science as critique in the reconstruction of an essentially Marxian concept of ideology. Now it is important to note that because the causal power of social forms is mediated through human agency, my argument can only be formally completed when the causal status of human agency is itself vindicated. This is accomplished in Chapter 3 in the course of a parallel demonstration of the possibility of naturalism in the domain of the psychological sciences. The transformational model of social activity developed here will be seen to entail a relational conception of the subject matter of social science. On this conception, society does not consist of individuals or, we might add, groups, but expresses the sum of the relations within which individuals and groups stand. Point 2. And the essential movement of scientific theory will be seen to consist in the movement from the manifest phenomena of social life, as conceptualized in the experience of the social agents concerned, to the essential relations that necessitate them. Of such relations the agents involved may or may not be aware. Now it is through the capacity of social science to illuminate such relations that it may come to be emancipatory. But the emancipatory potential of social science is contingent upon, and entirely a consequence of, its contextual explanatory power. Consider for a moment a magnet F and the effect it has on iron filings placed within its field. Consider next the thought T of that magnet and its effect. That thought is clearly the product of science, of culture, of history. Unlike the magnet, it has no appreciable effect on iron. Now every science must construct its own object in thought. But it does not follow from the fact that its thought of its real object must be constructed in and by thought that the object of its investigations is not independently real. Now whereas few people nowadays, at least outside the ranks of professional philosophers, would hold that a magnetic field is a construction of thought, the idea that society is remains quite widely held. Of course, in the case of society the grounds for this view are liable to consist in the idea that it is constituted by the thought of social actors or participants, rather than, as in the case of the magnetic field, the thought of observers or theorists. And underlying that idea, though by no means logically necessary for it, is more often than not the notion that society just consists in persons and or their actions. Seldom does it occur to subscribers to this view that an identical train of thought logically entails their own reducibility, via the laws and principles of neurophysiology, to the status of inanimate things. In the next section I am going to consider the claims of this naive position, which may be dubbed social atomism, or rather of its epistemological manifestation in the form of methodological individualism. 5. To provide a framework for the explanation of social phenomena. Of course, as already mentioned in Chapter 1, if I am to situate the possibility of a non-reductionist naturalism on transcendental realist lines, then I must establish not only the autonomy of a possible sociology, but the reality of any objects so designated. That is to say, I must show that societies are complex real objects irreducible to simpler ones, such as people. For this purpose, merely to argue against methodological individualism is insufficient. But it is necessary. For if methodological individualism were correct, we could dispense entirely with this chapter, and begin our inquiry into the human sciences with a consideration of the properties, be they rationally imputed or empirically determined, of the individual atoms themselves, that is, of the amazing homunculus man. Against individualism. Methodological individualism is the doctrine that facts about societies, and social phenomena generally, are to be explained solely in terms of facts about individuals. For Popper, for example, all social phenomena, and especially the functioning of social institutions, should be understood as resulting from the decisions etc. of human individuals. We should never be satisfied by explanations in terms of so-called collectives. 6 Social institutions are merely abstract models designed to interpret the facts of individual experiences. Jarvie has even committed himself to the linguistic thesis that army is just the plural of soldier, and all statements about the army can be reduced to statements about the particular soldiers comprising it. 7 Watkins concedes that there may be unfinished or halfway explanations of large-scale phenomena in terms of other large-scale phenomena, such as of inflation in terms of full employment. 8 But contends that one will not have arrived at so-called rock-bottom explanations of such phenomena until one has deduced them from statements about the dispositions, beliefs, resources, and interrelations of individuals. 9 Specifically, social events are to be explained by deducing them from the principles governing the behavior of the participating individuals and descriptions of their situation. 10 In this manner, methodological individualism stipulates the material conditions for adequate explanation in the social sciences to complement the formal ones laid down by the deductive nomological model. Now when one considers the range of predicates applicable to individuals and individual behavior, from those that designate properties, such as shape and texture, that people possess in common with other material things, through those that pick out states, such as hunger and pain, that they share with other higher animals, to those that designate actions that are, as far as we know, uniquely characteristic of them, the real problem appears to be not so much that of how one could give an individualistic explanation of social behavior, but that of how one could ever give a non-social explanation of individual, at least characteristically human, behavior. 11 For the predicates designating properties special to persons all presuppose a social context for their employment. A tribesman implies a tribe, the cashing of a check a banking system. Explanation, whether by subsumption under general laws, adversion to motives and rules, or redescription, always involves irreducibly social predicates. Moreover, it is not difficult to show that the arguments adduced in support of methodological individualism cannot bear the weight placed upon them. Thus comparison of the motives of a criminal with the procedures of a court indicates that facts about individuals are not necessarily either more observable or easier to understand than social facts, while comparison of the concepts of love and war shows that those applicable to individuals are not necessarily either clearer or easier to define than those that designate social phenomena. Significantly, the qualifications and refinements proposed by methodological individualists weaken rather than strengthen their case. Thus the admission of ideal types, anonymous individuals etal, into the methodological fold weakens the force of the ontological considerations in favor of it, while allowing halfway and statistical explanations undercuts the epistemological ones. Moreover, the examples cited of supposedly genuinely holistic behavior, such as riots and orgies 12 merely reveal the poverty of the implicit conception of the social. 4. Upon analysis of their oeuvre, it turns out that most individualists regard the social as a synonym for the group. The issue for them then becomes that of whether society, the whole, is greater than the sum of its constituent parts, individual people. And social behavior then becomes explicable as the behavior of groups of individuals or of individuals in groups. Now I am going to argue that this definition of the social is radically misconceived. Sociology is not concerned, as such, with large-scale, mass or group behavior. Rather it is concerned, at least paradigmatically, with the persistent relations between individuals, and with the relations between these relations. In the simplest case its subject matter may be exemplified by such relations as between capitalist and worker, MP and constituent, student and teacher, husband and wife. Such relations are general and relatively enduring, but they do not involve collective or mass behavior as such in the way in which a strike or a demonstration does. Mass behavior is an interesting social psychological phenomenon, but it is not the subject matter of sociology. The situation is made ironic by the fact that the more sophisticated individualists formally concede that relations may play a role in explanation. Why then the passion? I think that it must be explained, at least in part, by their predilection for a species of substantive social explanation, which they mistakenly believe to be uniquely consonant with political liberalism. As Watkins candidly puts it, since Mandeville's Fable of the Bees was published in 1714, individualistic social science, with its emphasis on unintended consequences, has largely been a sophisticated elaboration on the simple theme that, in certain situations, selfish private motives, i.e. capitalism, may have good social consequences and good political intentions, i.e. socialism bad social consequences. Point 13. There is in fact one body of social doctrine, whose avatars include utilitarianism, liberal political theory and neoclassical economic theory, which does conform to individualistic prescriptions, on the assumption that what is in effect a generalized aggregation problem can be solved. According to this model, reason is the efficient slave of the passions. 14. And social behavior can be seen as the outcome of a simple maximization problem, or its dual, a minimization one, the application of reason, the sole identifying characteristic of human beings, to desires or feelings that may be regarded as neurophysiologically given. Relations play no part in this model, and this model, if it applies at all, applies as much to Crusoe as to socialized humanity, with the corollary expressed by Hume that mankind is much the same at all times and places. 15. Simultaneously revealing its ahistorical and a priori biases. The limitations of this approach to social science should by now be well known. To say that people are rational does not explain what they do, but only at best how they do it. But rationality, setting out to explain everything, very easily ends up explaining nothing. To explain a human action by reference to its rationality is like explaining some natural event by reference to its being caused. Rationality then appears as an a priori presupposition of investigation, devoid of explanatory content and almost certainly false. As for neoclassical economic theory, the most developed form of this tendency in social thought, it may be best regarded as a normative theory of efficient action, generating a set of techniques for achieving given ends, rather than as an explanatory theory capable of casting light on actual empirical episodes, that is, as a praxeology. 16. Not a sociology. Besides its championship of a particular explanation form, individualism derives plausibility from the fact that it seems to touch on an important truth, awareness of which accounts for its apparent necessity, namely the idea that society is made up or consists of, and only of, people. In what sense is this true? In the sense that the material presence of social effects consists only in changes in people and changes brought about by people on other material things, objects of nature, such as land, and artifacts, produced by work on objects of nature. One could express this truth as follows: the material presence of society equals persons and the results of their actions. It is this truth that individualists have glimpsed, only to shroud it with their apologetic shifts. It is evident that there is at work in methodological individualism a sociological reductionism and a psychological atomism, determining the content of ideal explanations in exact isomorphy with the theoretical reductionism and ontological atomism fixing their form. 17. It thus expresses particularly starkly the couple defining the method and object of investigation which I earlier suggested structure the practice of contemporary social science. Now the relational conception of the subject matter of sociology may be contrasted not only with the individualist conception, illustrated by utilitarian theory, but with what I shall call the collectivist conception, best exemplified perhaps by Durkheim's work, with its heavy emphasis on the concept of the group. Durkheim's group is not of course paupers. It is, to invoke a Sartrean analogy, more like a fused group than a series. 18. In particular, as an index of the social, it is characterized by the possession of certain emergent powers, whose justification will be considered below. Nevertheless, the key concepts of the Durkheimian corpus, such as conscience collective, organic v mechanical solidarity, anomie, etc., all derive their meaning from their relationship to the concept of the collective nature of social phenomena. Thus, for Durkheim, to the extent at least that he is to remain committed to positivism, enduring relationships must be reconstructed from collective phenomena, whereas on the realist and relational view advanced here collective phenomena are seen primarily as the expressions of enduring relationships. Note that, on this conception, not only is sociology not essentially concerned with the group, it is not even essentially concerned with behavior. If Durkheim combined a collectivist conception of sociology with a positivist methodology, Weber combined a neo-Kantian methodology with a still essentially individualist conception of sociology. His break from utilitarianism is primarily at the level of the form of action or type of behavior he is prepared to recognize, not at the level of the unit of study. It is significant that just as the thrust contained in Durkheim's isolation of the emergent properties of the group is checked by his continuing commitment to an empiricist epistemology, so the possibilities opened up by Weber's isolation of the ideal type are constrained by his continuing commitment to an empiricist ontology. In both cases a residual empiricism holds back, and ultimately annuls, a real scientific advance. 19 For it is as futile to attempt to sustain a concept of the social on the basis of the category of the group, as it is to attempt to sustain a concept of necessity on that of experience. Marx did, I think, make an attempt to combine a realist ontology and a relational sociology. 21 Can thus schematize four tendencies in social thought as in Table 2.1. On the society/person connection. It is customary to draw a divide between two camps in sociological theory, one, represented above all by Weber, in which social objects are seen as the results of intentional or meaningful human behavior, and the other, represented by Durkheim, in which they are seen as possessing a life of their own, external to and coercing the individual. With some stretching the various schools of social thought, phenomenology, existentialism, functionalism, structuralism, etc., can then be seen as instances of one or other of these positions. And the varieties of Marxism can then also be neatly classified. These two stereotypes can be represented as in the diagrams below. Now it is tempting to try and develop a general model capable of synthesizing these conflicting perspectives, on the assumption of a dialectical interrelationship between society and people. I want to discuss a plausible variant of such a model, advocated most convincingly by Peter Berger and his associates. 21 Its weaknesses will, I think, enable us to work our way to a more adequate conception of the relationship between society and people, as well as to better display the errors of the conventional stereotypes. According to the Berger model, which I shall call Model 3, society forms the individuals who create society, society, in other words, produces the individuals, who produce society, in a continuous dialectic. Model 3 can be represented as below. Model I the Weberian stereotype voluntarism. Model 2 the Durkheimian stereotype reification. Model 3 the dialectical conception illicit identification. According to the protagonists of this model, social structure is not characterizable as a thing able to stand on its own, apart from the human activity that produced it. 22 But equally, once created, it is encountered by the individual both as an alien facticity and, as a coercive instrumentality. 23 It is there, impervious to his wishes, other than and resistant to himself. 24 The scheme thus seems able to do justice both to the subjective and intentional aspects of social life and to the externality and coercive power of social facts, and thus to avoid at once any voluntaristic implications of the Weberian tradition and any reification associated with the Durkheimian one. For a categorical distinction is now drawn between natural and social facts, in that the latter, but not the former, depend essentially upon human activity. Thus, while agreeing with Durkheim that the system of signs I use to express my thoughts, the system of currency I employ to pay my debts, the instruments of credit I utilize in my commercial relations, the practices followed in my profession, etc., function independently of my use of them. 25 The advocates of this model regard such systems, instruments, and practices as objectivations that, under certain conditions, take on an alienated form. According to them, Objectivation is the process whereby human subjectivity embodies itself in products that are available to oneself and one's fellow men as elements of a common world. 26 And alienation is the process whereby the unity of the producing and its product is broken. 27 Thus languages, forms of political and economic organization, and cultural and ethical norms are all ultimately embodiments of human subjectivity. And any consciousness which does not see them as such is necessarily reified. Reification must, however, be distinguished from objectification, which is defined as the moment in the process of objectivation in which man establishes distance from his producing and its product, such that he can take cognizance of it and make of it an object of his consciousness. 28 And is regarded as necessary to any conceivable social life. On Model 3, then, society is an objectivation or externalization of human beings. And human beings, for their part, are the internalization or reappropriation in consciousness of society. Now I think that this model is seriously misleading. For it encourages, on the one hand, a voluntaristic idealism with respect to our understanding of social structure and, on the other, a mechanistic determinism with respect to our understanding of people. In seeking to avoid the errors of both stereotypes, Model 3 succeeds only in combining them. People and society are not, I shall argue, related dialectically. They do not constitute two moments of the same process. Rather they refer to radically different kinds of thing. Let us consider society. Return for a moment to Durkheim. It will be recalled that, reminding us that the member of a church finds the beliefs and practices of his or her religious life ready-made at birth, he argues that it is their existence prior to his or her own that implies their existence outside themselves, and from which their coercive power is ultimately derived. 29 Now if this is the case and the social structure, and the natural world insofar as it is appropriated by human beings, is always already made, then Model 3 must be corrected. In a fundamental way. It is still true to say that society would not exist without human activity, so that reification remains an error. And it is still true to say that such activity would not occur unless the agents engaging in it had a conception of what they were doing. But it is no longer true to say that agents create it. Rather one must say, they reproduce or transform it. That is, if society is always already made, then any concrete human praxis, or, if you like, act of objectivation can only modify it, and the totality of such acts sustain or change it. It is not the product of their activity. Society stands to individuals, then, as something that they never make, but that exists only in virtue of their activity. Now if society pre-exists the individual, objectivation takes on a very different significance. For it, conscious human activity, consists in work on given objects and cannot be conceived as occurring in their absence. A moment's reflection shows why this must be so. For all activity presupposes the prior existence of social forms. Thus consider saying, making and doing as characteristic modalities of human agency. People cannot communicate except by utilizing existing media, produce except by applying themselves to materials which are already formed, or act save in some or other context. Speech requires language, making materials, action conditions, agency resources, activity rules. Even spontaneity has as its necessary condition the pre-existence of a social form with which the spontaneous act is performed. Thus if the social cannot be reduced to the individual, it is equally clear that society is a necessary condition for any intentional human act at all. Now the necessary pre-existence of social forms suggests a radically different conception of social activity from that which typically informs discussion of the society/person connection. It suggests an essentially Aristotelian one, in which the paradigm is that of a sculptress at work, fashioning a product out of the material and with the tools available to her. I shall call this the transformational model of social activity. It applies to discursive as well as to non-discursive practices, to science and politics, as much as to technology and economics. Thus in science the raw materials used in the construction of new theories include established results and half-forgotten ideas, the stock of available paradigms and models, methods, and techniques of inquiry, so that the scientific innovator comes to appear in retrospect as a kind of cognitive bricoleur. Point 30 To use the Aristotelian terms, then, in every process of productive activity a material as well as an efficient cause is necessary. And, following Marx, one can regard social activity as consisting, analytically, in production, that is in work on, entailing the transformation of, those material causes. Now if, following Durkheim, one regards society as providing the material causes of human action, and following Weber, one refuses to refy it, it is easy to see that both society and human praxis must possess a dual character. Society is both the ever-present condition and the continually reproduced outcome of human agency. And praxis is both work, that is, conscious production, and reproduction of the conditions of production, that is society. One could refer to the former as the duality of structure, 31, and the latter as the duality of praxis. Let us turn now to people. Human action is characterized by the striking phenomenon of intentionality. This seems to depend upon the feature that persons are material things with a degree of neurophysiological complexity which enables them not just, like the other higher-order animals, to initiate changes in a purposeful way, to monitor and control their performances, but to monitor the monitoring of these performances and to be capable of a commentary upon them. 32 This capacity for second-order monitoring also makes possible a retrospective commentary upon actions, which gives a person's account of his or her own behavior a special status, which is acknowledged in the best practice of all the psychological sciences. The importance of distinguishing categorically between people and societies, and correspondingly between human actions and changes in the social structure, should now be clear. For the properties possessed by social forms may be very different from those possessed by the individuals upon whose activity they depend. Thus one can allow, without paradox or strain, that purposefulness, intentionality, and sometimes self-consciousness characterize human actions but not transformations in the social structure. 33 The conception I am proposing is that people, in their conscious activity, for the most part unconsciously reproduce the structures governing their substantive activities of production. Thus people do not marry to reproduce the nuclear family or work to sustain the capitalist economy. Yet it is nevertheless the unintended consequence of, as it is also a necessary condition for, their activity. Moreover, when social forms change, the explanation will not normally lie in the desires of agents to change them that way, though as a very important theoretical and political limit it may do so. I want to distinguish sharply, then, between the genesis of human actions, lying in the reasons, intentions, and plans of people, on the one hand, and the structures governing the reproduction and transformation of social activities, on the other, and hence between the domains of the psychological and the social sciences. The problem of how people reproduce any particular society belongs to a linking science of socio-psychology. It should be noted that engagement in a social activity is itself a conscious human action which may, in general, be described either in terms of the agent's reason for engaging in it or in terms of its social function or role. When praxis is seen under the aspect of process, human choice becomes functional necessity. Now the autonomy of the social and the psychological is at one with our intuitions. Thus we do not suppose that the reason why garbage is collected is necessarily the garbage collector's reason for collecting it. And we can allow that speech is governed by the rules of grammar without supposing either that these rules exist independently of usage or that they determine what we say. The rules of grammar, like natural structures, impose limits on the speech acts we can perform, but they do not determine our performances. This conception thus preserves the status of human agency, while doing away with the myth of creation, which depends upon the possibility of an individualist reduction. And in so doing it allows us to see that necessity in social life operates in the last instance via the intentional activity of agents. Looked at in this way, then, one may regard it as the task of the different social sciences to lay out the structural conditions for various forms of conscious human action, for example, what economic processes must take place for Christmas shopping to be possible, but they do not describe the latter. The model of the society/person connection I am proposing could be summarized as follows: people do not create society, for it always pre-exists them and is a necessary condition for their activity. Rather, society must be regarded as an ensemble of structures, practices, and conventions which individuals reproduce or transform, but which would not exist unless they did so. Society does not exist independently of human activity, but it is not the product of it. Now the processes whereby the stocks of skills, competences, and habits appropriate to given social contexts, and necessary for the reproduction and/or transformation of society, are acquired and maintained could be generically referred to as socialization. It is important to stress that the reproduction and/or transformation of society, though for the most part unconsciously achieved, is nevertheless still an achievement, a skilled accomplishment of active subjects, not a mechanical consequent of antecedent conditions. This model of the society/person connection can be represented as below. Society, then, provides necessary conditions for intentional human action, and intentional human action is a necessary condition for it. Society is only present in human action, but human action always expresses and utilizes some or other social form. Neither can, however, be identified with, reduced to, explained in terms of, or reconstructed from the other. There is an ontological hiatus between society and people, as well as a mode of connection that the other models typically ignore. Notice that on Model I there are actions, but no conditions, on Model II conditions, but no actions, on Model III no distinction between the two. Thus in Durkheim, for example, subjectivity tends to appear only in the guise of the interiorized form of social constraint. But it should be equally clear, against voluntarism, that real subjectivity requires conditions, resources, and media for the creative subject to act. Such material causes may be regarded, if one likes, as the results of prior objectivations. But they are, in any act, analytically irreducible and actually indispensable all the same. The given component in social action can never be reduced to zero, analyzed away. This conception of the society/person connection thus implies a radical transformation in our idea of a non-alienating society. For this can now no longer be conceived as the immaculate product of unconditioned human decisions, free from the constraints inherited from its past and imposed by its environment. Rather it must be conceived as one in which people self-consciously transform their social conditions of existence so as to maximize the possibilities for the development and spontaneous exercise of their natural powers. It should be noted that Model 4, as a result of its emphasis on material continuity, can sustain a genuine concept of change, and hence of history. 34 This is something that neither Model 3 nor the methodological stereotypes it attempts to situate as special cases can do. Thus Model 3 appears to involve continuous recreation, with genuine novelty, seemingly entailing incomplete social formation, something of a mystery. On the Weberian stereotype change reduces to contrast, and on the Durkheimian it can only be explained by adversion to exogenous variables. Model 4, moreover, generates a clear criterion of historically significant events, viz. those that initiate or constitute ruptures, mutations, or more generally transformations in social forms. Model 4 The transformational model of the society/person connection. Some emergent properties of social systems. Now if social activity consists, analytically, in production, that is in work on and the transformation of given objects, and if such work constitutes an analog of natural events, then we need an analog for the mechanisms that generate it. If social structures constitute the appropriate mechanism analog, then an important difference must be immediately registered, in that, unlike natural mechanisms, they exist only in virtue of the activities they govern and cannot be empirically identified independently of them. Because of this, they must be social products themselves. Thus people in their social activity must perform a double function: they must not only make social products, but make the conditions of their making, that is, reproduce the structures governing their substantive activities of production. Because social structures are themselves social products, they are themselves possible objects of transformation and so may be only relatively enduring. Moreover, the differentiation and development of social activities implies that they are interdependent, so social structures may be only relatively autonomous. Society may thus be conceived as an articulated ensemble of such relatively independent and enduring generative structures, that is, as a complex totality subject to change both in its components and their interrelations. Now, as social structures exist only in virtue of the activities they govern, they do not exist independently of the conceptions that the agents possess of what they are doing in their activity, that is, of some theory of these activities. Because such theories are themselves social products, they are themselves possible objects of transformation and so they too may be only relatively enduring. Finally, because social structures are themselves social products, social activity must be given a social explanation, and cannot be explained by reference to non-social parameters. Some ontological limitations on a possible naturalism may be immediately derived from these emergent social properties, on the assumption that society is sui generis real. Social structures, unlike natural structures, do not exist independently of the activities they govern. Social structures, unlike natural structures, do not exist independently of the agent's conceptions of what they are doing in their activity. Social structures, unlike natural structures, may be only relatively enduring. These all indicate real differences in the possible objects of knowledge in the case of the natural and social sciences. They are not, of course, unconnected, though one should be wary of drawing conclusions of the sort. Society exists only in virtue of human activity. Human activity is conscious. Therefore consciousness brings about change. For social changes need not be consciously intended, and if there are social conditions for consciousness, changes in it can in principle be socially explained. Society, then, is an articulated ensemble of tendencies and powers which, unlike natural ones, exist only as long as they are being exercised, are exercised in the last instance via the intentional activity of human beings, and are not necessarily space-time invariant. I now want to turn to the ontological status of societies. I have argued elsewhere that living things determine the conditions of applicability of the physical laws to which they are subject, so that their properties cannot be reduced to the latter, that is, that emergence characterizes both the natural and the human worlds. 35. Now if, as I shall show in Chapter 3, intentional action is a necessary condition for certain determinate states of the physical world, then the properties and powers that persons possess in virtue of which intentionality is correctly attributed to them are real. Similarly, if it can be shown that but for society certain physical actions would not be performed, then employing the causal criterion set out in Chapter 1, one is justified in asserting that it is real. Now I think that Durkheim, having established the autonomy of social facts using the criterion of externality, in effect employ just such a criterion to establish their reality, in invoking his other criterion of constraint. I am not obliged to speak French with my fellow countrymen nor to use the legal currency, but I cannot possibly do otherwise. If I tried to escape this necessity, my attempt would fail miserably. As an industrialist I am free to apply the technical methods of former centuries, but by doing so I should invite certain ruin. Even when I free myself from these rules and violate them successfully, I am always compelled to struggle with them. When finally overcome, they make their constraining power felt by the resistance they offer. 36. Durkheim is saying in effect that but for the range of social facts, particular sequences of sounds, movements of bodies, etc., would not occur. Of course, one must insist, against Durkheim, that the range of social facts depends upon the intentional activity of human beings. The individualist truth that people are the only moving forces in history, in the sense that nothing happens, as it were, behind their backs, that is, everything that happens, happens in and through their actions, must be retained. Moreover, social structures must be conceived as in principle enabling, not just coercive. Nevertheless, in employing a causal criterion to establish the reality of social facts, Durkheim observed perfectly proper scientific practice, though it must be recognized that one is here dealing with a most peculiar kind of entity, a structure irreducible to, but present only in its effects. Although Durkheim used a causal criterion to establish the reality of social facts, on a collectivist conception of sociology, the same criterion can be employed to establish their reality on a relational one. Indeed, given the openness of the world within which its phenomena occur, it is only if a non-empirical object is specified for it that sociology's theoretical autonomy can be definitely secured, a point dramatically illustrated by the pitfalls into which Weber's definition of sociology 37, which logically includes worship but excludes prayer, plunges it. What is the connection between the transformational model of social activity developed in the previous section and the relational conception of sociology advanced in the second section? The relational conception does not of course deny that factories and books are social forms. Nor does it insist that the rules of grammar are, or must be conceived as, relations. But it maintains that their being social, as distinct from material objects, and their consisting in social rules, as distinct from purely anarchistic ones 38, depends essentially on, and indeed in a sense consists entirely in, the relationships between people and between such relationships and nature that such objects and rules causally presuppose or entail. It is not difficult to see why this must be so. For it follows from the argument of the previous section that social structures be continually reproduced and exist only in virtue of, and are exercised only in, human agency. Combining these desiderata, it is evident that we need a system of mediating concepts, encompassing both aspects of the duality of praxis, designating the slots, as it were, in the social structure into which active subjects must slip in order to reproduce it, that is, a system of concepts designating the point of contact between human agency and social structures. Such a point, linking action to structure, must both endure and be immediately occupied by individuals. It is clear that the mediating system we need is that of the positions occupied by individuals, and of the practices in which, in virtue of their occupancy of these positions, they engage. I shall call this mediating system the position-practice system. Now such positions and practices, if they are to be individuated at all, can only be done so relationally. It follows as an immediate consequence of this that the initial conditions in any concrete social explanation must always include or tacitly presuppose reference to some or other social relation. And it is, I suggest, in the differentiation and stratification, production and reproduction, mutation and transformation, continual remolding and incessant shifting, of the relatively enduring relations presupposed by particular social forms and structures that sociology's distinctive theoretical interest lies. Thus the transformational model implies a relational interest for sociology. And it suggests in terms of that interest a way of differentiating sociology from the other social sciences, which, however, logically presuppose it. It should be noted that neither individuals nor groups satisfy the requirement of continuity derived from the reapplication of Durkheim's criterion for the autonomy of society over discrete moments of time. In social life only relations endure. 39 Note also that such relations include relationships between people and nature and social products, as well as interpersonal ones. And that such relations include, but do not all consist in, interactions. Finally, it is important to stress that from the standpoint of the social sciences, though not necessarily either that of the psychological sciences or of historical explanation, the relations one is concerned with here must be conceptualized as holding between the positions and practices, not between the individuals who occupy/engage in them. 40. One advantage of the relational conception should be immediately apparent. It allows one to focus on a range of questions, having to do with the distribution of the structural conditions of action, and in particular with differential allocations of productive resources to persons and persons to functions and roles. In doing so, it allows one to situate the possibility of different interests, of conflicts within society, and hence of interest-motivated transformations in social structure. In focusing on distribution as well as exchange, the relational conception avoids the endemic weakness of economics. And in allowing conflicts within society as well as between society and the individual, it remedies the chronic failing of sociology, preoccupied as that was with the Hobbesian problem of order. 41. Marx combined an essentially relational conception of social science and a transformational model of social activities with the additional premise of historical materialism, that it is material production that ultimately determines the rest of social life. 42. Now, as is well known, although it can be established a priori that material production is a necessary condition for social life, it cannot be proved that it is the ultimately determining one. And so, like any other fundamental conceptual blueprint or paradigm in science, historical materialism can only be justified by its fruitfulness in generating projects encapsulating research programs capable of generating sequences of theories, progressively richer in explanatory power. Not the least of the problems facing historical materialism is that, although considerable progress has been made in particular areas of explanation, the blueprint itself still awaits adequate articulation. 43. It is doubtful if any topic in philosophy has been more dogged by dogma than that of internal relations. The doctrine that all relations are external is implicit in the Humean theory of causality, where it is enshrined in the notion of the contingency of the causal connection. But it has been accepted by virtually the whole orthodox tradition in the philosophy of science. Conversely, rationalists, absolute idealists and mistresses of the arts of Hegelian and Bergsonian dialectics have usually subscribed to the equally erroneous view that all relations are internal. Here again, a major philosophical difference cuts across the Marxist/non-Marxist divide. Colletti and Oilman 44 represent only the most recent, and particularly extreme, variants of positions already fully articulated within Marxism at least as far back as Hilferding and Dietzgen. Now it is essential to recognize that some relations are internal, and some are not. Moreover, some natural relations are internal, and many social relations are not. It is in principle an open question whether or not some particular relation, in historical time, is internal. A relation Rab may be defined as internal if and only if A would not be what it essentially is unless B is related to it in the way that it is. Rab is symmetrically internal if the same applies also to B. The relation bourgeoisie-proletariat is symmetrically internal, traffic warden state asymmetrically internal, passing motorist policeman not internal at all. The fact that it is an epistemically contingent question as to whether or not some given relation is internal is obscured by the condition that when one knows what a thing's essential nature is, one is then often in a position to give a real definition of it, so that it will then appear to be analytic that B is related to it in the way that it is. But of course real definitions are not plucked a priori out of hats, spun out of thought alone. Rather they are produced a posteriori, in the irreducibly empirical process of science. 45. It is vital to appreciate that there can be no presumption of explanatory equality between the relata of an internal relationship. Thus capitalist production may dominate exchange, without the latter ceasing to be essential for it. Internally related aspects may command, as it were, differential causal force. Or, to put it another way, ontological depth, or stratification, defined causally, is consistent with relational internality, including symmetry, that is, existential parity. Indeed, it is characteristic of the social sphere that surface structure is necessary for deep, just as long is a condition of parole and intentionality of system. Now most social phenomena, like most natural events, are conjuncturally determined and, as such, in general have to be explained in terms of a multiplicity of causes. 46 But, given the epistemic contingency of their relational character, the extent to which their explanation requires reference to a totality of aspects, bearing internal relations to one another, remains open. However, even a superficially external relationship, such as that between Breton fishermen and the owners of the shipwrecked tanker Amaco Cadiz may, given the appropriate focus of explanatory interest, permit a totalization revealing, for example, the relationships between forms of economic activity and state structure. This ever-present possibility of discovering what is a totality in a nexus accounts for the chameleon-like and configurational 47 quality of a subject matter which is not only always changing but may be continually redscribed. Now, although totalization is a process in thought, totalities are real. Although it is contingent whether we require a phenomenon to be understood as an aspect of a totality, it is not contingent whether it is such an aspect or not. Social science does not create the totalities it reveals, although it may itself be an aspect of them. It has always been the special claim of Marxism to be able to grasp social life as a totality, to display it, in Labriola's words, as a connection and complexus 48 whose various moments may of course be asymmetrically weighted, primed with differential causal force. And Marxism has claimed to be able to do so in virtue of a theory of history, specifying inter alia the mode of articulation of the moments of that totality or instances of the social structure. The theory of history can only be judged by historical materials. But can anything be said, in the light of the foregoing analysis, about the intentions, if not the results, of this project? Our analysis indicates a way of conceptualizing the relationship between the special social sciences, sociology, history, and a totalizing theory of society such as that ventured by Marxism. If history is above all the science of the past particular and sociology is the science of social relations, the various social sciences are concerned with the structural conditions for particular types of social activity. Of course, given the interdependence of social activities, hypostatization of the results of such particular analyses must be most assiduously avoided. Moreover, as external conditions may be internally related to the generative mechanisms at work in particular spheres of social life, the special sciences logically presuppose a totalizing one, which, on the transformational model, can only be a theory of history. If sociology is concerned with the structures governing the relationships which are necessary, in particular historical periods, for the reproduction of particular social forms, its explananda are always specific, so there can be no sociology in general, only the sociology of particular historically situated social forms. In this way, sociology presupposes both the special sciences and history. But the relational conception entails that the social conditions for the substantive activities of transformation in which agents engage can only be relations of various kinds. And the transformational model entails that these activities are essentially productions. The subject matter of sociology is, thus, precisely, relations of production. Now, if such relations are themselves internally related and subject to transformation, then sociology must either presuppose or usurp the place of just such a totalizing and historical science of society as Marxism has claimed to be. In short, to invoke a Kantian metaphor 49, if Marxism without detailed social scientific and historical work is empty, then such work without Marxism is blind. On the limits of naturalism. In the third section I argued that the pre-existence of social forms is a necessary condition for any intentional act, and I showed how such pre-existence entails a transformational model of social activities. In the previous section I derived a number of ontological limits on naturalism, as emergent features of societies, and vindicated the notion of their sui generis reality. I now want to complete my argument by showing how, given that societies exist and have the properties that they do, they might become possible objects of knowledge for us. It will be recalled that the major ontological limits on the possibility of naturalism turn on the activity concept and space-time dependence of social structures to on p38. Before considering how social science is possible despite, or rather because of, these features, differentiating its subject matter from nature, I want to consider two other types of limit of naturalism, which may be characterized as epistemological and relational respectively. Society, as an object of inquiry, is necessarily theoretical, in the sense that, like a magnetic field, it is necessarily unperceivable. As such it cannot be empirically identified independently of its effects, so that it can only be known, not shown, to exist. However, in this respect it is no different from many objects of natural scientific inquiry. What does distinguish it is that not only can society not be identified independently of its effects, it does not exist independently of them either. But however strange this is from an ontological point of view, 50, it raises no special epistemological difficulties. The chief epistemological limit on naturalism is not raised by the necessarily unperceivable character of the objects of social scientific inquiry, but rather by the fact that they only ever manifest themselves in open systems, that is, in systems where invariant empirical regularities do not obtain. For social systems are not spontaneously, and cannot be experimentally, closed. Now it is as easy to exaggerate the real methodological import of this point, as it is to underestimate its critical significance for the doctrines of received philosophy of science. For, as I have shown in detail elsewhere, 51, practically all the theories of orthodox philosophy of science, and the methodological directives they secrete, presuppose closed systems. Because of this, they are totally inapplicable in the social sciences. Humean theories of causality and law, deductive nomological and statistical models of explanation, inductivist theories of scientific development and criteria of confirmation, Popperian theories of scientific rationality and criteria of falsification, together with the hermeneutical contrasts parasitic upon them, must all be totally discarded. Social science need only consider them as objects of substantive explanation. The real methodological import of the absence of closed systems is strictly limited. It is that the social sciences are denied, in principle, decisive test situations for their theories. This means that criteria for the rational development and replacement of theories in social science must be explanatory and non-predictive. To be developed in a non-ad hoc way so as to situate, and preferably explain, without strain, a possibility once it is realized, when it could never, given the openness of the social world, have predicted it. It should be stressed that this difference has in itself no ontological significance whatsoever. It does not affect the form of laws, which in natural science too must be analyzed as tendencies, only the form of our knowledge of them. Moreover, because the mode of application of laws is the same in open and closed systems alike, 52, there is no reason to suppose that the mode of application of social laws will be any different from natural ones. And although the necessity to rely exclusively on explanatory criteria may affect the subjective confidence with which beliefs are held, if a social scientific theory or hypothesis has been independently validated, then one is in principle just as warranted in applying it transfactually as a natural scientific one. Moreover, given that the problem is typically not whether to apply some theory T to the world, but rather which out of two or more theories, T, to apply, the degree of our relative preference for one theory over another will not be affected by a restriction on the grounds with which that preference must be justified. The fact that the subject matter of the social sciences is both intrinsically historical and structured by relations of internal, as well as external, interdependency sets a constraint upon the kinds of permissible theory construction. For it may, as argued in the previous section, necessitate reference in principle to conceptions of historically developing totalities. But it does not pose an additional difficulty, over and above the unavailability of closures, for the empirical testing of theories. 53 However, two significant limits on the possibility of meaningful measurement in the social sciences should be noted. The irreversibility of ontologically irreducible processes, comparable to entropy in the natural sphere, entails the necessity for concepts of qualitative rather than merely quantitative change. 54 But the conceptual aspect of the subject matter of the social sciences circumscribes the possibility of measurement in an even more fundamental way. 55 For meanings cannot be measured, only understood. Hypotheses about them must be expressed in language, and confirmed in dialogue. Language here stands to the conceptual aspect of social science as geometry stands to physics. And precision in meaning now assumes the place of accuracy in measurement as the a posteriori arbiter of theory. It should be stressed that in both cases theories may continue to be justified and validly used to explain, even though significant measurement of the phenomena of which they treat has become impossible. Now, experimental activity in natural science not only facilitates 56 decisive test situations, it enables practical access, as it were, to the otherwise latent structures of nature. And the malleability achieved in the laboratory may provide an invaluable component in the process of scientific discovery that the social sciences, in this respect, will be denied. However, our analysis of the relational and ontological limits will yield an analog and a compensator respectively for the role of experimental practice in discovery. The chief relational difference is that the social sciences are part of their own field of inquiry, in principle susceptible to explanation in terms of the concepts and laws of the explanatory theories they employ, so that they are internal with respect to their subject matter in a way in which the natural sciences are not. This necessitates a precision in the sense in which their objects of knowledge can be said to be intransitive. For it is possible, and indeed likely, given the internal complexity and interdependence of social activities, that these objects may be causally affected by social science, and in some cases not exist independently of it. Conversely, one would expect social science to be affected or conditioned by developments in what it patently cannot exist independently of, viz. the rest of society. Thus, whereas, in general, in the natural world the objects of knowledge exist and act independently of the process of the production of the knowledge of which they are the objects, in the social arena this is not so. For the process of knowledge production may be causally, and internally, related to the process of the production of the objects concerned. However, I want to distinguish such causal interdependency, which is a contingent feature of the processes concerned, from existential intransitivity, which is an a priori condition of any investigation and applies in the same way in the social, as the natural, sphere. For, although the processes of production may be interdependent, once some object OT exists, if it exists, however it has been produced, it constitutes a possible object of scientific investigation. And its existence, and properties, are quite independent of the act or process of investigation of which it is the putative object, even though such an investigation, once initiated, may radically modify it. In short, the concept of existence is univocal, being means the same in the human as the natural world, even though the modes of being may radically differ. The human sciences, then, take intransitive objects like any other. But the categorial properties of such objects differ. And among the most important of these differences is the feature that they are themselves an aspect of, and causal agent in, what they seek to explain. It is vital to be clear about this point. For if it is the characteristic error of positivism to ignore interdependency, it is the characteristic error of hermeneutics to dissolve intransitivity. As will be seen, both errors function to the same effect, foreclosing the possibility of scientific critique, upon which the project of human self-emancipation depends. So far the case for causal interdependency has turned merely on the possibility of a relatively undifferentiated society/social science link. But the case for such a link may be strengthened by noting that just as a social science without a society is impossible, so a society without some kind of scientific, proto-scientific, or ideological theory of itself is inconceivable. Now if one denotes the proto-scientific set of ideas P, then the transformational model of social activity applied to the activity of knowledge production suggests that social scientific theory, T, requiring cognitive resources, is produced, at least in part, by the transformation of P. The hypothesis under consideration is that this transformation will be vitally affected by developments in the rest of society, s. It might be conjectured that in periods of transition or crisis generative structures, previously opaque, become more visible to agents. 57 and that this, though it never yields quite the epistemic possibilities of a closure, does provide a partial analog to the role played by experimentation in natural science. The conditions for the emergence of a new social scientific theory must of course be distinguished from the conditions for its subsequent development and from the conditions for its permeation into the Lebenswelt of lived experience, though there are evident connections between them. 58 Thus it is surely no accident that Marxism was born in the 1840s or stunted under the combined effects of Stalinism, on the one hand, and fascism, the Cold War and the 1945-70 boom, on the other, 59 or that. Sociology, in the narrow sense, was the fruit of the 2 decades before the First World War. 60. It should be noted that because social systems are open, historicism is untenable. And because of their historical character, qualitatively new developments will be occurring which social scientific theory cannot be expected to anticipate. Hence for ontological, as distinct from purely epistemological, reasons, social scientific theory is necessarily incomplete. Moreover, as the possibilities inherent in a new social development will often only become apparent long after the development itself, and as each new development is, in a sense, a product of a previous one, we can now see why it is that history must be continually rewritten. 61 There is a relational tie between the development of knowledge and the development of the object of knowledge that any adequate theory of social science, and methodology of social scientific research programs, must take account of. In particular, Lakatosian judgments about the progressive or degenerating nature of research programs 62 cannot be made in isolation from judgments about developments in the rest of society conditioning work in particular programs. I have argued that once a hypothesis about a generative structure has been produced in social science, it can be tested quite empirically, although not necessarily quantitatively, and albeit exclusively in terms of its explanatory power. But I have so far said nothing about how the hypothesis is produced, or indeed about what its status is. Now, in considering theory construction in the social sciences, it should be borne in mind that the putative social scientist would, in the absence of some prior theory, be faced with an inchoate mass of phenomena, which she would somehow have to sort out and define. In systems, like social ones, which are necessarily open, the problem of constituting an appropriate object of inquiry becomes particularly acute. It becomes chronic if, as in empirical realism, lacking the concepts of the stratification and differentiation of the world, one is unable to think the irreducibility of transfactually active structures to events, and the effort, which is science, needed to reveal them. Undifferentiated events then become the object of purely conventionally differentiated sciences, producing a crisis of definitions and boundaries, the existence of a merely arbitrary distinction between a theory and its applications and, above all, a problem of verification, or rather falsification. For when every theory, if interpreted empirically, is false, no theory can ever be falsified. 63 Goldman's claim that the fundamental methodological problem of any human science lies in the division-découpage of the object of study. For once this division has been made and accepted, the results will be practically predictable. 64 is then not at all surprising. How, then, given the mishmash nature of social reality, is theory construction accomplished in social science? Fortunately, most of the phenomena with which the social scientist has to deal will already be identified, thanks to the concept-dependent nature of social activities, under certain descriptions. In principle, the descriptions, or nominal definitions of social activities that form the transitive objects of social scientific theory may be those of the agents concerned, or theoretical redescriptions of them. The first step in the transformation P rightward arrow T will thus be an attempt at a real definition of a form of social life that has already been identified under a particular description. Note that in the absence of such a definition, and failing a closure, any hypothesis of a causal mechanism is bound to be more or less arbitrary. Thus in social science, attempts at real definitions will in general precede rather than follow successful causal hypotheses, though in both cases they can only be justified empirically, viz. by the revealed explanatory power of the hypotheses that can be deduced from them. Our problem, then, is shifted from that of how to establish a non-arbitrary procedure for generating causal hypotheses to that of how to establish a non-arbitrary procedure for generating real definitions. And here a second differentiating feature of the subject matter of the social sciences should be recalled, the activity-dependent nature of social structures, viz. that the mechanisms at work in society exist only in virtue of their effects. In this respect, society is quite distinct from other objects of scientific knowledge. But note that, in this, it is analogous to the objects of philosophical knowledge. For just as the objects of philosophical knowledge do not exist apart from the objects of scientific knowledge, so social structures do not exist apart from their effects. So, I suggest that in principle, as philosophical discourse stands to scientific discourse, so a discourse about society stands to a discourse about its effects. Moreover, in both cases one is dealing with conceptualized activities, whose conditions of possibility or real presuppositions the second-order discourse seeks to explicate. However, there are also important differences. For in social scientific discourse one is concerned not to isolate the a priori conditions of a form of knowledge as such, but the particular mechanisms and relations at work in some identified sphere of social life. Moreover, its conclusions will be historical, not formal, and subject to empirical test, as well as various a priori controls. 65. Now the substantive employment of an essentially apodeictic procedure should occasion us no surprise. For transcendental arguments are merely a species of which retroductive ones are the genus, distinguished by the features that their explanandum consists in the conceptualized activities of agents and, as becomes an arena characterized by a multiplicity of causes, that they isolate necessary not sufficient conditions for it. But in view of this homology, are we not in danger of collapsing the philosophy/science distinction upon which I insisted in Chapter 1? No. For the syncatagormatic character of the nevertheless irreducible discourse of philosophy has to be contrasted with the directly referential character of social scientific discourse. Hence, though in both cases there are two levels of discourse, in social science there are two levels of reality, whereas in philosophy there is just one, viz. that investigated by science itself. Of course, in both cases more than one set of conditions will normally be consistent with the activity concerned, so that supplementary considerations will be needed to establish the validity of the analysis. But in social science, wherever possible, such considerations will include the provision of independent empirical grounds for the existence of the structural mechanisms concerned, whereas, in philosophy, in the nature of the case, this is impossible. Thus a scientific transcendental argument may be distinguished from a philosophical one according to the autonomous reality of the object of the second-order discourse, the way with which reference to the world is secured, and the possibility or otherwise of a posteriori grounds for the analysis. Our deduction of the possibility of social scientific knowledge, from the necessary pre-existence of social forms for intentional action, illustrates the formal use of a transcendental procedure. The results of such an analysis may be used both as a critical grid for the assessment of existing social scientific theories and as a template for adequate conceptualizations of social scientific explananda. Marx's analysis in Capital illustrates the substantive use of a transcendental procedure. Capital may most plausibly be viewed as an attempt to establish what must be the case for the experiences grasped by the phenomenal forms of capitalist life to be possible, setting out, as it were, a pure schema for the understanding of economic phenomena under capitalism, specifying the categories that must be employed in any concrete investigation. I have already suggested that for Marx to understand the essence of some particular social phenomenon is to understand the social relations that make that phenomenon possible. But the transformational model suggests that, to understand the essence of social phenomena as such and in general, such phenomena must be grasped as productions, so that the relations one is concerned with here are, above all, relations of production. Now the minor premise of any substantive social scientific transcendental argument will be a social activity as conceptualized in experience. Such a social activity will be in principle space-time dependent. And in the first instance, of course, it will be conceptualized in the experience of the agents concerned. It is here that the hermeneutical tradition, in highlighting what may be called the conceptual moment in social scientific work, has made a real contribution. But it typically makes two mistakes. Its continuing commitment to the ontology of empirical realism prevents it from seeing the following. The conditions for the phenomena exist intransitively and may therefore exist independently of their appropriate conceptualization, and as such be subject to an unacknowledged possibility of historical transformation. the phenomena themselves may be false or in an important sense inadequate. Thus what has been established, by conceptual analysis, as necessary for the phenomena may consist precisely in a level of reality which, although not existing independently of agents' conceptions, may be inadequately conceptualized or even not conceptualized at all. Such a level may consist in a structural complex which is really generative of social life but unavailable to direct inspection by the senses or immediate intuition in the course of everyday life. It may be a tacit property of agents utilized in their productions, or a property of the relationships in which agents stand to the conditions and means of their productions, of which they may be unaware. Now such a transcendental analysis in social science, in showing the historical conditions under which a certain set of categories may be validly applied, ipso facto shows the conditions under which they may not be applied. This makes possible a second-order critique of consciousness, best exemplified perhaps by Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism. 66 Value relations, it will be remembered, are real for Marx, but they are historically specific social realities. And fetishism consists in their transformation in thought into the natural, and so ahistorical, qualities of things. An alternative type of transformation is identified by Marx in the case of idealistic explanations of social forms, such as money in the 18th century, ascribed a conventional origin in the so-called universal consent of mankind. 67 The homology between these two types of substantive mystification and the meta-theoretical errors of reification and voluntarism should be clear. But, as Garas has pointed out, 68 Marx employed another concept of mystification, in which he engages in what one may call a first-order critique of consciousness, in which, to put it bluntly, he identifies the phenomena themselves as false, or, more formally, shows that a certain set of categories is not properly applicable to experience at all. This is best exemplified by his treatment of the wage form, in which the value of labor power is transformed into the value of labor, an expression which Marx declares to be as imaginary as the value of the earth, as irrational as a yellow logarithm. 69 Once more, this mystification is founded on a characteristic category mistake, that, intrinsic to the wage-labor relation, of reducing powers to their exercise, comparable to confusing machines with their use. One can also see this categorical error as an instance of the reduction of efficient to material causes, as Marx's critique of the Gotha program 70 turns on the isolation of the contrary mistake. Thus, contrary to what is implied in the hermeneutical and neo-Kantian traditions, the transformation p rightward arrow t both isolates real but non-empirical and not necessarily adequately conceptualized conditions and consists essentially, as critique, in two modes of conceptual criticism and change. Now the appellation ideology to the set of ideas P is only justified if their necessity can be demonstrated, that is, if they can be explained as well as criticized. This involves something more than just being able to say that the beliefs concerned are false or superficial, which normally entails having a better explanation for the phenomena in question. It involves, in addition, being able to give an account of the reasons why the false or superficial beliefs are held, a mode of explanation without parallel in the natural sciences. For beliefs, whether about society or nature, are clearly social objects. Once this step is taken, then conceptual criticism and change pass over into social criticism and change, as, in a possibility unique to social science 71 the object that renders illusory beliefs necessary comes, at least in the absence of any overriding considerations, to be criticized in being explained, so that the point now becomes, cateris paribus, to change it. Indeed, in the full development of the concept of ideology, theory fuses into practice, as facts about values, mediated by theories about facts, are transformed into values about facts. The rule of value neutrality, the last shibboleth in the philosophy of the social sciences, collapses, when we come to see that values themselves can be false. At the beginning of this section I distinguished epistemological and relational limits on naturalism from the ontological ones immediately derived from the transformational model of social activity. But a moment's reflection shows that these limits may be derived from that model too. For the historical and interdependent character of social activities implies that the social world must be open, and the requirement that social activity be socially explained implies that social science is a part of its own subject matter. Similarly, it is not difficult to see that the application of the transformational model to beliefs and cognitive material generally implies commitment to a principle of epistemic relativity 72, and that this lends to moral and political argument in particular something of a necessarily transitional and open character. Point 73. Our deduction of the possibility of naturalism in the social sciences is complete, although we have still to explore an important range of consequences of it. Society is not given in, but presupposed by, experience. However, it is precisely its peculiar ontological status, its transcendentally real character, that makes it a possible object of knowledge for us. Such knowledge is non-natural but still scientific. The transformational model implies that social activities are historical, interdependent, and interconnected. The law-like statements of the social sciences will thus typically designate historically restricted tendencies operating at a single level of the social structure only. Because they are defined for only one relatively autonomous component of the social structure, and because they act in systems that are always open, they designate tendencies which may never be manifested, but which are nevertheless essential to the understanding of the different forms of social life, just because they are really productive of them. Society is not a mass of separable events and sequences. But neither is it constituted by the concepts that we attach to our physiological states. Rather, it is a complex and causally efficacious whole, a totality, which is being continually transformed in practice. As an object of study, it can neither be read straight off a given world nor reconstructed from our subjective experiences. But, although empirical realism cannot think it, in this respect at least it is on a par with the objects of study in the natural sciences too. Social science as critique, facts, values, and theories. The generally accepted, and in my opinion essentially correct, interpretation of Hume, is that he enunciated what has, at least since More's Principia Ethica, become an article of faith for the entire analytical tradition, namely that the transition from is to ought, factual to value statements, indicatives to imperatives, is, although frequently made, logically inadmissible. Point 74. I want to argue that, on the contrary, it is not only acceptable but mandatory, provided only that minimal criteria for the characterization of a belief system as ideological are satisfied. For the anti-naturalist tradition in ethics, then, there is a fundamental logical gulf between statements of what is the case and statements of what ought to be the case. It follows from this, first, that no factual proposition can be derived from any value judgment one factual proposition, and second, that no value judgment can be derived from any factual proposition. Accordingly, social science is viewed as neutral in two respects: first, in that its propositions are logically independent of, and cannot be derived from, any value position; second, in that value positions are logically independent of, and cannot be derived from, any social scientific proposition. I shall write these two corollaries of Hume's law as follows. 1 VF. 2 FV. It is important to keep and distinct. For it is now often conceded that the facts are in some sense tainted by, or contingent upon, our values. But whatever doubt is cast upon, is still deemed canonical. That is, it is still held that the findings of social science are consistent with any value position, so that even if social science cannot be value-free, social values remain effectively science-free. It is of course accepted that science may be used instrumentally in the pursuit of moral ideals, political goals, etc., but science cannot help to determine the latter. We remain free in the face of science to adopt any value position. Keep science out of politics could be the watchword here. My primary argument is against. But I reject as well, that is, I accept the thesis of the value dependency of facts, and will consider it first. It will be seen, however, that without a rejection of axis of the dichotomy, criticism directed at axis, or its implications, must remain largely ineffectual. And my aim will be to show how theory, by throwing into relief the circle in which facts and values move, can presage its transformation into an explanatory/emancipatory spiral. Has been criticized from the standpoint of the subjectivity of both the subject and the object of investigation, the relationship between the two. Thus, to consider first, it has been argued that the social values of the scientist determine the selection of problems, the conclusions, and even the standards of inquiry. Is often treated as uncontroversial. In fact, it embodies a serious muddle. It is most usually associated with Weber's doctrine that although social science could and must be value-free, it had nevertheless to be value-relevant. 75 Crudely summarized, Weber's position was that because of the infinite variety of empirical reality, the social scientist had to make a choice of what to study. Such a choice would necessarily be guided by his or her values, so that he would choose to study precisely those aspects of reality to which he attached cultural significance, which thereby became the basis for the construction of ideal types. Now this is doubly misleading. For, on the one hand, the natural world is similarly complex, and, on the other, aspects of the work of the natural sciences are equally motivated by practical interests. In fact, one needs to make a distinction between the pure and the applied natural sciences. In pure science, choice of the properties of an object to study is motivated by the search for explanatory mechanisms. 76 In applied science, it may be motivated by the industrial, technological, medical, or more generally socio-cultural significance of the properties. Thus, while it is practical interests which determine which out of the infinite number of possible compounds of carbon are studied, 77 it is theoretical interests which motivate the identification of its electronic structure. Weber's neo-Kantianism misleads him into substituting the distinction natural/social for the distinction pure/applied. There is nothing in the infinite variety of the surface of the social cosmos to necessitate a difference in principle in the structure of the search for explanatory mechanisms. Nor, pace Habermasians, is an interest in emancipation something with which one has to preface that search, although, as I shall argue shortly, explanatory social science necessarily has emancipatory implications. 78 At a deeper level, any doctrine of value relevance also suffers from the defect that it leaves the source of the values unexplained. Is altogether more powerful. The underlying notion at work is that social science is so inextricably bound up with its subject matter that its interest in it will affect, and distort, its perception, description or interpretation of it. Examples of such affecting/distorting are readily available. 79 It is clear that rests on an epistemological premise, viz. that of the internality of social science with respect to its subject matter, together with a psychological or sociological one, asserting the practical impossibility of making the analytical separation the positivist enjoins on the social scientist. And it posits, with respect to the claim made in above, an interference between the subject's interests in the object and its knowledge of it. Now it is vital to distinguish three ways in which such interference could operate. It could operate consciously, it could operate semi-consciously, or it could operate unconsciously. It is only the third case that raises serious difficulties for. I want to distinguish the case where the conclusions of such an unconscious mode of interference are rationalizations of motivation from the case where they constitute mystifications of social structure. In either case, the interference may be regarded as necessary or as contingent upon a particular set of psychic or social circumstances. Recognition of the phenomena of rationalization and mystification as the effects of unconscious interference enables us to pinpoint the error in an influential solution to the problem of value bias, authorized inter alia by Muirdahl. 80 On this solution, recognizing that value neutrality is impossible, all the social scientist needs to do is state his or her own value assumptions fully and explicitly at the beginning of some piece of work so as to put the reader on their guard. It is not difficult to see that this solution begs the question. For it presupposes that X knows what his or her values are, that is, it presupposes that he has the kind of knowledge about him or herself that X hypothesis, in virtue of unconscious interference, he cannot have about society. Now for X to have such knowledge about him or herself, he would have had to become fully conscious of the formerly unconscious mode of interference, in which case a statement of value assumptions is unnecessary, because objectivity is now possible. Conversely, if X is not conscious of the mode of interference, then any statement of his or her value assumptions will be worthless. Moreover, one cannot say in general whether any such statement will be more or less misleading. Mutatis mutandis, similar considerations apply in the case of conscious and semi-conscious modes of interference. Avowals are either unnecessary or potentially misleading. Posits a relativity in the methodological norms secreted by different conceptual schemes or paradigms, together with the value dependence of such conceptual schemes of the sort already discussed under. I want to consider it pari passu with the general problem of relativism, of which it is just a special case. Two objections to relativism are regularly trotted out: first, that it is self-refuting; second, that it denies what we do in fact do, for example translate, make cross-cultural comparisons, etc. 81. The argument for the self-refuting character of relativism is easily refuted. The argument asserts that if all beliefs are relative, then there can be no good grounds for relativism, hence one has no reason to accept it. Conversely, if one has reason to accept it, then at least one belief is not relative, so that relativism is false. Now this argument confuses two distinct theses. The first is the correct thesis of epistemic relativity, which asserts that all beliefs are socially produced, so that all knowledge is transient, and neither truth values nor criteria of rationality exist outside historical time. The other is the incorrect thesis of judgmental relativism, which asserts that all beliefs are equally valid, in the sense that there can be no grounds for preferring one to another. Denying the principle of epistemic relativity inevitably entails embracing some type of epistemological absolutism, while acceptance of judgmental relativism inevitably leads to some or other form of irrationalism. Epistemic relativity is entailed both by ontological realism 82 and by the transformational conception of social activity. It respects a distinction between the sense and reference of propositions, while insisting that all speech acts are made in historical time. Such a principle neither entails nor gives grounds for a belief in the doctrine of judgmental relativism. On the contrary, it is clear that if one is to act at all there must be grounds for preferring one belief to another, and that such activity in particular practices is typically codifiable in the form of systems of rules, implicitly or explicitly followed. The anti-relativist argument may now be refuted. Epistemic relativism is a particular belief. Like any belief, it arises under, and is only comprehensible, and therefore only acceptable, under definite historical conditions. Epistemic relativism is certainly comprehensible to us. And it is clear that there are in fact excellent grounds, both transcendental and empirical, for accepting it, and denying its contrary. Turning to the second objection to relativism, the undeniable fact that we can translate, etc., no more proves the existence of neutral languages or absolute standards than our interaction with lions proves that they can talk. 83 Whorf's hypothesis is not refuted by the existence of appropriate bilinguals, any more than the psychological capacity of a physicist to understand both Newtonian and Einsteinian theory indicates that they are not logically incommensurable, or our ability to see a drawing as either a duck or a rabbit shows that there must be a way of seeing it as both at once. I will return to the special problems raised by the notion of our understanding other cultures and other times in Chapter 4. Arguments of type turn not on the value bias of social science, but on the value impregnation of its subject matter. They typically depend upon the fact that the subject matter of social science is itself in part constituted by, or indeed just consists in, values or things to which the agents themselves attach value, that is, objects of value. Presumably no one would wish to deny this. The point only becomes a threat to if it is established that the value dependency of the subject matter of social science makes it impossible or illegitimate to perform the required analytical separation in social scientific discourse. If one represents the subject matter of social science by S1 and social science by S2, as in the diagram opposite, the claim is that the nature of S1 is such that, in virtue of its value impregnation, either no description in L2 satisfies, or at least the best or most adequate scientific description in L2 does not satisfy. The significance of the fact that one is here concerned with questions of descriptive adequacy may best be introduced by considering a famous example of Isaiah Berlin's. Thus compare the following accounts of what happened in Germany under Nazi rule. The country was depopulated, millions of people died, millions of people were killed, millions of people were massacred. All four statements are true. But is not only the most evaluative, it is also the best description of what actually happened. And note that, in virtue of this, all but generate the wrong perlocutionary force. For to say of someone that he died normally carries the presumption that he was not killed by human agency. And to say that millions were killed does not imply that their deaths were part of a single organized campaign of brutal killing, as those under Nazi rule were. This point is important. For social science is not only about a subject matter, it is for an audience. That is, it is always in principle a party to a triadic relationship, standing to an actual or possible interlocutor as a potential source of information, explanation, justification, etc. Now I want to argue that, even abstracting from perlocutionary considerations, criteria for the scientific adequacy of descriptions are such that in this kind of case only the statement is acceptable. If one denotes some social phenomenon in S1 as P1, then the most adequate description of P1 in L2 will be that description, let us call it D2, entailed by that theory T with the maximum explanatory power. In general, the attainment of hermeneutic adequacy is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for generating the appropriate description D*2. Indeed, if the hermeneutically adequate description is D⁻², and its target in L1 is D⁻1, then whether or not D*2 equals D⁻² is contingent. And the susceptibility of D⁻1 to scientific critique is exactly reflected in the process of description, explanation, and redecryption that, as has been noted in Chapter 1, characterizes scientific activity at any one level or stratum of reality. Such a process respects the authenticity of D⁻1, but does not regard it as an incorrigible datum. Point 84. So that although the achievement of Verstehen is, in virtue of the concept dependence of social structures, a condition for social science, the process of social science does not leave the initial descriptions, either in L2 or in principle in L1, intact. In short, just as natural science has no foundations, there are no foundations of social knowledge, scientific or lay. It is important to note that commitment to a principle of hermeneutic adequacy as a moment in social science is not only consistent with the subsequent critique of the Verstehen description, it itself stands in need of supplementation by semiotic analysis. For the hermeneutic mediation of meanings must be complemented by consideration of the question posed by semiotics as to how such meanings are produced. Now if, following Saussure, one regards meanings as produced by, as it were, cutting into pre-existing systems of difference 85, then in science our cut must be made so as to maximize total explanatory power. And another type of critique, a metacritique of L1, becomes possible if it can be shown that L1 is such that the adequate representation of P1 in L1 is impossible. This concern with the production of meaning corresponds exactly to the attentiveness shown in the natural sciences to the construction of instruments and equipment, so that one can say that if the hermeneutic moment corresponds to observation, then the semiotic one corresponds to instrumentation in the empirical work of the natural sciences. Now of course it does not follow that commitment to a principle of hermeneutic adequacy will automatically result in the replication in L2 of the evaluative components in D⁻1, nor does the production of D⁻2 itself imply any value commitment. The question is rather whether the scientifically adequate description D*2 breaks the rule of value neutrality. Where it constitutes a critique of D⁻1 it does so necessarily. For to show that agents are systematically deluded about the nature of their activity is impossible without passing the judgment that D⁻1 is false, and D⁻1 is false is not a value-neutral statement. Strictly speaking, This is sufficient for the purposes of our argument. For we require only to show that S1 is such that in social science value-neutral descriptions are not always possible. But it is worth dwelling on the point in its more general aspect. Our problem is to utilize the powers of L2 so as to maximize our understanding in L2 of S1. L2 is the only language we can use. And the terms we use to describe human behavior will be terms which function inter alia regulatively and evaluatively in S2. These are the only terms we can, without parody or satire, use, and we cannot dislocate them from their living context without misrepresenting as lifeless the context they are employed to describe. Hence, just as to define a foetus as an unborn human being is already to load the debate on abortion in a certain way, so to attempt to construct an index of fascism comparable to that of Anomia 86 is both absurd and value-laden. In short, not to call a spade, in any human society, is to misdescribe it. Positivist dogma must thus be rejected both on the grounds that it ignores the subject's interest in the object and on the grounds that the nature of the object is such that criteria for descriptive adequacy entail at least the possibility of irreducibly evaluative descriptions. Criticism of, however, leaves the questions of the determination, and non-instrumental justification, of values unresolved. Moreover, by making facts partially dependent upon values, a seemingly inevitable element of arbitrariness is introduced into the scientific process. Indeed, there seems no reason why, in the light of our special interests, we should not generate whatever facts we please. In order to forestall such a radical conventionalism, let us cross to the other side of the divide, viz., and see if science has any implications for values, if one can break into the circle here. Before offering my own account of the matter, I want to discuss two recent attempts to break down the fact/value distinction along the axis denied in. Charles Taylor, in an important article 87, shows clearly how theories do in fact secrete values. The structure of his argument may be represented as follows. 3T left right arrow F rightward arrow V. Unfortunately, however, by failing to specify any criterion for choosing between theories, he leaves himself open to the interpretation that one should choose that theory which most satisfies our conception of what fulfills human needs, wants and purposes, 88, rather than that theory which, just because it is explanatorily most adequate and capable inter alia of explaining illusory beliefs about the social world, best allows us to situate the possibilities of change in the value direction that the theory indicates. He thus merely displaces, rather than transcends, the traditional fact/value dichotomy. Alternatively, one might attempt to interpret Taylor as arguing that one ought to opt for the theory that secretes the best value position, because theories tend to be acted upon and human needs are the independent variable in social explanation. 89 But this involves a dubious set of propositions, including a substantive scheme of explanation with voluntaristic implications. Searle's attempted derivation of ought from is, where the critical is statement is a statement describing institutional facts, turns on the existence of a series of connections between saying I promise, being under an obligation, and it being the case that one ought to do what one is under an obligation to do. 90 The structure of Searle's argument may be represented as 4I.F rightward arrow V. It has been criticized on the grounds that the institutional facts upon which it rests merely encapsulate general moral principles, and on the grounds that the mere utterance of words does not imply the kind of commitment that alone warrants a normative conclusion. Now, it is certainly the case that the mere fact that one acts within an institution in such a way that one's action would not be possible but for its constitutive rules, does not imply a moral commitment to it. Otherwise it would be logically impossible to be a socialist within a capitalist society, or a libertarian within a totalitarian one. Promising is an institution within a network of institutions which one might decide, on moral grounds 91, either to opt out of or merely play. A society of discursive intelligences where promising is regarded rather as Americans regard cricket, is, although perhaps not very attractive, certainly conceivable, in a way in which a society not subject to norms of truth, consistency, and coherence is not. To derive a morally unrevocable ought from an is one has to move from premises which are constitutive of purely factual discourse, which are transcendentally necessary. My argument, it is important to note, does not permit a simple inference from facts to values. It turns, rather, on the capacity of a theory to explain false consciousness, and in particular on the capacity of a theory to allow the satisfaction of minimal criteria for the characterization of a system of beliefs as ideological. Now it will be remembered that I argued in the last section that one is only justified in characterizing a set of ideas P as ideological if both P is false, that is, one possesses a superior explanation for the phenomena in question, and P is more or less contingently necessary, that is, one possesses an explanation of the falsity of the beliefs in question. It should be noted that the necessity one is dealing with here may only be the necessity for some illusion, rather than any particular one, and that, where different theories are required for the satisfaction of end, they must at least be consistent with one another. One can write these criteria as follows. TPTEXPI. Now to criticize a belief as false is ipso facto not only to criticize any action or practice informed or sustained by that belief, but also anything that necessitates it. In social science this will be precisely the object that renders illusory beliefs, along any of the dimensions of mystification already indicated in the last section, necessary. The structure of my argument may be represented as 5tp.textpi rightward arrow v. Of course this only entails the imperative change it if change is possible and in the absence of overriding considerations. But that is the case with any valuation. Point 92. If, then, one is in possession of a theory which explains why false consciousness is necessary, one can pass immediately, without the addition of any extraneous value judgments, to a negative evaluation of the object that makes that consciousness necessary. Might it not be objected, however, that the fact/value distinction only breaks down in this way because one is committed to the prior valuation that truth is a good, so that one is not deriving a value judgment from entirely factual premises? But that truth is a good is not only a condition of moral discourse, it is a condition of any discourse at all. Commitment to truth and consistency apply to factual as much as to value discourse, and so cannot be seized upon as a concealed premise to rescue the autonomy of values from factual discourse, without destroying the distinction between the two, the distinction that it is the point of the objection to uphold. Given that clear paradigms exist of the form of explanation represented by, can a case be made out for supposing such an explanation form to be transcendentally necessary? Now it is evident that there can be no action without beliefs, and no belief save by work on or with other beliefs, so that judgments of falsity are transcendentally necessary. Further, it is clear that it is only if an agent can explain a belief that he can set out to rationally change it, in the case where it is not susceptible to direct criticism. Now if beliefs are not to be given a totally voluntaristic explanation, if they are at all recalcitrant, like the rest of the social structure, or if a sociology of knowledge is to be possible and necessary, then the form of ideological explanation schematized in is a condition of every rational praxis. Put informally, the possibility of coming to say to another or oneself, "Now this is why you erroneously believe such and such," is a presupposition of any rational discourse or authentic act of self-reflection at all. Caeteris paribus, then, truth, consistency, coherence, rationality, etc., are good, and their opposites bad, precisely because commitment to them are conditions of the possibility of discourse in general. Now it is certainly the case that to say of some belief P that it is illusory is caeteris paribus to imply that it is detrimental to the achievement of human goals and the satisfaction of human wants. But it is not because of this, on the argument I have advanced, that P is bad. Of course science is not the only human activity, or the most important. Further, just as the values it encapsulates may be undermined in certain kinds of societies, so they may be overridden by other values. However, such overriding cannot consistently be argued to be either necessarily or even normally warranted. Moreover, it is only by reference to social scientific theories that an infinite regress of values can be avoided and questions of ultimate values resolved. Different highest-order explanatory theories will contain their own conception of what kinds of social organization are possible and of what human beings essentially are. The most powerful explanatory theory, by situating the greatest range of real possibilities, will increase our rational autonomy of action. But it is a mistake of the greatest magnitude to suppose that, in Laplacian fashion, it will tell us what to do. The most powerful explanatory theory in an open world is a non-deterministic one. Aside from this, science, although it can and must illuminate them, cannot finally settle questions of practical morality and action, just because there are always, and necessarily, social practices besides science, and values other than cognitive ones, because, to adapt a famous metaphor of Neurith's, while we mend the boat, we still need to catch fish in the sea. On the other hand, once we break from the contemplative standpoint of traditional epistemology and conceive human beings as engaged in practical and material activity, and not just thinking and perceiving, it becomes difficult to see how could have held philosophers in thrall for so long. For we can certainly derive technical imperatives from theoretical premises alone. 93 Moreover, to criticize a belief or theory is ipso facto to criticize any action informed, or practice sustained, by that belief or theory, so that even at level of we pass directly to practical imperatives. But to stop there is to halt at that kind of criticism which knows how to judge and condemn the present, but not how to comprehend it. 94 To move beyond such criticism we need to reveal the object that makes false consciousness necessary, in a moment, level of, which I have called critique. Once we have accomplished this, we have then done as much as science alone can do for society and people. And the point becomes to transform them. Appendix. A note on the Marxist concept of ideology. It is not my intention here to provide a full treatment of the Marxist concept of ideology, but rather merely to consider two problems associated with it. The first concerns the location of ideology within the topography of historical materialism, the second concerns the criteria for the characterization of beliefs as ideological, and specifically for distinguishing ideology from science. Sciences and ideologies in historical materialism. In the work of the mature Marx, the concept of ideology has a double designation. On the one hand, it is assigned to the superstructure to be explained in terms of the base, and on the other, it forms part of the analysis of the base itself, most notably in the figure of commodity fetishism. Now this double designation, not to say schism, in the thematization of the concept of ideology within Marxism itself reflects a historical fact of some importance. Marx inaugurated two distinct research programs, an economic theory, or critique, of the capitalist mode of production, elaborated above all in Capital, and a theory of history, historical materialism, sketched, for example, in the famous 1859 preface and put to work in a few justly celebrated conjunctural analyses. But he never satisfactorily integrated the two. And it was left to Engels, and subsequent Marxists, following their own intuitions and Marx's clues, to try to resolve the problems engendered by this original cleavage within Marxism. Foremost among such problems is of course that of reconciling the thesis of the relative autonomy and specific efficacy of the various superstructures with that of their determination in the last instance by the base, cn 43 below. In general terms, Marxists have long recognized two errors: idealism, dislocation of a superstructure from the base, and reductionism, reduction of a superstructure to a mechanical effect or epiphenomenon of the base. Now if one places science within society, as one surely must, these opposed errors can be identified in the works of Althusser in the mid-1960s and of the early Lukács respectively. Thus for Althusser science is effectively completely autonomous 95, while for Lukács it tends to be merely an expression of capitalist society. 96 Lysenkoism, in which science is conceived as a mechanical function of the economic base, is an economistic variant of reductionism. 97. This problem of simultaneously avoiding economic reductionism and theoretical idealism has a direct counterpart on the plane of ideology. For, on the one hand, there is, in capital, a theory of false or superficial economic ideas, which cannot just be extrapolated into a general theory of ideas in capitalist society. And, on the other hand, if historical materialism is to mark any advance over empiricist sociology and historiography, it must presumably provide a framework for accounting for legal, political, cultural, religious, philosophical, and scientific ideas as well as economic ones. Specifically, I want to suggest that ideas cannot just be lumped together and assigned in an undifferentiated block to the category of superstructure, and all activity, including purely economic activity, necessarily has an ideational component or aspect, that is to say, it is unthinkable except in so far as the agent has a conception of what he is doing and why he is doing it. The critique of idealism developed in the German ideology consists, firstly, in the rejection of the Hegelian notion of the autonomous existence of the ideal, 98, and secondly, in the assertion of the primacy of the material over the ideal, 99. But however precisely the latter claim is to be interpreted, Marx can hardly be plausibly committed to a materialist inversion of Hegel on the first count, viz. as asserting the autonomous existence of the material in social life. Thus the crude distinction economic base/ideological superstructure must be rejected and replaced instead by a conception of the different ideologies associated with the different practices, including both scientific practices and the practices identified, in any particular formation, as basic. Of course these ideologies will stand in various relations to one another, and sometimes reveal striking homologies and straightforward functionalities. But this way of looking at ideologies leaves open their nature and relations for substantive scientific investigation. Moreover, it allows both that the various practices may have different, and varying, degrees of autonomy from the base, and that in some cases the practices concerned may have relatively autonomous bases of their own. 100. In its classical tradition, Marxism has conceived ideologies as systems of false beliefs, arising in response to the objective conditions of material existence and as playing an essential role in reproducing social relations of production. Typically, moreover, it has opposed ideology to science, and science has been conceived, at least by Marx, Engels, and Lenin, as a weapon in the emancipation of the working class. Ideology is categorically false consciousness, grounded in the existence of a particular historically contingent form of society and serving the interests of a system of domination intrinsic to it. Now, as Poulantzas has noted, the only fully worked out theory of ideology in Marxism is in Marx's critique of political economy, so it is to this that we must turn in considering what is involved in the Marxist notion of a critique, and the counterposition of ideology to science. B. Science v. Ideology in the critique of political economy. I suggest that a system of beliefs may be characterized as ideological, within this conceptual lineage, if and only if three types of criteria, which I shall call critical, explanatory, and categorical, are satisfied. To consider the critical criteria first, in order to designate I as ideological, one must be in possession of a theory T which can do the following. Explain most, or most significant, phenomena, under its own descriptions, explained by I. Explain in addition a significant set of phenomena not explained by I. To satisfy the explanatory criteria for the designation of I as ideological, T must be able to do the following. Explain the reproduction of I and, if possible, specify the limits of I and the conditions for its transformation, specifically. 3. In terms of a real stratification or connection described in T but altogether absent from or obscured in I. Explain, or at least situate, itself within itself. Finally, to satisfy the categorical criteria for the designation of I as ideological, I must be unable to satisfy either of the following. A criterion of scientificity, specifying the minimum necessary conditions for the characterization of a production as scientific, or a criterion of domain adequacy, specifying the minimum necessary conditions for a theory to sustain the historical or social nature of its subject matter. And T must be able to satisfy both. And explicate the sense in which T is cognitively superior to 7.101 but assigns to T a specific type of cognitive superiority. It possesses an ontological depth or totality that I lacks. Demarcates social scientific from natural scientific explanation. The condition that beliefs about phenomena, as well as phenomena, are to be explained derives from the internality of social theories with respect to their subject matter. And this of course also indicates the desirability of the satisfaction of a criterion of reflexivity, viz. It should perhaps be stressed that one is only justified in characterizing a system of beliefs as ideological if one is in possession of a theory that can explain them. The categorical criteria and presuppose of course that T, or some meta-theory consistent with it, specifies the appropriate conditions. For Marx, classical political economy satisfied, but not properly speaking, in virtue of the category mistakes, such as that of fetishism, in which it was implicated. But vulgar economy did not even satisfy. Finally, it should be noted that, traditionally, theoretical ideologies have been distinguished from the forms of consciousness they reflect, or rationalize, so that within the analysis of any an internal differentiation with respect to discursive level will be necessary. Now let us put this formal apparatus to work on capital. Capital is subtitled A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production. It is at one and the same time a critique of bourgeois political economy, a critique of the economic conceptions of everyday life that, according to Marx, bourgeois political economy merely reflects or rationalizes, and a critique of the mode of production that renders these conceptions necessary for the agents engaging in it. It is the structure of this triple critique that provides the key to the analysis of ideology in Marx's mature economic writings. For Marx, vulgar economy merely reflects the phenomenal forms of bourgeois life. It does not penetrate to the essential reality that produces these forms. 102 But it is not just laziness or scientific bad faith that accounts for this. For the phenomenal forms that are reflected or rationalized in ideology actually mask the real relations that generate them. As Godlier has put it, it is not the subject who deceives himself. 37 Finally, we must credit Freud with extending, through the concept of the unconscious, the range of application of the concepts of belief and desire, and hence of the scope of the pattern of the naturalistic explanation of human action that I have here been vindicating. 38. Emergent powers and materialism I, against reductionism. It is plausible, if wrong, to think that societies are just collectivities of people, and that people in turn are just more or less complex things, so that the subject matter of sociology is just that of psychology or some similar discipline, such as praxeology, systematizing the principles governing the behavior of people, and that the subject matter of psychology is just that of neurophysiology and ultimately physics, systematizing the principles governing the behavior of inanimate matter. Now in Chapter 2 I argued, against methodological individualism, that society, as a real object of possible scientific study, possesses properties irreducible to those of people. Here I want to argue, against materialism, and more particularly that rigorous form of it known as central state materialism. 39, that people possess properties irreducible to those of matter. My aim in attacking materialism is not to comfort any sort of spiritualism, but, on the contrary, precisely to defend the possibility of a science of psychology, and thus to complete my arguments of the second and third sections by showing that the powers traditionally associated with mind, which are invoked in reason explanations, are sui generis real, entailing inter alia the operation of radically new principles of organization. Metaphysically, I shall be advocating a position that I will characterize as synchronic emergent powers materialism, SEPM for short. But I want to leave open the questions as to whether there is a bearer or substance whose powers they are, and, if there is, as to what its identity is. That is, it will remain possible that mind just is a complex or set of powers, as far as we know, historically emergent from and present only in association with matter. but it will equally remain possible that there is a substance, whose nature is at present unknown, which is the bearer of those powers. 40 Now if the latter alternative is correct, viz. that mind consists in the powers of a substance, once more there are two alternatives, that substance just is matter, in whose complex organization mind consists, and that substance is of an immaterial kind. On the first possibility, SEPM reduces to a form of materialism, which could be characterized as a stratified monism, on the second to a species of dualistic interactionism. The first is indicated by neurophysiological evidence, 41, the second by work on paranormal phenomena. 42 But it should be stressed that it is neither necessary nor possible, on the basis of the present limited and conflicting scientific data, to decide on the status of the powers, whose irreducibility I will here be concerned to demonstrate. 43. SEPM may be contrasted not only with the ontological doctrine of materialism, which collapses mental powers to their physical basis or conditions of possibility, but also with the epistemological doctrine of behaviorism, which collapses mental powers to their overt exercise or conditions of identification. CSM, seizing on the second category mistake, with its substitution of behavior for mind, attempts to achieve a metaphysical economy by identifying those inner states responsible for outward behavior with the physico-chemical workings of the brain, or more fully central nervous system. 44 It is thus a species of reductionism. I have pointed out elsewhere that the notion of a reduction is ambiguous. 45 If it is asserted that B can be reduced to A, it may be being claimed merely that A provides a basis for B, that A explains B, or that knowledge of A enables us to predict the behavior of B. It is uncontroversial that the brain provides a basis, medium, or vehicle of mental powers, and that it is a condition of the possibility of their existence, exercise and identification. But a distinction must be made in respect of the kind of explanatory reduction contemplated in. For a diachronic explanatory reduction, in which the processes of the formation of the higher order entities are reconstructed and explained in terms of the principles governing the elements out of which they are formed, is compatible with synchronic emergence, on which the higher order principles cannot be completely explained in terms of lower order ones. Note that it is to the former that biologists are committed in investigating the origins of life, but it is to the denial of the latter that the materialist is committed. My argument is for synchronic emergence, and is compatible with the possibility of a biological explanation of the genesis of mental processes. Presupposes, of course, a closure. Now, reductionism has often appealed to social scientists and psychologists as a way of overcoming their backwardness. What the reductionists forget is that every historically successful example of a reduction has depended upon the prior existence of a well-developed body of knowledge in the domain of the to-be-reduced science which, in a reduction, is then explained. But of course the very problem in the human sciences is that there is no such body of knowledge, so that there is nothing for a reduction to explain. So that as a program for their development, reductionism must fail. Even if, per impossibile, the ontological theses of individualism and materialism were true, epistemologically speaking, societies would first have to be identified and understood as societies and people as people before their explanatory reduction could be scientifically contemplated. It is instructive to compare the reductions moved by individualism and materialism, viz. Despite disanalogies, 46 neither satisfies two general criteria for a successful explanatory reduction, viz. that it must be the case that the individuals of the two kinds cannot be said to occupy the same place at the same time and one not be a part of the other, and that the terms of the two sciences either are at least partially intertranslatable or, if they possess well-developed independent taxonomies, overlap in at least some of their reference states. C1 indicates that a reduction is in general possible because the lower-order entities occupy a different volume of space, either larger or more usually smaller. But this is clearly not the case with the reductions postulated here. Thus it makes no sense to locate an economy or set of beliefs at some point in space. Consideration of C2 shows another reason why, even if the theses of materialism and individualism were true, the possibility of a successful reduction of psychology or sociology would depend upon their prior development as autonomous sciences. For there is no way in which neurophysiological states N1 could be identified as the correlates of psychological states P1, PK except under psychological state descriptions. In the same way, actions would first have to be identified as economic, political, religious, etc., that is, under some social state description, for their psychological correlates to be found. So that in both cases the to-be-reduced science has taxonomic priority. But this only raises a more general problem. For it would seem that to identify the relevant P and S states, one needs to impute to the objects under study properties of a kind whose imputation to the lower order domain is not only literally senseless, but would vitiate the point of the contemplated reduction. Cybernetically, these differences are reflected in the fact that S processes are typically teleonomic, P processes teleological and N processes mechanical. As for the possibility of referential overlap, reductionism encounters a double difficulty here. For not only is it the case that the same social or psychological states can be realized in a number, probably infinite, of different ways, 47, but the reverse, viz. multiple social or psychological correlates of psychological or physiological states, also seems to hold. 48 Now, on the first count, given the fact of categorical differentiation and the phenomenon of emergent causality, reductionism becomes irrelevant to the scientifically interesting questions as to why one S state rather than another is realized, and why it is realized in the particular P way it is. And, on the second count, given that the relations between the levels reveal not a degree of complexity in the functional organization of unchanging units, but instead a radical mismatch, no explanation of this mismatch can be achieved in the unilinear reductive kind of way posited in M1 and CSM. In sum, then, the programs of explanatory reduction considered here suffer from individually and jointly insuperable problems of individuation, identification, categorical differentiation, emergent causality, and referential disjuncture. It should be noted that it follows from the breakdown of the thesis of the symmetry of explanation and prediction in open systems that an explanatory reduction, even of a synchronic kind, does not entail a predictive one. However, the actualist is also committed to, in virtue of his presupposition of a closure. 49 In a moment I will show that a person's neurophysiology cannot constitute a closed system. But here it is important to appreciate that both the intelligibility of the natural process of evolution and the operation of machines presuppose a world in which, although everything happens in accordance with physical laws, what happens is not completely determined by them. There is no uniquely determined or predetermined path linking amoebae to humans. Relations of natural generation are not in general transitive. Thus it is not the case that because S1 produced S2 and S2 produced S3 that S1 produced S3. Nor is it the case that the entities at S3 are incapable of reacting back on the levels S2 or S1 out of which they were formed. Again, machines can only be explained by reference to their principles of organization. These principles, though they make use of and are constrained by physical laws, cannot be completely explained by them. The laws concerned have to be set or organized, just as, to step up a level, the hardware of a computer has to be programmed. Now if, as is the case with living things, reference to emergent properties is necessary for the explanation of states of the physical world, then, employing the causal criterion for the ascription of reality set out in Chapter 1, we are justified in saying that such properties are real. 50 It is important to stress that if and only if it is the case that some event E would not have occurred, under the conditions that actually prevailed but for X, then we are justified in calling X a cause of E. Whether or not we know the nature of the mechanism at work. Now the powers that make psychology possible cannot be seen or touched, tasted, smelled, or heard. But their existence and exercise are all the same a condition of the possibility of any empirical science. Emergent powers and materialism too, in defense of transcategorial causality. Having examined the problems involved in the reduction contemplated by CSM, I now want to demonstrate that it is a metaphysically untenable position. In particular, it will be seen that it faces difficulties of analysis and in sustaining adequate concepts of causality and of social interaction. I shall argue that on consideration of these three sets of difficulties, CSM reduces to epiphenomenalism, parallelism and a pre-established harmony of monads respectively, that other theories, such as the double aspect one, fare no better, and that only a synchronic emergent powers materialism is consistent with the phenomena, and a fortiori with the possibility of psychology as a science of mind. The materialist claim is that, mind is nothing but, is identical with, physico-chemical operations of the brain, or central nervous system. Two naive objections to must be dismissed straight away. Firstly, there is no problem about explaining the phenomena of mind-body interaction, because, upon analysis, it just reduces to a body-body one. Secondly, there is no problem, in principle, in sustaining a distinction between conscious and non-conscious states, in that they are theoretically differentiable as different states of matter. However, to suppose that some n-states are p-states requires criteria for the differentiation of those n-states, say n-p-states, which are mind states from those n-states which are not, that is, it requires criteria for the differentiation of the mental from the purely physical. Cognitive processes would seem to be differentiated from non-cognitive ones in that they are at least typically conscious, referential, and intentional. Now it would seem that for A and B to be identical, it must be the case that what can be truly said about A can also be truly said about B. Given this, reduces to the claim that what can be truly said about P states can be truly said about NP states. But this is patently false. For it cannot be said that brain processes are about anything, that they are meaningful, or that they are true or false, or that they are of or for something. 51 Thus the materialist claim cannot be that what can be truly said about P states can equally be truly said about N states. Instead, the materialist would seem to have to maintain either that some things cannot be truly said about P states, or that NP states explain P states, but that the languages in which the NP and P states, viz. LNP and LP, are referred to and discussed are radically incommensurable. Is absurd. For it is a necessary condition for any discursive intelligence that it should be able to refer and intend, explicate, and judge. In this way mentalistic predicates are irreducible. And contrary to the claims of materialists 52, it is only a non-reductionist metaphysics that can bring itself within its own worldview. Moreover, is inconsistent with any thesis of identity. For an illusion is not identical with what explains it. But this leads on immediately to. For it would seem that the X sense must be explicated roughly as follows: NP states explain P states in such a way as to show that they are in fact identical, that is, that the NP states picked out in LNP designate one and the same thing as the P states picked out in LP. Note that this makes a scientific discovery turn on a recategorization, whereas what happens in science is the opposite. That is, scientists discover that what is referred to as water or a gene is in fact composed of molecules of H20 or DNA, where they possess independent criteria for the identification and or description of the properties of the explanandum. Moreover, such an explanatory recategorization in science does not deny, but depends upon, the notion of the higher order level and its properties being real. What is the case with? Either the P states are real and they possess the kind of characteristics ascribed to them, in which event CSM reduces to old-fashioned epiphenomenalism, which talk of identity only serves to obscure, or the P states are illusory, and their alleged characteristics unreal, in which event no identity can hold and CSM collapses. For if P states are identical with the NP states they cannot be illusions, and if P states are illusions they cannot be identical with the NP states that are held to explain them. 53 Thus the argument from analysis shows that, in Huxley's words, we are either conscious automata or we are not automata at all. If CSM denies the irreducibility of P states, epiphenomenalism of course denies their causal status. Now, before showing the absurdity involved in the denial of the irreducible and causal status of mind states, I want to consider two familiar objections to any non-reductionist theory that posits causal interaction between P and N states. First, that for any causal interaction there must be a common medium, or cause and effect must share common properties. 54. And second, that if there are no such medium or properties, then what is being posited is an arbitrary and or unscientific break in the chain of causes and effects. The second objection, betraying the legacy of actualism, need not detain us long, as I have already dealt with it in the second section. SEPM requires no exemption from scientific laws, and the emergence it attributes to mind is entirely consistent with any adequate scientific ontology. Thus, again contrary to materialist propaganda 55, if it is assumed that neurophysiology effectively constitutes a closed system, then, with the temporary exception of a few astronomic contexts, it is woman that is being anointed as the exception in nature. The first objection is more strongly grounded in scientific intuitions and practice. For in general this would demand that where elements of two kinds seem to be systematically connected, as cause and effect, one discovers the nature of the mechanism that links them. However, that this demand is made does not mean that it can always be satisfied. Little does it worry purveyors of this objection that the linchpin of the Newtonian system, gravity, did not satisfy it, and that it is not satisfied by the effects of magnetic fields on material things. Now it is certainly the case that such causality as holds between beliefs and matter must be conceived, in the absence of any knowledge of a connecting mechanism, as transcategorial. But transcategorial causality is no stranger to science. And provided there are ways of identifying and describing behavior at the two levels in relative independence of one another, there is no reason why the properties of the cause level, and a fortiori the relations between the levels, should not be studied in accordance with the most rigorous canons of empirical science. To stress, we do not know how P states affect N states, but that they do is apodictically demonstrable, in that it is a condition of possibility of any practical or rational activity at all. Moreover, we will never find out how P states affect N states unless we make the P states the site of an autonomous science. 56. Consider now a crucial ambiguity in the program of CSM. For, wishing both to identify and explain mind in terms of the physico-chemical operations of the brain, one must ask, what, on any given occasion, explains these operations? Could it, at least in the NP case, be anything other than mind? 57. Leaving this on one side, it is clear that the materialist must be committed to the view that N states are a necessary and sufficient condition for a person's overt behavior. 01. OT. It may be granted that there is a difference in the type of N state with which consciousness is associated. But it remains a contingent fact that for any determinate complex of N states, say Nx, there is a particular state of consciousness, say Pk, associated with it. And in particular it must be the case that Pk does not influence behavior Os at all. For either consciousness is illusory or it is real, and if it is real and CSM is to retain any doctrinal substance, then it must be the case that Nx is necessary and sufficient for Os, that is, that Os would have occurred, given Nx, whatever the P state associated with it. Thus the movement of my hand across the paper, the sequence of sounds issuing from my mouth, the motion of my legs across the room, the shutting of the window and the resultant frightening of a sparrow would all have occurred just as they did without their conscious concomitants, and indeed were they to have been associated with quite different ones. This extraordinary position is in fact of course nothing other than the old 17th century theory of parallelism, according to which mind never intervenes in the physical world, but its history is, as it happens, so arranged and timed as to be in perfect synchrony with the history of our bodies, and in such a way that it seems to us that we are the cause of some but not other of its movements, which are, mirabile dictu, precisely those which we intend. The definitive critique of CSM, as distinct from the affront to our intuitions yielded by considerations of analysis and causality, is provided by an argument which is both novel and simple. It is clear that the materialist is committed to the notion that for any psychological state there is in principle a finite and determinate set of prior or concomitant neurophysiological states uniquely and completely determining it, so that a person's neurophysiology describes an effectively closed system. Now if this is the case, we clearly cannot allow any P state causally to intervene in, or affect, the sequence of N states in a person's body. How then is communication, or social interaction generally, possible? For suppose B says to A, pass the condiments at T, and A does so, that is, performs action XA. We must now suppose either that XA is uniquely determined by some set of physiological states N1, Nn such that XA would have been performed without S speech action, or that B's speech action as interpreted by A was causally efficacious in bringing about XA. Now involves a P state of B's as a part of a causal series between some prior N state of A's and XA, and conversely a P state of A's as part of a causal series between some prior N state of B's and B's subsequent action, XB, of taking the condiments from A. Moreover, as, discounting a line of last resort to be discussed below, there is no direct physical link between A and B, one must allow that, in the case of interpersonal communication, mind affects matter. Once this is accepted, we can then extend it to cover all the other normal cases of mind-body interaction, of agency, and of perception. 58 That is, we can quite readily allow that a person's own P states can be the cause of his or her own actions, that is, of some but not other of his or her movements. Was it strictly necessary to introduce other persons for the argument? No, provided that the socialized individual is set in the context of a natural world which is open. For, literally, if it rains, and A opens his/her umbrella or takes any other form of protective or evasive action, the deterministic chain of neurophysiological states is broken. Surprisingly, perhaps, individualism, that other reductionist position in the philosophy of the human sciences, and, beneath that, epistemological solipsism and idealism appear as conditions of the plausibility of materialism. For materialism is only really plausible if one thinks of a single mind and a single body, in isolation from other persons and in abstraction from the rest of nature, and inquires into the manner of their connection. To deny causal interaction between P and N states becomes absurd when we remember that the normal venue for the exercise of our cognitive powers is in situations of social interaction, and paradigmatically in dialogue or communication. For clearly here the link between agents is not neurophysiological, but P-ish, psychological, and interpretative. And to deny the phenomenon of agency becomes impossible when we recall that the normal setting for the exercise of our bodily powers is in interaction with, and transformation of, nature. The line of last resort mentioned above is for the materialist to deny that the link between agents in communication is, or depends upon, anything other than purely physical laws. 59 Of course what are interpreted in communication are physical phenomena, such as sounds. But it cannot be maintained that there is a direct link, unmediated by interpretation, between the sound and the ensuing physical action. For, setting aside the obvious fact that it is the interpretation put upon the sound, not the sound itself, that is causally responsible for the resultant behavior, there is no one-to-one correlation between sounds and behavior. This is shown, at the very least, by the existence of, and the possibility of learning, different languages or, alternatively, forms of life. It should be noted that even if a physicalistic behaviorist reduction could be carried out, this would not affect the argument establishing the openness of any one person's neurophysiology. And if a materialist is willing to concede this, then materialism loses all distinctiveness as a philosophical thesis, and reduces merely to a form of general Laplacian determinism. Now the only alternative to above, viz., entails that XA is determined by an antecedent set of physiological states, such that, had B not asked A to pass the condiments, she would still have done so. CSM now reduces to a form of Leibnizian pre-established harmony of monads, in which each person's neurophysiology is so synchronized with every other's that it appears as if they were talking and laughing, smiling, and winking. And in which each person's neurophysiology is so synchronized with the nature of every other object that it appears as if they were fitting and turning, digging, and building. If one is prepared to countenance this, in the name of science, then one might as well set all skepticism aside and accept that there are fairies at the bottom of the garden, and gnomes to boot. Double aspect theories, which provide a currently fashionable alternative to CSM, suffer from the defects of ambivalent ontological commitment. For either the mental attributes are real or they are not. If they are real, then double aspect theory reduces to SEPM, and, if they are not, it reduces to a form of materialism. If, on the other hand, the question is ducked, then one is left without any non-subjective criterion for the imputation of the mental attributes in question, or even for the imputation of any mental attributes at all. Suppose the relationship between P and N states is conceived, as is sometimes suggested, as analogous to that between meanings and sounds, such that P states are the meanings given by S/he who experiences them to some but not other of his/her N states. Now it is the meanings of the words and sentences we utter and our intentions in uttering them that explain the particular sounds we make. So that if meanings are regarded as Spinozian attributes of sounds, their reality and causal efficacy as social objects must be admitted. And if the particular occasions of their production are not to be regarded as physically determined, then reasons as psychological objects must be granted reality and causal status too. My defense of the possibility of a transcendental realist ontology in the domain of the psychological sciences is complete. The powers associated with mind are both real, that is, causally efficacious, and irreducible, that is, emergent from matter. But any full defense of the possibility of a transcendental realist psychology must be complemented by critiques of behaviorism, which could reduce powers to their exercise, and of praxeology, which would make our knowledge of them a priori. In Chapter 2 it was seen that the pre-existence of social forms is a necessary condition for any intentional action, and that their reality is entailed by their causal power. Here it has been seen that intentionality, and more generally praxis, presuppose the causal efficacy of reasons. Indeed, an intentional action may be defined as an action which has a real reason for its cause. We now have criteria differentiating the social from the individual, and both from the purely physical or material. And we have seen how a non-physicalist naturalism can be vindicated in both the social and the psychological branches of the human sciences. Rational explanation. Behaviorism is moribund, if not yet quite dead. But there is still considerable support for rational explanation from all points of the philosophical compass. The model was originally proposed by writers sympathetic to the hermeneutical tradition as an alternative to the deductive nomological one, emphasizing rational rather than natural necessity, the thing to do rather than the thing done, etc. 60. But it was subsequently appropriated by positivists and shown to conform to a deductive schema, with some or other principle of rationality taking the place of empirical covering laws. 61. Now the model of rational explanation, at least in its canonical positivist form, suffers from all the difficulties of the deductive nomological model, in that it presupposes the ubiquity of closed systems. And in most of the patterns actually canvassed it even neglects the multiplicity of means and plurality of ends that typify most real-life action situations. 62. However, as an instantiation of mainstream praxeology, it also suffers from the problems endemic to that position. Thus it characteristically ignores the interdependence of means and ends and the temporal and explanatory primacy of social practices over the intentional human actions that reproduce or transform them. However, conceived as a mode of explanation in its own right, it involves a number of additional difficulties. First, it is not exhaustive. It only applies to actions, and to their explanation in terms of the properties of agents. Moreover, it only applies to those actions which can be adequately reconstructed as the outcome of rational decision-making procedures, and hence to those agents who are at the time of, and in respect of, the action concerned rational. Second, it appears to be either circular or unnecessary. For if there is, as has been claimed, no way of identifying the agent's beliefs and desires without imputing rationality, then it should not be treated as a quasi-empirical premise in a deductive explanation, but as a presupposition of investigation. Conversely, if such ways exist, then it is unclear why the principle is necessary. Third, if it is superimposed as a norm, it is at best indecisive. For there is no criterion of rationality which uniquely singles out a course of action as the thing to do. Conversely, an infinite number of different sets of beliefs and desires is in principle consistent with the performance of the action. Hence, as a presupposition it cannot be sufficient for the identification of the generative belief-desire complex. Fourth, whether rationality is treated as a synthetic a priori assumption or an empirical hypothesis, it is manifestly false. There is no reason to believe that any, let alone all, historical individuals are rational all the time in any of the moot senses of rationality, 63, and in fact there are excellent grounds for supposing the contrary. Finally, if rationality is allowed to be a variable, another element of indeterminacy is introduced, stemming from the possibility of showing the action to be more or less rational, apparently subject to our value preferences. Three main issues are raised by these points: the falsity of rationality as a general assumption, the sense in which it may nevertheless still be held to be necessary, and the so-called problem of the indeterminacy of translation. Considering I will in general restrict my remarks to consistency, which is normally, perhaps incorrectly, taken to be a necessary, if not a sufficient, condition for rationality. Now in science one chooses that explanation which has the greatest explanatory power simpliciter. To suppose synthetic a priori that every belief or action has a rationale, that is, psychic ubiquity determinism, is merely to suppose that for every belief or action there is a set of real reasons which, in conjunction with other causes, explains it. It is to suppose that the action is in part the result of a causally efficacious reason, and hence of some causally efficacious reasoning process. It is neither to suppose that reasons completely explain every action, nor to suppose that any reasoning process occurring prior to the action is valid. If such a reasoning process occurs or has occurred, it figures in an explanation of the action in virtue of its causal efficacy, not in virtue of its validity. Just as real reasons may be false, real reasoning processes may be invalid. And the key point to appreciate is that one can adequately depict a contradictory situation, one can, and must, make sense of nonsense, 64, and one can, and must, consistently describe, and explain, inconsistencies. There are conditions, and causes, of incorrect and correct reasoning 65 both alike, quite symmetrically, must be subjected to scientific investigation. 66 Both the errors of thinking inconsistency ontologically impossible, and consistency epistemologically self-explanatory, must be avoided. The inconsistencies that occur within reasoning processes may be either relatively unmotivated, as in most mathematical mistakes, or relatively motivated, as in most forms of neurotic behavior. In both cases their identification presupposes a relatively consistent metatheory. But in the motivated case the fact that the reasoning is mistaken is essential to its explanation. Consider the unmotivated case. Would it not be absurd to suppose that every logical or mathematical mistake was the expression of some underlying rationale, in the sense of correct reasoning process? Note: to dispense with the a priori assumption of rationality is not per se to eliminate the possibility of deductively tight explanations of phenomena. For, though one cannot deduce a mistake, one can certainly deduce its occurrence. It is vital to distinguish the reasoning process of theory from the reasoning process theory seeks to describe. As an example of a motivated mistake, consider Freud's rat man, who slimmed to get rid of his dick, when he really wanted to get rid of his cousin, of whose relationship with his girlfriend he was jealous. 67 Now one can certainly see the symbolic point of the rat man's mistake. However, one should note that Freud's explanation, and his general theory of primary processes, are consistent with the rat man's overeating, to become fat, that is, like his cousin Dick, so that it would be wrong to think that one can adequately reconstruct all neurotic behavior as the product of symbolically valid syllogisms with determinate premises. Moreover, there are no grounds for supposing that it will be possible to give hermeneutically adequate reconstructions for all motivated errors. Thus we may have indisputable grounds for supposing an error to be motivated without knowing what the motivation is, and we may know what the motive is without its necessarily being intelligible to us. In addition to inconsistencies within reasoning processes, the psychological sciences must consider the possibilities of inconsistencies between subjects at any moment of time, inconsistencies within subjects and over time, inconsistencies between the roles assumed and the activities performed by the same subject, and, more generally, inconsistencies between levels of structure, is of course a necessary condition for any discursive activity, has been thoroughly explored by social psychologists. Which is highly indicated by psychological theory, casts serious doubt upon the traditional philosophical notions of the transcendental unity of the subject and of personal identity. A special case of is rationalization, involving an inconsistency within a subject between how something really is and how it appears to be. When, as in typical instances of repression, the rationalization is both necessary for and generated by what it rationalizes, one has a psychological analog of the Coletti contradictions discussed in the appendix to Chapter 2. Man is not a monad. And contrary to the implications of the epistemic fallacy, the tacit identification of the conditions of thought and the real, inconsistencies of all these types not only occur, but are consistently explicable. Their explanation will normally be partly in terms of the existence and activity of the opposed tendencies of complex structured objects and partly in terms of the interference characteristic of open systems. 68 Since the objects one is dealing with here possess beliefs, the inconsistencies will be logical ones. Consistency, suitably qualified, for example by the requirements of the scientific imagination, is at best a regulative ideal for scientific description. It is not a material presupposition of investigation. That is to say, consistency relates to the transitive process of science production as a norm, not to the intransitive realm of its objects as a condition. What has been said so far presupposes that the identification of the agent's beliefs is unproblematic. But, turning to issue, this is just what is often denied. Thus it is claimed that there is no way in which beliefs can be identified without imputing to the agent in question, or the society of which he is a member, a degree of rationality 69 or a measure of coherence 70, just as actions cannot be described without presupposing intentionality. Now one must immediately dismiss the naive counter-objection to this claim, viz. that there are certainly such ways, for example, taking the actor's account seriously and cross-checking it for consistency with the rest of his or her behavior and independently validated theoretical knowledge. For the account must already have been translated and the behavior identified for such operations to be possible, and it is precisely such translation/identification that is in question. This leads on immediately to: for it is clear that there is no way in which beliefs can be identified independently of meanings or vice versa. To make a decision about language is ipso facto to make a decision about the thoughts language expresses. Now the general resolution of this problem depends upon coming to see that this problem of identification cannot be separated from the problem of explanation. Thus one chooses that translation which is explanatorily most adequate, whether or not it is the most charitable, in the context of what is already known about the organization of the society in question. Clearly this problem is only a special case of the parahermeneutic problem of the correct identification of phenomena in science. And the process of deciding translations by setting descriptions in the context of their own explanation is a continuous and iterative one, which inter alia may necessitate revisions in judgments of the rationality of beliefs and actions in the object domain under study. In the same way the general problem of the underdetermination of theory by experience is resolved by choosing the theory which is phenomenally most adequate, whether or not it is the simplest, that is, by locating possible explanations of phenomena in the context of their own explanation. Again, where the phenomena are human, this may result in changing assessments of consistency, etc. It follows from the conception of the society/person relationship developed in the third section of Chapter 2 that any given society has psychological conditions for its existence, since its reproduction depends upon human agency. Now human beings, like any other empirically given object, are fields of effects. So it would indeed be surprising if persons constituted themselves, just as they stood, as suitable objects for scientific inquiry. Moreover, we have known since Freud that mind cannot be naively identified with consciousness, and that man is both already a social product and from the start a physical organism. It seems reasonable to deduce from this that though a stratified science of psychology is possible, its autonomy will be circumscribed by sociology and physiology in particular. It follows from the theoretical dislocation of society and persons and the hypothesis of the stratification of mind that in the field of the human sciences one is dealing, in opposition to sociological individualism and psychological empiricism, with a double descent ring, of society from man, and of mind from consciousness. Now, one effect of the first descent ring is that the category of the biological individual may be an unsuitable designator for socio-psychological and social psychological analysis. For associated with each biological individual may be a number of distinct and inconsistent social personas, 71, some connected, and some not, to definite roles in the reproduction of society. This situates the possibilities of role conflict, various forms of alienation and anomie, and more generally of a disjuncture between personal and social identity, 72, that is, between what a person essentially is and what, in virtue of his or her social designation or station, he is obliged to be. Corresponding to this distinction are two characteristic patterns of explanation, modes of reason-giving, and sources of existential crisis. Thus, there are things that agents do because they want to and things that they do because such action is expected of them, 73 reasons that express the genesis of actions and reasons that account for those actions to others, crises induced by a disruption in psychic equilibrium and crises induced by an alteration in social relations. And the stratification of mind itself has two aspects, the depth stratification of beliefs and the vertical integration of purposes. If the stratification of beliefs defines a psyche, the integration of purposes defines a project. The articulation of a psyche defines a person, and the hierarchy of projects a life. The descent ring of mind from consciousness entails quite generally that performance and overt activity becomes inadequate designators for the cognitive sciences, and it breaks the link, in this domain, between belief and or ability and consciousness of that belief knowledge of that ability. In particular, the agent may be unaware of the springs and internal conditions, as well as the external conditions and consequences, of his her intentional activity. For though it is analytic to the concept of an intended act that the agent believes his her act to possess a certain quality, it is not analytic that he can say, is conscious of, or knows what this quality is. Beliefs may be unconscious, implicit, or tacit, and the disjuncture between belief and consciousness of that belief may be due either to ignorance or opacity, of which repression is a special case, in which mis- or non-recognition of the object concerned is causally generated by the effects of a structural formation of which the object concerned is an essential part. Now it follows from this second descent ring that though psychic unity may be a goal, and is certainly an accomplishment, it is not a presupposition of any science of psychology. Of course, this reconstruction of the concept of a person in no way undermines the actuality of people as real objects with emergent powers necessary inter alia for the reproduction of society. Moreover, persons are already presupposed as one term in any scientific investigation. It is an error to believe in the possibility of any scientific, let alone social scientific, discourse which eliminates self-reference or indexicality. The date is an indispensable component of any scientific report. Because active subjects are a necessary presupposition of science, that they exist is transcendentally necessary. But such subjects are transcendentally real, not ideal, and, as such, they are also possible objects of scientific investigation. Moreover, this second descent ring does not imply any lessening in the force of the concept of agency. Dogs continue to bark when one understands how they do so, agents continue to act when one understands the phenomenon of agency as the effect of deeper structures. Of course, the difference here is that such knowledge may be incorporated reflexively into the course of action itself, as in the human sphere beliefs are themselves causes. It has been well said that if Copernicus showed that the Earth was not the center of the universe and Darwin demonstrated that humanity is not its telos or goal, Marx removed man from the center of the stage of history and Freud displaced consciousness from its nodal position as the unifying source of the individual's activity. 74 The significance of this fourfold descent ring is profound. Henceforth human beings appear, like any other empirically given object, as phenomena, complex productions of structures they have not produced and of which they have no automatically privileged knowledge. Yet a human is still an agent, possessing powers, whose acquisition, development, and exercise is a necessary condition for any scientific enterprise. The correct response to Bishop Bramhall's attempted reductio of Hobbes' actualism 75 is to welcome the comparison, as allowing a contrast between the distinct powers of people and things, in virtue of which, for example, the predicate free is sometimes applicable to a person's situation. From the standpoint of transcendental realism, rivers, hydrochloric acid, and humans are equally agents, products, possible objects of scientific investigation. Any metaphysically significant differences between them must be located at the level of their different kinds of properties/powers, not in their possession, generation, or susceptibility to scientific explanation per se. There are two further aspects to the Copernican descent ring of man, the establishment of a philosophical ontology or intransitive dimension, and the establishment of a materialist epistemology or transitive dimension. Propositions inarticulate the conditions of things independent of, but necessary for, science. Propositions inarticulate the mechanisms of the production of scientific knowledge. A consequence of the elaboration of is that knowledge, irrespective of object, must be viewed as a social process irreducible to a purely individual acquisition. It is analytic to the concept of action that the agent could have acted otherwise. But an agent is only free to the extent that he is capable of realizing his or her real interests. Clearly not all actions are free in this sense. Now it is a necessary condition for the concept of action that the world is open, in the sense that the agent's activity makes a difference to the state of affairs that would otherwise have prevailed. As the world is open, an agency is real, and as society is only materially present in intentional human action, it follows that social phenomena only ever manifest themselves in open systems. And from this it follows that any possible social laws must be analyzed as tendencies. Because society is in transformation, and to the extent that human beings are social products, these tendencies will be historical. And from this, as we shall now see, critiques of the leading philosophies of the human sciences quickly follow. Chapter 4 Philosophies. Metaphilosophical Preliminaries. An account of science can be criticized, or shown to be inadequate, in a number of ways. A transcendental refutation is obtained if it can be shown to be inconsistent with the possibility of science, or of certain generally recognized scientific activities. Clearly such a refutation itself presupposes a transcendental analysis, for one must know what the conditions of science's possibility are that the refuted account cannot sustain. Such an analysis will in general be able to show under what conditions, if any, the refuted account obtains, that is, what the conditions of possibility of the erroneous account itself are. I shall call such a transcendental demonstration a transcendental situation. It is an argument in the philosophy of science, rather than the philosophy of science, and it stands to Kant's dialectic rather as a transcendental analysis stands to his analytic. Both together comprise one sense of the term critique, what I shall call a transcendental critique. In addition to such transcendental problems, an inadequate account of science may generate theoretical, empirical, and methodological problems, and it may be subjected to criticism on these and at least one other kind of ground, viz. that of its social effects, for example as some or other ideology. Theoretical, empirical, and methodological problems are problems of theory articulation, theory confirmation and theory application respectively. Social problems pertain to the effects of the application, or the attempted application, of the account of science. Clearly it is not only inadequate accounts which encounter these sorts of problems, adequate ones may do so too, but they do not generate them in virtue of their falsity, and so cannot, for example, function as ideology. Criticism of an account of science on theoretical grounds seeks either to show that the account is internally inconsistent or, if it is consistent, that it produces problems insuperable in its own terms. Such an immanent critique may suggest that there is a transcendental one, but it does not in itself enable us to identify it. Both transcendental and immanent critiques may be reinforced with reductions ad absurdum. Reductios derive their force from a confrontation with, or affront to, our intuitions. They can never be absolutely decisive in philosophy. For it is always possible that it is our intuitions that is at fault. But transcendental and immanent critiques must be distinguished from what I shall characterize as an explanatory critique. Such a critique of an account of science presupposes not just a transcendental critique. It involves in addition an explanation of the reproduction of the account as an accepted and lived body of beliefs, which necessitates a mode of substantive sociological explanation. Now such an explanatory critique, insofar as it allows one to show the account to be both false and necessary ipso facto, enables the satisfaction of the minimal criteria for that account as ideological. Such an explanatory critique entails of course an evaluative one. In general, in this study my criticism of philosophical systems is restricted to the level of immanent and transcendental critiques. In the sequel it is developed to the level of explanatory critiques, as I proceed from refutation and situation to substantive explanation. Empirical criticism consists in confronting the account of science with a certain reading of history or set of sociological findings, indicating a variance between scientific practice and its explicit or implicit description in the account under attack. Thus criticism contrasting the complexity, diversity, and apparent irrationality of actual practices with the simplicity, monism and stereotypifying idealism of leading philosophical accounts has assumed great importance in recent years, at least since the publication of The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Indeed it is tantamount to the manifesto of the sociology of science. It is, however, always vulnerable to normative counterattack, in which reality is judged more or less unfavorably in the light of the standards set by the idealized model of science. Such a stratagem can, however, only secure for the philosophical account a temporary or relative reprieve. For if the account is not to be dismissible as totally utopian, it must, under certain conditions, be historically possible, and our evidence for unrealized historical possibilities can only be grounded in our analysis of what has been actualized, as revealed by historical and sociological research. Methodological criticism is the counterpart in the applied or practical sphere to the other modalities of criticism in the realm, so to speak, of theory. Clearly, if an account of science is inconsistent with its possibility, it follows that it cannot be applied. And as such it is subject to direct methodological criticism. But the attempt may still be made to apply an inapplicable theory. And such an attempt may generate in practice a range of highly significant effects. I shall characterize as indirect criticism of a theory on the grounds of the effects of the attempts to apply it, whether or not it is in fact applicable. Such effects may be in principle manifest or latent, discursive or non-discursive, acknowledged or unacknowledged, and overt or covered. Overt effects are straightforward results or consequences of the theory. Covered effects presuppose, or depend upon, for their generation and efficacy aspects of reality which the account denies or cannot sustain. Their identification therefore generally presupposes a transcendental refutation. Covered effects may function tacitly or non-tacitly. In the former case they utilize an implicit contradiction, in the latter case an explicit one. The concept of a covered effect allows us to pose an interesting question: if philosophy is indeed an apodeictic discipline which can establish necessary truths about the world, then what happens if what is necessary in practice is in theory or practice denied? The result of such transcategorial inconsistency will be seen in the sequel to the study to be an algebra, having something of the nature of a logic of false consciousness, in which, for instance, the naturalization of science achieved in classical empiricism can be seen to be accomplished only at the necessary cost of the humanization of nature. Now the effects of such transformations, produced in the esoteric discourse of philosophy, are open questions for sociology. For philosophy, whether it likes it, admits it, or not, is a causal agent in society. And in Volume 3 shall show how, if one wishes to understand the mode of production and reproduction of philosophical systems, they must be conceived as social objects. There I shall argue that it is in the generation of their effects that the explanation of their efficacy as systems of thought very largely lies. Occasionally in this chapter I will indicate an ideological connection. But for the most part I will be content merely to criticize philosophically those efficacious ideologies that in the sequel I set out to explain sociologically. It is, however, worth emphasizing, in view of widespread misunderstanding on this point, that such philosophical criticism is both an indispensable prolegomenon to, and an essential ingredient of, sociological explanation. For the sociology of philosophy cannot be conducted in a philosophical vacuum. On the contrary, it presupposes a transcendental analysis of the activity that is the object of the reflection of the philosophical theory concerned, and, if the theory is false, a corresponding critique. For only in this way can the full array of the effects of the theory be captured, and its mode of reproduction in any actual historical society be successfully delineated. My investigation into the leading philosophies of social science may be conveniently introduced with a paradox. Positivism, grounded in the epistemological datum of the experience of the social scientific subject, produces some concept of the generality of its object, but at the price of rendering social activity quite unlike science, while hermeneutics, grounded in the ontological notion of the conceptuality of the object of social scientific understanding, manages partially to reconstitute the experience of subjects in society, but at the price of rendering social activity insusceptible to science. For the positivist, science is outside society; for the hermeneuticist, society is outside science. Point 1. And this paradox is reflected in the character of the debate, or rather the structure of the confrontation, between the two. The weaknesses of the one position find their antitheses in the strengths of the other. Positivism sustains embryonically adequate concepts of law, ideology, and society; hermeneutics embryonically adequate concepts of subjectivity, meaning and culture. The self-authenticating experience of a subject finds its reflection, or mirror image, in the constitutive conceptualizing activity of an object or, in a significant refraction due to Gadamer, of a subject. Now I have already suggested that it is in the ontology of empirical realism and the conception of man it presupposes that the analytical origins of this antinomic problem field lie. Kantian syntheses, from Weber to Habermas, do not break from this underlying problem field, and as a result merely artificially conjoin the partial insights of the principal disputants. Transcendental realism, in subjecting the underlying problem field itself to critique, situates the possibility of a genuine aufhebung of the quarrel between the champions of meaning and of law. Thus, on the new critical naturalism that emerges, justice is done both to the conceptuality and to the transfactuality of the subject matter of social science. The production of meaning is seen as law-governed but not determined, and the conceptual activity of social agents as at once both necessary for, and necessitated by, social structures and subject to critique both for what it presents and for what it obscures. Now such an explanatory critique is itself a moment in the process it describes. So that social science, on this conception, is critical, self-reflexive and totalizing. And its objects are existentially, but not causally, intransitive, concept-dependent, but not conceptual, and transfactually efficacious, but irreducibly historical. The critique of the positivist tradition: explanation, prediction, and confirmation. Positivism pivots on the Humean theory of causal laws, viz. that laws are or depend upon constant conjunctions of atomistic events or states of affairs, interpreted as the objects of actual or possible experiences. This theory itself follows ineluctably from the requirements that knowledge be certain and given in experience, the empiricist solution to the problem of knowledge, ascribing a predicate knowledge to a subject man. Such a solution presupposes, of course, both a conception of man as passive and autonomized in experience and a conception of the world as constituted by given and atomistic facts, so as to produce its duplex result, viz. That whatever is known is certain and given in experience, and whatever is given in experience and certain is known. And it depends critically upon the ideologically supersaturated and philosophically underanalyzed notions of experience and facts. Experience discharges a double ambiguity, while the facts supervise an impossible correspondence. Most of the debate initiated by positivist philosophy of social science has not, however, been about the Humean theory as such, or about its structurally generative assumptions. Rather, it has revolved around the associated model of explanation or its implications, such as a parity between explanation and prediction, or around Popper's polemical use of Nicod's criterion, which presupposes and implies that theory of laws, to generate a critique of what he calls historicism. The positivist account of science is based on two principles. P1, the principle of empirical invariance, viz. That laws are or depend upon empirical regularities, and P2, the principle of instance confirmation, viz. That laws are confirmed by their instances. Flowing from P1 are characteristic theories of causality, explanation, prediction, and the development of science, and P2 secretes various theories of demarcation and scientific rationality. Point 2 underpinning both is the empiricist solution to the problem of knowledge mentioned above. The characteristic theory of explanation is implicit in Hume, was made explicit by Mill and Jevons, and has been enthusiastically promulgated in recent times by Popper and, above all, Hempel. On it, events are held to be explained by deducing them from one or more universal laws, together with a statement of their initial conditions. It should be noted that P1 in its stronger or weaker forms continues to be accepted by almost all the factions of orthodox philosophy of science, including those which reject P0. In general, positivists have assumed the adequacy of their account of the natural sciences and have sought to show, with increasing difficulty, that it can be stretched to fit the social sciences too. Now it might be thought sufficient for my purposes here merely to demonstrate its inadequacy to the natural sciences and then pass on immediately to consider the positive case for hermeneutics. However, the recurrence of positivist themes within that tradition has already been noted. Moreover, an examination of positivist philosophy of social science possesses independent value. First, in facilitating the recapitulation of significant differences between the social and natural sciences, now approached from the formal rather than the material side. Second, in order to allow the distillation of the proto-scientific achievements of that tradition, when tempered in practice by realism. I have shown elsewhere 3 that the common presupposition of P1 and P2, and hence of the theories based on them, is closed systems, that is, systems where constant conjunctions of events obtain. By considering the examples actually proffered by positivists of Humean causal laws, a strong prima facie case can be made out for supposing that there are no Humean causal laws, that is, empirical invariances, and that therefore social systems are open. Point 4 for all the alleged laws cited in support of the deductive nomological model, or some other positivist fable, are taken from the natural sciences. 5 or are false. 6 or analytically, that is, definitionally, true or trivial, or too detailed or specific to count as laws in the requisite sense, or even contain no element of generality at all. Point 7. Humanists, hermeneuticists and other anti-naturalists, jointly comprising the anti-scientific romantic reaction which has always coexisted in symbiosis with positivism, have of course eagerly seized on this absence to demonstrate the refractory nature of society to scientific explanation. Positivists, for their part, have been forced either to modify their philosophical criteria and or to cite, in extenuation, some feature of the social world to account for this gap between philosophical theory and substantive practice. Thus, examining the first option, nothing is more revealing than to observe the traces, in the pantheon of models currently advertised by deductivists, of the rapid backsliding in which they have found it expedient to engage as they have successively loosened their criteria for laws and explanations, in order to accommodate deductive statistical, inductive probabilistic, partial, incomplete, and elliptical explanations and so-called explanation sketches, until in the end their position reduces to the bland reassertion of the nine doctrine of regularity determinism. Now these extensions and modifications, besides in many cases suffering from internal difficulties of their own, all vitiate the point of the original deductivist position, with its Laplacian rationale. Lacking any epistemological grounding, they also lack an ontological one, in that they fail to get any grip on the differentia specifica of the social sciences. On the other hand, those explanation forms which are conceded to be both legitimate and prima facie distinctive of the human sciences, such as genetic, functional, and so-called rational explanations, are all analyzed as presupposing deductive nomological ones and so fail when confronted with the phenomenon of open systems. In short, positivism is caught in an impasse here. The other option for positivism is to take one of the lines already anticipated by Mill and Comte respectively, and argue either that the empirical invariances that govern social life are so complex as to elude detection, or that they operate at some more basic level. In this way characteristic interactionist and reductionist regresses are generated in the search for a more complete and/or atomistic state description. Point 11 These lines rest of course on a confusion of generalization with abstraction and of empirical invariances with laws. And here again the positivist response to the phenomenon of open systems is only intelligible on the assumption of an unthinking commitment to the legend of regularity determinism. Moving in the direction of realism, Scriven and D. and J. Wheeler have recognized the normic and abstract character of generalizations, without providing satisfactory analyses of them. Thus Scriven points out that the generalizations presupposed in social explanations such as strict Jews fast on the Day of Atonement, diligent pupils attend lectures, trade unionists tend to vote labor, typically contain, or at least should be construed as subject to the operation of, modifiers such as tends to, normally, typically, etc. 12 and he styles them as possessing a selective immunity to apparent counterexamples. Point 13 But he does not furnish an adequate rationale for the use of the modifier and leaves the basis of the selective immunity obscure. The key question is this: in what way is one justified in using statements like S1 S3 for explanatory purposes in open systems, that is, when even, though their antecedents are instantiated, their consequents are unrealized. Similarly, D. and J. Wheeler, in identifying the error involved in interactionism, see that the empiricist mistakes generalization for abstraction 14 but leave the status of abstraction unclear. Indeed, in asserting that laws are not to be found in nature 15 and glossing them as mental inventions 16, they are in danger of lapsing into a rationalistic Kantianism in which it is the synthesizing procedures of scientific theory that impose a determinate order on the world. Confining their criticism of empiricism entirely to what I called the transitive dimension, they are unable to identify the ontology of enduring and transfactually active mechanisms that grounds abstraction in science. And so they must inevitably resort to the notion of abstraction as involving the establishment of an isomorphism between theoretical non-observables and empirical observables 17, that is, between rational thought and the so-called empirical world. But this will not unduly worry empiricists who are quite willing to concede a sham battle over knowledge as long as they retain the world. Now it will be remembered that I argued that laws cannot be constant conjunctions of events, because such conjunctions are extremely rare, and must in general be artificially produced. On the first count one has the problem of what governs phenomena in open systems. The empiricist must either say that nothing does or that, as yet, science has discovered no laws. On the second count the identification of laws and constant conjunctions leads to the absurdity that human beings, in their experimental activity, cause or even change the laws of nature 18. It leaves the experimental establishment, just as the first problem leaves the practical application, of knowledge without a rationale. Conversely, an ontology of transfactually active mechanisms irreducible to, productive of, and occasionally actually manifest in sequences of events, renders both processes immediately intelligible. Thus the correct corollary to draw from the absence of closed systems is not that there are no social laws. This would only follow if P1 were true. It is rather that, as argued in Chapter 2, criteria for the rational assessment of theories cannot be predictive, and so must be exclusively explanatory. Moreover, once one allows that natural laws are normic, and transfactually applicable, the inadequacy of positivist and quasi-realist responses to open systems is shown up. And the problem, around which discussion has hitherto turned, of a difference in form between natural and social laws disappears, to be replaced by an altogether different problem relating to a difference in the conditions for their identification. If the analysis of experimental and applied activity establishes a transcendental refutation of positivism, we are now in a position to transcendentally situate it. It is clear that closed systems are a condition, what I shall call a first-order condition, of the possibility of positivism. But what is the condition of possibility of closed systems? In general, experimental activity, which positivism cannot think. So the second-order conditions of the possibility of positivism are spontaneously occurring closed systems and a particular model of man. Positivism can now be seen to involve the illicit generalization of a special case. For the identification of laws and empirical regularities, always illicit, is impossible outside closed systems. So a second-order critique of positivism consists in situating the spatio-temporally restricted nature of closed systems. But a first-order critique consists in demonstrating the categorical differentiation, and the consequent illicit identification in positivism, of causal laws and empirical regularities. Note that this allows us to explain why positivism has a degree of plausibility in the natural, as opposed to the social, sciences, viz. Because its first-order condition of possibility is sometimes satisfied there. Now the model of man which constitutes a second-order condition of positivism is in resonance with a substantive scientific theory, behaviorism, in which it finds its echo and perhaps its source. This theory is accurate, and perhaps only, as a surface description of the behaviorist's own practice. Hence one has the paradox that in the very domain where positivism is most inapplicable and its philosophy most absurd, it is most fervently acted upon. The scenario is completed and begins to be explained when it is realized that this theory is itself a putative object of social scientific explanation, that is, constitutes an aspect of social reality itself. Positivist philosophy of social science can of course be criticized not only in virtue of its account of science, but in virtue of its implicit account of society. So stemming from the transcendental deduction of Chapter 2 there arises the possibility of a second transcendental situation of positivism. Now the transformational model implies that social laws are not only normic in form, but spatio-temporally restricted in scope. Positivism of course cannot allow this. Note that if on the first score the deducibility requirement in the deductive nomological model is violated, on the second score the covering law one is. In short, transcendental analyses of science and society suggest that the subject matter of social science is both law-like and irreducibly historical in character. Law-like, in opposition both to the findings of the interactionist and reductionist wings of empiricism and to the humanistic defenders of a truistic social science. Historical, in opposition both to the individualism of praxeology and to the ahistorical schools of structuralism, which can only account for the most species general aspects of social life. The transcendental refutation of positivism implies a radical critique of the Humean theory of causal laws and of the Popper-Hempel theory of explanation. And it implies, through the entailed critique of historicism 19, a radical asymmetry between explanation and prediction. 20 In both the natural and social sciences laws are normic in form. In both cases theoretical explanation is analogical and retroductive, and historical explanation is conjunctural and retrodictive. In both cases law-like statements must be independently empirically tested and theoretically explained, and in both cases they are transfactually applicable. But, because of the absence of closed systems, decisive test situations are in principle impossible in social science, and so criteria for confirmation must be exclusively explanatory, and, because of the transformational character of social systems, social laws may be historically restricted in scope. Now, explanation in open systems is in general accomplished by a four-phase process. Resolution of a complex event into its components. Redecryption of component causes. Retrodiction to possible causes of components via independently validated normic statements. Elimination of alternative possible causes of components. This model, which I shall dub the RRRE model of explanation in open systems 21, testifies to the multiplicity and plurality of causes in steps and respectively. These features are also caught in Mackey's influential account of a cause as an INUS condition. 22. However, his account is vitiated by an empiricist ontological commitment, and generative analyses of causality are preferable. 23. Note that the RRRE model highlights at phases and the key roles played by the activities of scientific redecryption and the transfactual application of knowledge. 24. On the positivist model, explanation merely generalizes the problem, whereas in scientific and everyday life it resolves it, via the introduction of new concepts. It involves, that is to say, non-logical work. Transcendental realism and idealism agree about the necessity for, but disagree about the nature of, such work. Realism sees it as practical, as well as symbolic, with the explanations constructed in the scientific imagination subject not just to the cognitive constraints of coherence and plausibility, but to the material constraints of empirical test. And it distinguishes, accordingly, between the moment of theory and that of its open systemic applications. Idealism correctly notes that explanations are situated in space and time, that they are forms of social exchange, not descriptions of a given world. But realism insists that this social process conveys ontological import, and regards it as subject to objective as well as intersubjective controls. In addition to transcendental problems, positivism is embroiled in problems of theory articulation and application. Among the problems of theory articulation that it faces quite generally must be included the galaxy that revolves around the problem of induction. Among those specific to its account of social science must be included those stemming from the attempt to fit the deductive nomological model to a necessarily open and intrinsically historical subject matter, and those flowing from the inconsistencies of Popper's attack on historicism. 25. In considering positivism's problems of theory application, there are a number of points to note. Firstly, pure positivism is necessarily inapplicable. Now, inasmuch as positivism cannot think the phenomenon of open systems, and conceptualizes laws as correlations between discrete and atomistic events, it cannot do justice to the feature of social science that its laws cannot be plausibly construed as anything other than tendencies, and that its subject matter requires the totalization of phenomena bearing internal relations to one another. Moreover, the fact that positivism leans on empiricist criteria for ascribing reality means that it cannot do justice to the feature of social science that its objects cannot be made empirically manifest. And this accounts for a constant slippage by positivist social theorists back to some form of behavioristic individualism and a constant tendency to identify the object of study with its empirical grounds. 26. Secondly, proto-science in the positivist mode is forced into more or less conscious realist stratagems, so that there are inconsistencies between different levels or aspects of the proto-scientist's practice. Thus Durkheim, having allowed that we can know causes scientifically only by the effects they produce. 27. And even that legal and moral rules can exist without being actually applied. 28. Spoils this by insisting upon purely nominal and operational definitions of such causes and rules, and working with a Humean notion of laws. 29. Similarly, Comte, both in his definition of society and in his eschatology of the sciences, employs a pattern of explanation which is, in his own terms, metaphysical. Inasmuch as the tacit acceptance of an empiricist ontology also vitiates the Neo-Kantian tradition, it is instructive to contrast the Marxian and Weberian ideal types. The former is not a one-sided accentuation in thought of an equivalent aspect of an undifferentiated empirical reality, but an attempt to grasp what is really accentuated in reality, and its focus is causal, not taxonomic. The third point to note is that the attempt may still be made to apply an inapplicable theory, such as positivism, rigorously and systematically. And here I want to distinguish the kind of positivism to be found in social thinkers such as Durkheim, who combine their methodological commitment to positivism with elements of a realist scientific practice, from the vulgar or apologetic positivism characteristic of much of the contemporary behavioral sciences. Now the far greater implausibility of positivism in social science is reflected in the even more detrimental effects of its attempted application. These effects stem partly from its liability to initiate reductionist and interactionist regresses, and partly because the very absence of decisive test situations, coupled with continuing formal allegiance to a predictive criterion, serves at once to mystify methodology, protect entrenched theory, stunt alternatives, and or encourage the unresolvability of theoretical conflicts, which, in practice, means their resolution in favor of the status quo. For the same inability of positivism to think this difference, that the human sciences must start their trek to scientificity without that priceless asset, available to the experimental sciences of nature, of sometimes being able to observe or detect in undisturbed fashion the operation of the latent structures of the world, enables it to afford to a system all the privileges properly accorded to scientific theories, when such theories may have no claim to that title at all, that is, rank as substantive ideology. Positivism here plays a crucial defensive role for established social theories. Let us see how this happens. Positivism's incapacity to sustain the notions of the stratification and differentiation of reality, and, accordingly, the distinctions between structures and events and open and closed systems, produces a situation in which, as noted in Chapter 2, undifferentiated events become the objects of only conventionally differentiated sciences. Now we know that the attempt to apply an inapplicable theory must in practice generate a range of covert as well as overt effects. Thus positivism's inability to sustain these distinctions, and a fortiori the problem of knowledge production in the social sciences, enables it to give to a system, once it has got off the ground, the covert protection of a CP clause inconsistent with its ontology. Point 34, all theories, if interpreted actualistically, are falsified in open systems. Positivists typically exploit this theorem against, for example, Marxian economics, yet at the same time invoke a CP clause in defense of neoclassical theory. This uneven-handed approach is surely no accident. And in the sequel I shall show how it is that positivism, with its behaviorist implications, comes to defend an a priori theory of rational action, praxeology, molded in the lineage of utilitarian theory. In the meantime, it should be noted that any putative science can be regarded as constituted by the intersection of an epistemology and an ontology. Accordingly, it can always be reconstructed as the application of a theory of knowledge to a more or less specific object such as man. Now the problem field of the contemporary human sciences is defined in its social ontology by the couple behaviorism/praxeology, and in its general epistemology by the couple interactionism/reductionism. Together they fix the vectors that determine a matrix of pseudosciences. One effect of this problem field is that praxeological content injunctions are underpinned by empiricist ontological commitments. Together they prohibit the juxtaposition of, and sustain the opposition between the terms, history and theory. But a moment's reflection shows that such a prohibition is already implicit in the structure of the D-N model. For in its nomological requirement it turns its back on history, and in its deducibility requirement it effectively shuts the door on science. Positivism thus functions in the philosophy of social science simultaneously as an anti-historical historicism and an anti-scientific scientism. The critique of the hermeneutical tradition concepts, reasons, and rules. I have already suggested that the hermeneutical tradition is determined in the last instance by its acceptance of an essentially Humean account of natural science, and more generally of an empiricist ontology. and that significant aspects of the thought of different hermeneutical writers can be reconstructed as dependent upon essentially positivist theories, either in pure or modified form. The principal modalities of such modification are inversion, displacement, transformation, and condensation. In this section and the next I want to focus on Winch's work. In the fifth section I will consider the hermeneutical and neo-Kantian traditions more generally. Formally, Winch's work may be regarded as constituted by the conjunction of a linguistically transposed transcendental idealism and elements of a less rigorous epistemological and social romanticism or expressivism. Both conjunct are residues of Wittgenstein's later philosophy, and to a lesser extent that of Collingwood. And it is the uneasy coexistence, and incomplete synthesis, of these two strands that accounts for the ambiguities and tensions in Winch's texts. For Winch the social sciences and philosophy are at one, in that their method is conceptual and their central category that of meaning, whereas the method of the natural sciences is empirical and their central category causality. Winch's idea of the natural sciences is Kantian, rather than simply Humean. 31 But, for him, they are still concerned with causally regular behavior, and are founded on the observation of externally related elements, such as events and states of affairs. The social sciences, on the other hand, are concerned with meaningful, that is rule-following, behavior, and are founded on the understanding of the rules constitutive of the forms of life under study. Their method is that of Verstehen, and their aim is the elucidation of conceptual connections between internally related elements, such as actions and the meanings they express. What is Winch's concept of philosophy? And how does it enable him to assert an identity between it and social science? Winch's general approach to philosophy is Kantian 32, but his specific mentor is of course Wittgenstein. Now whereas for Kant the problems of philosophy were to be resolved by seeing them as problems about the conditions, limits, and forms of knowledge, for Wittgenstein they were to be resolved by seeing them as problems about the conditions, limits, and forms of language. The rationalization of the denial of ontology, and the collapse of an intransitive dimension, in what I have called the epistemic fallacy 33 thus takes on a linguistic form, in what could be called the linguistic fallacy. 34 But now, in contrast to Kant, nothing outside mind remains, as Verstehen displaces faith as the means of access to an effectively nominalized social sphere. 35 Given, then, that the problems of philosophy are to be reparsed as problems of language, Wittgenstein's particular contribution to their solution is to show that the elements of a language do not get their meaning by standing for some object, but by being used in a form of social life, so that roughly to know the meaning of a word is to know the social rules that govern its use. And Winch's concern is to show how Wittgenstein's analysis of linguistic behavior as rule-following may shed light on other forms of human interaction besides speech. The forms are naturally those to which analogous categories are applicable, those, that is, have a meaning, a symbolic character. 36 Thus whereas the central theoretical problem of both philosophy and social science is the elucidation of the concept of a social phenomenon in general, the specific branches of both are concerned with the elucidation of the concepts informing the various kinds of activity and forms of social life. 37 As already noted on, Winch has two main arguments for his contrast, an epistemological one, and an ontological one, in which the epistemological one is grounded. Occasionally, Winch seems committed only to the concept dependence, or conceptuality, of society. 38 But in general his position seems to be that society is entirely conceptual in character. When the things in question are purely physical the criteria will be those of an observer. But when one is dealing with intellectual things that is not so. For their being intellectual or social, as opposed to physical, in character depends entirely on their belonging in a certain way to a system of ideas or mode of living. 39 Winch's point is, then, that essentially human behavior exists only in concepts and concepts exist only in such behavior. This does not mean that they are either fictional or purely individual constructs. 40 But the equation of the conceptual and the essentially human holds good even in the case of basic biological activities. 41 We can now see why it is that, according to Winch, Understanding social institutions cannot be a matter of grasping empirical generalizations, as in the natural sciences. Winch's claim is that the concepts according to which we normally think of social events are logically incompatible with the concepts belonging to scientific explanation. The former enter into social life itself and not merely into the observer's description of it. Point 42. His great insight is that social life does not exist independently of the concepts in terms of which agents think their own existence. His fork is that the subject matter of social science must consist just in those concepts or else be reducible to the purely physical aspects of behavior. Point 43. The subject matter of the social sciences has the unique property that it entertains beliefs about itself, and unless this were so, its subject matter would disappear. Hence, as social scientists, our subject matter must be defined by its criteria of significance and not by our own. For instance, to describe an action as praying is to employ religious criteria, but what counts as praying can only be settled from within a form of life. Winch's epistemological conclusions quickly follow from his ontological premises. 4. Given that the subject matter of social science is constituted by the way in which agents conceptualize their conditions of existence, explanation is to be achieved by understanding their conceptualizations, that is, by grasping the way in which they grasp their existence. The social scientist may indeed introduce technical concepts, but they must be defined in terms of those of the societies under study, as the concept of liquidity preference is rooted in business practice. 44. So that our understanding of the etiology of neuroses will be different in the case of societies where they have a different concept of fatherhood. Point 45. Thus the putative social scientist must, inasmuch as she employs a special vocabulary or set of techniques, undergo in principle 3 sets of socialization processes, into the general community into which he is born, into the special community of social scientists, and into the community he is studying. But it is the third community that has epistemological priority, so that the mode of understanding achieved by the social scientist will ideally or actually be that employed by the people he is studying. Verstehen, or interpretative understanding, thus becomes logically necessary and sufficient for social scientific explanation. Regularities constitute at best evidence for the existence of rules. And sociological laws, in a neat inversion of the standard positivist line, are now allowed only as possible heuristic devices for the achievement of Verstehen, inasmuch as they may be helpful in calling one's attention to features of historical situations which one might otherwise have overlooked and in suggesting useful analogies. 46. I now want to show that Winch's argument for the conceptual nature of social reality is unsound, and that his anti-naturalist stance is based on an untenable theory of science. Any adequate account of social science must be able to do justice to Winch's intuition that the subject matter of social science is concept-dependent, that is, to sustain the notion of its conceptuality, without committing itself to the position that it is exhausted by such conceptualizations or that such conceptualizations are incorrigible. Similarly, any adequate account of social science must accept that social causation depends upon the identification by the agents concerned of conceptual connections, so that our knowledge of social causation depends upon our identification of these connections, that is, that social science depends upon Verstehen, without committing itself to the position that Verstehen exhausts social science, or that the ontology necessitated by its recognition requires a fundamentally different analysis from the normic one appropriate to the sciences of nature. Social explananda indeed depend upon intentional human agency, so that reference to beliefs and other conceptual matter will in general be necessary for an adequate social explanation, but it will not, even where the explanandum is itself conceptual, in general be sufficient for it. For such action always, or almost always, has a material aspect, so that it cannot be reduced to its conceptual component. Winch, correctly perceiving ideas to be distinctive of social reality, incorrectly infers them to be exhaustive of it. His own examples show this. Being in prison 47 or fighting in a war 48 is not just possessing a certain idea of what one is doing, it is being physically separated from the rest of society or being party to an armed conflict, and without the separation and the conflict, the concepts would lack the material substrate, as it were, essential for their correct application. Winch himself provides an excellent example of the material aspect of social behavior in his discussion of a passage from the film Shane, when he explains the meaning of an interchange of glances in terms of the loneliness, the threat of danger, the sharing of a common life in difficult circumstances, the satisfaction in physical effort, and so on. 49 Winch cannot evade this objection by giving a behaviorist analysis of concepts without undermining the basis of his contrast. Moreover, it applies in principle even where the social explanandum is itself a belief. For beliefs cannot be dislocated from their intentional objects, and in particular the material practices in which they are inscribed. 50 Now, just as social behavior typically consists in something more than being in possession of the concept under which one's action falls, so some social behavior, though not existing independently of some concept, exists independently of its adequate concept. Moreover, in the case of some social behavior, the concept possessed by the agent may actually function so as to mask, repress, mystify, obscure, or otherwise occlude the nature of the activity concerned. 51 Again, this point is perfectly general and applies to concepts of beliefs, as much as to concepts of behavior. In short, social life has a material aspect and agents' conceptualizations are corrigible. Just as Winch's ontological claim depends upon the tacit acceptance of an empiricist theory of existence, so his epistemological contrast depends upon the tacit acceptance of P1. That is, Winch takes it for granted that the application of the categories of causality and law presuppose empirical regularities. Now, it is certainly the case, as Winch asserts, that one could know the probabilities for the occurrence of certain words in Chinese without being able to understand what was being said. 52 The generative structures at work in the production of grammatical, contextually appropriate, and meaningful sentences, does not enable one to make any predictions about verbal behavior. 53 But transcendental realism also distinguishes statistical regularities from causal laws. Regularities constitute at best grounds for laws, and laws exist and act independently of particular outcomes. Hence there is a complete epistemic symmetry here between the natural and the social sciences. In his attempted reconciliation of the claims of Verclaren and Verstehen, Weber had defined a sociological law as a statistical regularity which corresponds to an intelligible intended meaning. Weber regarded statistical grounds as necessary, if not only, then at least partly because of the problem posed by the possibility of a plurality of interpretations for any given piece of social behavior. For Winch, at least in principle, this problem cannot arise. For it is always the interpretation of the culture concerned that is correct. There is always in principle a definitive interpretation for any given form of social behavior, because there is always in principle a determinate set of rules that the agents are following in it. For unless there were such a set of rules, on Winch's analysis, the behavior could not properly be said to be social at all. Tables 4.1 and 4.2 summarize differences between positivism as represented by Durkheim, Neo-Kantianism as represented by Weber, hermeneutics as represented by Winch, and transcendental realism with respect to the status of empirical regularities and agents' conceptualizations in a social scientific explanation. For Durkheim, empirical regularities are necessary and sufficient, for Weber necessary but not sufficient. For both Winch and the transcendental realist critical naturalism developed here, they are neither necessary nor sufficient. However, transcendental realism differentiates itself from Winch in holding that this is also the case in natural science, which is why its position in the philosophy of social science is naturalistic. Turning to the status of agents' conceptualizations in a social scientific explanation, transcendental realism here agrees with Weber that reference to them is necessary but not sufficient, disagreeing thus with both Durkheim, on the one hand, and Winch, on the other. It disagrees with Winch, moreover, in holding such conceptualizations to be corrigible, and from Weber in holding that their correction may itself form an intrinsic part of a full social scientific explanation. However, in opposition to Durkheim, transcendental realism holds the corrigibility of such conceptualizations to be contingent, which is why its position is characterizable as a contingently critical naturalism. For transcendental realism, then, laws remain transfactual in form, but are now concept-dependent in their mode of operation. And concepts do not exhaust social reality, but rather themselves stand in need of social explanation. Table 4.1 Status of constant conjunction of events in explanation. Given, then, that for which social life is to be explained by rendering it intelligible in the terms used by the agents under study, the reconstruction of a model for social scientific explanation depends largely upon the reconstruction of the way in which social phenomena are rendered intelligible in substantive social life. Winch's text is structured by four key concepts: the concepts of concepts, meanings, reasons and rules. On the whole they are not clearly differentiated. But, as a rough approximation, one could say that for Winch, social behavior is necessarily symbolic or meaningful, and typically done for a reason. Concepts are identified with meanings, and the category of meaning explicated in terms of that of rules. For Winch, that people can act for reasons depends upon the possibility of their behavior being meaningful, that is, the existence of a framework of rules, but the converse is not the case. Given the non-identity of meanings and reasons, and the lack of correspondence Winch posits between meaningful and intentional action 54, it seems wrong to reconstruct Winch's model explanation, as McIntyre does 55 in the following way. Once more dash comma and type options open until eventually the explanation terminates in either rules or causes. Point 57. Winch leaves it unclear whether rules determine, as is suggested by his actualism, or merely constrain, as is suggested by his expressivism. Point 58. However, Winch's ontological argument supports a transcendental idealist, rather than a romantic or open texture reading. 4. Because rules are constitutive of social reality, they cannot merely constrain or permit the performance of acts. Otherwise there will be, as it were, bits or aspects of inexplicable social matter. Or rather, because what is social is so only in virtue of its being rule-governed, anything that is not completely explicable cannot, in the respect in which it is not rule-governed, be said to be properly social at all. For were the same set of rules to be consistent with the performance of distinct acts, there would be no socially relevant ways of differentiating them. And so they could not be said to be distinct acts at all. The critique of the hermeneutical tradition 2, explanation and understanding. I now want to undertake a detailed investigation of Winch's model of explanation. It will transpire, upon analysis, that it involves a transposition of familiar positivist themes, encapsulating inter alia an inadequate sociology. Winch misconstrues the explananda of social science. Social science is not only concerned with actions, it is concerned with their conditions and consequences. And it is concerned with what societies and persons are 59, as well as with what they do. Moreover, it is concerned with actions which are practical, not just symbolic, with making, not just doing, or rather with doing which is not, or not only, saying. Point 60. Such making always possesses a material cause. So it is important to note the limits of all Vishen arguments for hermeneutics. What we do not make, we have no privileged understanding of. Point 61. And we make neither society nor ourselves. It follows from this that the social structure, motivation, and the tacit knowledge we employ in social interaction and the transformation of nature may all be more or less opaque to our understanding. Of course, conceptual inquiries are important in social science, not only for their own sake, but as an essential prelude to causal ones. Now such causal inquiries require independent empirical checks. Hence the social sciences need accuracy in measurement, as well as precision in meaning. Their interest extends to the numbers of crimes and suicides committed, and to the conditions under which they occur, not just to the role these concepts play in social life and death. It is evident here that Winch affects a linguistic idealist transposition of a fundamentally empiricist explanandum, in which signifying actions take the place of events and are authority as agents that of facts apprehended in the certainty of sense perception. It is not the case, as Winch supposes, that behavior can be rule-governed without being intentional under the description for the class of acts that the rule prescribes. For Winch, in contradistinction from Weber, is prepared to bring under the category of social, that is, rule-governed, behavior, cases where even though the agent N does not act for a reason, his act still has a definite sense, viz. As long as he is aware of the symbolic relationship between what he is doing now and the government which comes into power after the election. 62 Now I do not think this washes. For in the event that N voted, but did not care how, his vote causally contributed to the result. But though N voted intentionally, his action cannot be said to be intentional under the description voting labor. Moreover, he is not following any rule in voting labor. Thus, although N's vote counts as a vote for labor, he cannot be said to have cast his vote for labor. So here Weber is right and Winch is wrong. A person can only be said to be acting meaningfully, or following a rule, when his action under the relevant description is intentional, that is, done for a reason. On the other hand, it is not the case that all intentional behavior is rule-governed. Here again Winch's position is roughly the inverse of Weber's, and shares an affinity with Durkheim's. In both Durkheim and Winch, individual behavior appears as the internalized effect or expression of social phenomena. There is no distinction between different kinds of commitment to norms/rules, and the sources of compliance are ignored. The result in both cases is an over-socialized conception of man. In Winch, this is a legacy of Wittgenstein's radical break from his earlier solipsistic individualism, which, however, merely displaces the solipsism from the I of the isolated individual to the we of the community, or rather the it of a form of life. 63. Now, as MacIntyre points out, for Winch the test of whether a man's actions are the application of a rule is, whether it makes sense to distinguish between a right and a wrong way in connection with what he does. 64 What, then, is the wrong way of going for a walk or catching a bus? And if there is no wrong way of doing them, does this mean that they cannot be done intentionally? Winch's linguistically transposed transcendental idealism lies at the source of the trouble here. For it is not the case that because there are more or less strict rules governing the use of predicates, there are more or less strict rules governing that to which predicates apply. Thus, although it is certainly the case that there are some activities, such as reading a book, which would be incorrectly described as going for a walk, it does not follow that there is a correct way of so doing. Similarly, although there are criteria for the correct application of the concept anarchist, there is no correct way of being one. In short, social reality is not identical to the conditions of its intelligibility, and the meaning of an action is not equivalent to its occurrence. The conditions of the possibility of knowledge of objects are not the same as the conditions of the possibility of those objects, in social life, just as in the natural sphere. The rules of digging are not rules for the correct application of the predicate digging. Digging and applying the predicate digging constitute different kinds of skill. Thus it is not the case that all actions are, or can be modeled on, or can be explained in the same kind of way as, or are in any kind of correspondence with speech actions or their analogues. There is neither identity nor homology between what is real and what is knowable, or sayable. The limits of language are not the limits of the world. Concept and object, even where the object is itself a concept, remain distinct and, in general, dissimilar. Moreover, where rules are explanatorily relevant to both, the rules concerned may possess radically different properties and depend for their identification upon very different procedures. Thus, even if language use is rule-governed in the way Winch assumes, it does not follow that intentional actions generally are, or that the myriad of possible objects of scientific study dependent upon intentional agency can all be understood by reference to the rule-following paradigm. The suspicion must arise that Winch is making overextensive use of an undifferentiated category of rules, that he fails to identify the different kinds of rules at work in social life. 65 and, in particular, to distinguish those cases of social behavior which are strictly rule-governed from those which are not. Most social life occurs within a framework of rules, but what happens within the framework, though still social, is, rather like the moves in a game of chess, not determined by and hence cannot be completely explained by reference to the framework. It follows from this that the rule-following paradigm requires supplementation by other models of explanation. 66. Consider two contrasts Winch himself draws, between the life of an anarchist and that of a monk, and between the rules of style and the rules of grammar. 67. In both instances the former, as it were, leave space for individual decision and caprice that the latter fill. Now would it not be absurd to suppose that for every act there is in principle a finite number of concepts applicable to the anarchist's behavior such that, as it were, at the intersection of them all it is completely fixed, so that no other way of acting is possible for the anarchist? This would be a rule displacement of regularity determinism, based on the transposition of P1, a linguistically mediated Laplacianism at variance, moreover, with the non-actualist, expressivist elements in Winch's thought. 68. However, if Winch, on his model, allows undetermined aspects of social behavior, a terrible trilemma confronts him. For he must either say that nothing explains such aspects or that they are unsocial or that they are, after all, completely explicable in terms of some set of, perhaps as yet unknown, rules, is surely out, for to say I do with a nudge or a wink, though not prescribed by the liturgy, may be both meaningful and intentional, incites a regress of rules, in both horizontal and vertical directions. Moreover, if the rules are unknown, then the behavior cannot be intelligible to the agents concerned, and so, on Winch's ontological argument, cannot be either social or meaningful. And similarly in the case of the only option for Winch is to concede that what happens within a framework of rules, though putatively intentional and social, cannot be completely explained by reference to the framework itself. However, even to talk, as I have done, of a framework of rules is to employ a potentially misleading metaphor. Rules are enabling conditions for the performance of acts and constraints upon action, but they do not exist apart from what they enable/constrain. Now Winch never distinguishes between constitutive and regulative rules. Winch's ontological argument suggests that the rules he is concerned with are constitutive, in which event he is left with the debris of an actualist definition of the social. Yet it is only in the case of regulative rules, for which sanctions and rewards are deemed appropriate, that it makes sense to talk, as does Winch, of mistakes, in which case he must take seriously the question of the mechanisms of enforcement of such rules. Now a rule normally tells us only what forms of action are possible or permissible, it does not normally tell us how to carry on. It is only in the para-anarchistic contexts of mathematics, language learning, puzzles and problems, the true denizens of the late Wittgensteinian ontology, where the concept correct answer is appropriate or where, as in liturgy, the focus of interest is restricted to the correct or successful performance of an act of a clearly defined, and more or less rigidly circumscribed, type, that the carrying on model is appropriate. 70. Is it significant that while linguistic behavior is taken to be the paradigm of social action, the examples cited of rule-governed behavior all tend to be signifying activities capable of a paramechanistic interpretation, and indeed simulation? And that it is never asked how people behave when they are not acting socially, that is, in rule-governed fashion, as in a Brechtian or Wittgensteinian Verfremdungseffekt. In short, on this model, creativity, like intentionality, gets squeezed out. The play sphere is demarcated, the spectators arrive, only to find puppets, not players, a routine, rather than a game. Related to this is the failure to distinguish rules which are consciously acquired and consciously or unconsciously applied, from rules which are unconsciously acquired and consciously or unconsciously applied. Again, there are both rules to which the agent does, and Rule 71 to which he does not, see an alternative. Compulsive, or traditional, behavior is not, therefore, non-social. Now, however the rules are conceived, Winch never considers the following questions: what explains the rules themselves, what explains the agent's rule observance on any particular occasion, and what explains the acquisition of the rules by the social individual in the first place. must lead Winch in the direction of either an infinite regress or an asocial explanation of rules, so he must refuse it by positing rules as explanatorily ultimate givens, is more difficult for Winch to evade. For it seems fair to ask what distinguishes the case where a rule is followed, in appropriate circumstances, from the case where it is not. For note that just as a rule does not in general single out a course of action as the one and only thing to do, reference to the rule cannot explain why it is accepted, interpreted in the way that it is, and acted upon by the agent concerned. Rule and conduct are distinct. Moreover, there can, in general, be no presumption that agents, when they are following rules, are aware of the rules they are following, and some agents must be unaware of some rules, or the concept learning a rule would lack application. Hence rule and knowledge of the rule, whether implicit or explicit, are in principle distinct. Rule following is not its own explanation, raises the specter of another regress, in time. For clearly one cannot explain the acquisition of rules Sj by n by reference to S1, so one needs to posit higher order rules for acquiring rules, SIP etc. Now here there is a limit to a regress of some significance for the hermeneutical tradition generally. For individuals are not born social subjects, they are socialized and constituted as subjects in a process which is necessarily unavailable to their conscious reflection. The limits of Verstehen are thus set, at the highest estimate, by the onset of self-conscious monitoring and the acquisition of a language. It is important to note that the construction of individuals as subjects, their production as social beings, language users and social interactors is a continual process and cannot be dated, as an achievement, at some point in chronological time, so that this limit is, as it were, a permanent one. Finally, note that Winch does not consider the question, what distinguishes the case where a rule is broken from the case where it is changed. It requires a transcendental realist ontology to distinguish the case where a mechanism endures but is inactive or counteracted, from the case where it is transformed, since empirically there may be nothing to differentiate them. Now just as in nature an accident is not tantamount to a breakdown in the uniformity of nature, so, in the social realm, deviance is not equivalent to change. I have suggested that what happens within and outside the framework has to be explained in causal terms. I now want to show that the rule-following paradigm itself presupposes the category of causality. If this is so, this not only undermines the basis of Winch's contrast, but opens the floodgates to a host of causal questions, including ones about the genesis, maintenance, and efficacy of systems of rules, the limits of their compatibility and the conditions of their transformation. Winch half sees the problem here. What is the difference between someone who is really applying a rule and someone who is not? 72 But asking the right question, he answers the wrong one. For instead of elucidating the difference between the cases, he merely, in behaviorist fashion, lists criteria for deciding between them. I suggest that the difference can only be explicated as follows. In the former case, the rule provides the agent in the context in which his/her action occurs with a sufficient reason for acting as he does. Now clearly this merely shifts the question to, what is the difference between someone who is really acting for a reason and someone who is not, that is, to the nature of the distinction between real and professed reasons, at the necessity for which Winch again seems to hint 73 but an analysis of which he once more fails to provide. Now I argued in Chapter 3 that a distinction between real and possible reasons is a necessary presupposition of any theoretical or practical reasoning, and that there was no way of explicating the notion of a real reason save as a reason causally efficacious in bringing about the action concerned. Winch is faced with an acute embarrassment here. For either he must accept the RR/RP distinction, presupposing the category of causality, in which case it is at least logically possible that explanations may have to be given in terms unavailable to the agent, or else he cannot sustain the really applying SJ/not applying SJ distinction, central to any non-voluntaristic account of rules. 74. Unless, then, one is prepared to eschew altogether a role for reasons in the explanation of social phenomena or to terminate one's inquiry with the reasons actually professed by the agent concerned, one needs a notion of real reasons as reasons causally efficacious in the production of the behavior concerned, whether or not these are the reasons actually advanced by the agent or conjectured by the investigator. But this is itself only a corollary of the theorem that one needs, in philosophy, the concept of an object, even where the object is itself a concept, existing independently of any particular characterization of it, whether by an agent, participant, or observer, that, in fine, one needs, in philosophy, an intransitive dimension, irrespective of domain or object. Now this has the profoundly anti-Cartesian implication that no moment ever contains its own truth, or act its own criteria of intelligibility. In particular, society is not constituted by the way it makes itself intelligible to itself, it is not, as it were, an intelligible, but a possible object of scientific investigation, that is, of a non-identical but internal relation to itself. Once it is accepted that the Winchian paradigm itself presupposes for its applicability the category of causality, the central claims of Winch's argument can be re-examined. Winch's acceptance of an essentially positivist account of natural science leads him to overstate the anti-naturalist implications of his model. For redescription and considerations of intelligibility play vital roles in natural science too. Moreover, his two-tiered model of explanation, from meaningful actions to the rules that make them possible, exactly parallels the characteristic movement in natural science from manifest phenomena to the structures that produce them. Indeed, conceived merely as a regulative framework or general conceptual schema for the understanding of social phenomena, enjoining the student of social affairs to investigate social phenomena as if they were rule-governed, Winch's model is not only formally consistent with a fundamentally realist research strategy in social science, it has already several notable achievements to its credit, in anthropology, social psychology, and psychiatry. Indeed, were he merely recommending a heuristic, Winch's program would be unobjectionable. But of course Winch is doing something more than that, he is making a priori claims about the nature of social reality, and of philosophy. Now critical naturalism can certainly accommodate Winch's insight that social reality is pre-interpreted. Moreover, it can accept weaker versions of both his epistemological and ontological arguments, and an overlap, but not an identity, between philosophy and social science. Furthermore, it can sustain conceptual change, agency, and a breakdown in the symmetry between explanation and prediction without abandoning the rule-following paradigm, so that in this respect it can strengthen the Winchian heuristic. However, in rejecting the implicit identities of social being and thought and individual praxis and social rule, it can situate the possibility of differential material interests in the transformation of nature and so deal with a nexus of problems centering around institutional transformation and change, turning on the phenomena of class and power. And in rejecting the explicit identity of philosophy and social science, it can restore to both an autonomous cognitive function and an emancipatory potential alike. I now want to show that Winch's paradigm is incapable of dealing with a group of problems that gravitate around the phenomena of conceptual conflict, interaction, and change, quite apart from non-conceptual forms. It is clear that if an act is only an act or a state of mind in virtue of its being intelligible to the agent in a certain way, Winch is in difficulties as soon as the possibilities arise of the same agent interpreting the same phi in different ways, or different agents interpreting the same phi in different ways at the same time, or the same phi being interpreted in different ways for different purposes, makes all conceptual changes, and transformations generally, impossible. And rule out all conceptual diversity, and hence all forms of communication, including education and argument. A moment's reflection shows why this is so. For the possibility of diversity, in the sense of a non-identity in beliefs and or a discrepancy in wants, is a condition of every genuine, necessary and or intelligible, communicative act or episode. For communication to be possible there must be mutuality, for it to be necessary there must be difference in beliefs and wants. Quite simply, there is nothing to be said within a form of life, only between them. Now if conceptual variety is a condition of the possibility of communication, then it must potentially be the case that the parties to a communicative episode characterize the same phi in different, and putatively inconsistent, ways, and so no phi can ever be identified with its characterization within one of the interlocutor's forms of life. Conversely, if, as in the Winchian paradigm, a phi is so identified, communication and hence the acquisition of the life form A by agents in the first place become impossible. It follows as a direct corollary of this that the acquisition of hermeneutic knowledge, and Verstehen generally, is, on the Winchian paradigm, either unnecessary, if the social scientist is inside the object life form, or impossible, if he is outside it. A transcendental refutation of the hermeneutical tradition in its Winchian guise is thus obtained by seeing that it is inconsistent with the possibility of communicative activity. For communication is always potentially between agents and about objects. A special, and sociologically significant, example of is provided by the case where the members of some tradition or the parties to some social relationship agree about the existence of the tradition or relationship, but interpret the tradition or describe the relationship in inconsistent or incommensurable ways. It is clear that in order to sustain and other affiliated modalities of conceptual work, one needs to sustain the concept of the intransitive reality of intentional agency, and to sustain this one needs to recognize that to possess the concept of a state of mind is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition of it. 75 Conversely, it is clear that the result of the collapse of an intransitive dimension in Winch is a relativism, of such Heraclitean proportions that ultimately rational discourse becomes impossible to sustain, until one is left with a solipsism of forms of life, outside time, of which individual agents are so many trigger. I now want to examine the way in which characteristically positivist themes are reproduced in displaced or transformed form in Winch's model. For positivism, it will be recalled, facts are given in sense experience and are certain, and the scientist is passive and autonomized. In Winch these features reappear on a hermeneutical terrain. The interpretation of the object culture is definitive and the ideal social scientist investigates his or her subject matter with a conceptual tabula rasa. Now if S1 is the community under study, S2 the community of social scientists, and S3 the community into which the social scientist is born, Winch's model may be represented as in the diagram below. Knowledge consists, as it were, in the mimetic reproduction in S2 of the thought content of 5. Socialization into a form of life is assumed to be unproblematic. The definition or explication of the concepts of S2 in terms of S1 is as easy as the reduction of theoretical concepts in natural science to observable ones. And the converse relationship of knowledge acquisition, viz. S1 rightward arrow S2, is, like that between fact and theory in natural science, entirely unilinear. The object S1 can thus be passively apprehended, hermeneutically intuited, if not empirically sensed. Its concept does not have to be reconstructed in S2 in work, as in positivism, there is no transitive dimension in science here. Moreover, just as the objects of empirical knowledge only exist as sensibilia, so the objects of hermeneutic knowledge only exist as intelligibilia. S1 is as incorrigible to the participants in its social life, as the facts are to the scientist in sense experience. For were it to be corrigible, as it exists only in its self-characterization, it must literally cease to be. Of course there are differences. For whereas in natural science the sensibilia are for the scientist, the intelligibilia are for the object under study. This creates a problem of access. On the other hand, to counterbalance this, correspondence becomes easier. For while in natural science there is only one subject, there are two kinds of substance, whereas in social science there are two subjects, but only one kind of substance, viz. Ideational matter. In positivism the objects of experience are atomistic. For Winch, forms of life themselves become externally related, discrete, loose, and separate, at best conjoined but never connected. This leads inter alia to a neglect of their interpenetration, and to the absence of a category of totality capable of sustaining endogenous change. In understanding a primitive society, Winch begins to see some of the difficulties involved in the SXIS2 relationship. We must somehow bring S's conception of intelligibility into relation with our conception of intelligibility. Point 76. So the sociologist cannot be completely passive. But Winch never works through the implications of a rejection of the contemplative model of man together with the spurious objectivism it secretes. Doing so would entail abandoning the assumption of the ideal identity of S2 and S1, that is, of scientific and lay accounts, rooted in the notion of the incorrigibility of the latter, together with that of its corollary, viz. The neutrality of social scientific discourse to social practice. In the same way, Winch tries to escape from the more extreme relativistic implications of his model by positing certain limiting notions, birth, death, and sexuality, which are inescapably involved in the life of all known human societies in a way which gives us a clue where to look, if we are puzzled about the point of an alien system of institutions. Point 77. But how do such limiting notions differ from Peirtian residues? 78. Further, is there not a certain arbitrariness in this trinity? After all, are not food, habitation, and clothing, or language, power and production equally inescapably involved? Moreover, it is unclear how, if the way these notions function in S1 is to be exhausted by their manifest conceptualized content, one is any better off, and how, if they are not, this is consistent with the kind of contrast that Winch still wishes to draw between the conceptual and the natural sciences. For in the latter case the point of an alien system of institutions can only be grasped causally. What of Winch the philosopher? Winch never stops for a moment to ask what language game he is playing. Unreflectively, and positivistically, he assumes that philosophy can be dislocated from the rest of the social totality and treated, because this is how it is experienced, as uncommitted inquiry. Point 79. Of course it turns out that matters are not quite so simple, that he must be both master scientist and under-laborer in one. Master scientist, in virtue of the role accorded to conceptual inquiries in social science. Under-laborer, for how else is one to construe his activity, save as an attempt to remove some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge? 80. But then, in a cruel dilemma, here is one practice about which Winch manifestly cannot be neutral. Of course Winch is not the only hermeneutical philosopher in whom one finds transposed positivist themes: distance, Habermas's transcendental empiricism of interests, etc. But, probably because of his philosophical ancestry, they are perhaps most evident in his work. Before turning to the hermeneutical tradition more generally, it is worth emphasizing the main points to have emerged from this critique. Firstly, the condition of all genuine communicative acts is the hermeneutical circle as such. And the condition of this is the intransitivity of the conceptual equipment and other elements brought to bear in communicative episodes. Secondly, the identification of social being and thought must be rejected on two grounds. Ontologically, on the ground that social life has an irreducible material aspect. And epistemologically, on the ground that all conceptualizations are corrigible and potentially subject to critique. Thirdly, any adequate ontology of social science must be formally non-actualist and materially relational. That is to say, it must be able to sustain the notions of the stratification and differentiation of reality. And it must have broken from the problem field structured around the relationship between the isolated individual and an abstract society. For the flat undifferentiated ontology of empirical realism, whether in pure or transposed form, always functions to the same effect: science becomes easy and history impossible. And the sociology of individualism, whether in pure or inverted form, squeezes out the mediating concepts necessary to make sense of the arena in which both the action and the determination actually occur. For social life always occurs in a context which is pre-structured and differentiated, in which socially differentiated individuals act their various forms of life in the processes of social interaction and material mutation that reproduce the totalities of internally related fields of force that comprise societies. Such acting is work, and such work is history. A transcendental refutation of positivism has been obtained by showing that it is inconsistent with the possibility of experimental activity. A transcendental refutation of hermeneutics, in its Winchian manifestation, has been obtained by showing that it is inconsistent with the possibility of communicative activity. Thus, if positivism produces an anti-historical historicism and anti-scientific scientism, one could say that one has here a non-verstehend hermeneutics. Let us see if other horizons fare any better. The hermeneutical circle and the logic of emancipation. The three closely interrelated achievements of the hermeneutical tradition are the isolation of the pre-interpreted character of social reality, the non-presuppositionless character of social inquiry, and the indexical character of the expressions used both in social life and social science. However, it does not follow from that social reality is exhausted by interpretative material, or that such material is not rationally corrigible, or that a generalizing social science is impossible. Now all cluster around the theme of the hermeneutical circle. Failure to distinguish four different senses in which this notion has been employed, in effect, four different circles, has been responsible for some confusion over the validity of the claims made on behalf of the universality of hermeneutics, on the one hand, and its distinctiveness to the social sciences, on the other. I want to argue that a hermeneutical circle is a condition of any act of inquiry, whether in natural or social science, and that another is a condition of any dialogue or intersubjective communication at all. In these senses hermeneutics is indeed, as for example Gadamer has claimed, universal. But two other circles are, as the more orthodox Neo-Kantian tradition has maintained, distinctive of and necessary for the social sciences. C1 depends, quite generally, upon the non-presuppositionless character of any act of inquiry. It is this circle that Socrates was playing on in his reformulation of the Meno paradox. A man cannot inquire either about that which he knows, or about that which he does not know, for assuming he knows he has no need to inquire, nor can he inquire about that which he does not know, for he does not know about that which he has to inquire. 81 Among the features that C1 pinpoints is the necessity for antecedent causes of knowledge in what I have called the transitive dimension of science. If C1 could be called the circle of inquiry, C2 is the circle of communication. I have already employed C2 against Winch, and it can be expressed in the form of a dilemma: communication is either impossible or unnecessary. Communication is impossible unless some descriptive and practical presuppositions are shared in common, unnecessary unless there is the possibility of discrepancy between them. Both C and C2, turning on the transformational and communicative aspects of all cognitive activity, apply to the natural and social sciences alike. In C3 and C4 one is trying to interpret what is said or has been made in some object domain. Both apply, strictly speaking, only to social science. C3 is a circle of inquiry into other existing societies, cultures, traditions, etc. It may be appropriately modeled on C2, so that if C1 is represented as C of 1 and C2 as C of C, C3 might be represented as C of 1. C4 is a circle of investigation into meaningful objects, rather than subjects. In C4 the original sense of the object has been, as it were, deposited in a text or text analog. The paradigm here is reading, not listening. C4 cannot be appropriately modeled on communicative acts or contexts. It could be represented as C of 1. Among the features that C3 and C4 pick out, respectively, are the necessity for a dialogical model of social inquiry and the non-logocentric nature of reading. 82, where reading stands for the interpretation of meaningful products generally. A weak analog of C4 may be applied to the case of the natural sciences on the condition that the highly metaphorical nature of talk of reading the object domain, as if it were meaningful, is appreciated. Because all four circles concern meaning in some way, and because of the holistic character of meanings, existing as they do only in virtue of systems of difference, all four circles can be expressed in terms of part-whole relationships. 83 Of course there are family resemblances between the circles. Thus Heidegger gives a Socratic slant on C4 when he tells us that any interpretation which is to contribute understanding must already have understood what is to be interpreted. Point 84. And Habermas utilizes what I shall call the paradox of communication when he makes the point that interpretation would be impossible if the life expressions were totally alien. It would be unnecessary if there was nothing alien about them. It must therefore lie between the two extremes. Point 85. There is a relative, but significant, difference in the cases of C2 and C3. In the normal communicative situation of C2, the descriptive presuppositions that underpin the success of referential acts, etc., are tacitly presupposed. But occasionally they must be confirmed, negotiated, restored by the provision of use substitutes for the expressions that fail. I shall take the presumption of success in the uptake of communicative intent as pragmatically defining a situation within a common context of utterance or mutual horizon. Now, if in C2 our primary concern is with the isolation of speakers' meaning within a common context of utterance, in C3 it is with the establishment of a common context of utterance, and hence with the isolation of linguistic meaning in the object culture concerned. Translation thus takes the place of redecryption in the process of the establishment of a shared horizon. The concept-dependent nature of social structures implies the necessity for Verstehen. And inasmuch as Verstehen is always the operation of a subject, one can appreciate the truth of Dilthey's remark that the first condition of the possibility of historical science lies in the fact that I am myself a historical being, that the historical researcher also makes history. Point 86. Now, once it is accepted that natural science is already a social activity, involving the hermeneutic tasks of utilizing presuppositions and communicating, in pursuit of the para-hermeneutic objective of understanding nature, it is natural to say that social science, in virtue of its distinctive tasks of understanding the meanings expressed by other subjects and in other objects, is engaged in a double hermeneutic. Point 87. And, accordingly, to take the relationship between the two sets of descriptions, that is, between social scientific descriptions and lay descriptions, as the central question of method in the social sciences. It is easy also to take the norm of adequacy as the achievement of an identity or correspondence between these descriptions, as in Dilthey. More often than not, this norm is rooted in the assumption of the incorrigible, because constitutive, character of lay accounts. And it has the inevitable corollary that scientific accounts are neutral with respect to lay practice, a position rationalized by what in the third section I called the linguistic fallacy, whether this fallacy be expressed in metatheoretical or substantive form. I have already examined these themes at work in Winch. But they are quite characteristic of the hermeneutical tradition generally, affecting even its dynamic and quasi-materialist variants. Thus for Schutz the postulate of adequacy demands that social scientific concepts must be constructed in such a way that the human act performed within the life world by the individual actor would be understandable by the actor himself as well as for his fellow men in terms of common sense interpretations of everyday life. 88. For Garfinkel, the proposal underlying ethnomethodology is that the activities whereby members produce and manage settings of organized everyday affairs are identical with members' procedures for making those activities accountable. 89. Just as for Winch the subject matter of social science is self-defining and its technical concepts must be logically tied to those of the society under study. Point 90. The Wittgensteinian theme that philosophy leaves everything as it is. 91. And consists in uncommitted inquiry. In Winch is paralleled in the phenomenological tradition generally in the stamp of Husserl's original notion that philosophy does nothing but explicate the sense the world has for us all, prior to any philosophizing, and obviously gets solely from our experience, a sense which philosophy can uncover but never alter. Point 92. This is echoed in the postulate of ethnomethodological indifference, and more subtly in the notion of the incorrigibility of the resources used to generate social interaction. 93. Wittgenstein's insistence that to give the essence of propositions means to give the essence of all description, therefore the essence of the world. 94. Is echoed in Gadamer's dictum that being is manifest in language. itself reflecting Heidegger's view that language is the house of being. 95 And the linguistic fallacy even finds a quasi-materialist displacement in Habermas's reformulation of the goal of social emancipation as communication free of domination and a general and unforced consensus. 96 I have argued that the conditions of being are not the conditions of the linguistic expression of being, that lay accounts are corrigible and susceptible to critique, and that social science always and necessarily consists in a semantic, moral, and political intervention in the life of the society under study. I now want to approach the assumption of the ideal identity of scientific and lay accounts by considering Gadamer's objective idealist critique of it. My discussion in the last section showed how that assumption inevitably generates an analog of basic statements, constituting certain foundations of knowledge, and necessitates a contemplative model of man, and how, accordingly, one must reject any monism of forms of life, and conceive them, instead, as in thoroughgoing interaction. Gadamer, in breaking from that standpoint, and the latent solipsism that informs it, be it at the level of the ego, group, or language game, substitutes the dialogical norm of fusion for the logocentric norm of immersion. Verstehen now consists in the melting of horizons, and truth no longer resides in being but in becoming. An active subject and a plurality of traditions are now recognized from the outset. However, as Betty, Hirsch and others have pointed out, 97 without some notion of the meaning of the meaningful object for the subject or in the culture that produced it, it becomes difficult to sustain any notion of adequacy for interpretations at all. Lacking the concept of reference to speakers' intentions, Gadamer lapses into a relativism, in which the notion of the corrigibility of interpretations cannot be maintained. Thus there is change, but not development, melding, but not transformation, a circle, but not a spiral. Moreover, for similar reasons, Gadamer is also vulnerable to a dynamic variant of the Winchian dilemma. For although it is clear, at least in principle, how communication within a common context of utterance can be sustained, it is unclear how such a common context could ever come to be established. For this necessitates the attempt to establish speakers' intentions by providing use substitutes for the expressions concerned. For Gadamer such activity must be pointless. Of course this dilemma does not apply with anything like the same force in C4 as in C3. But even in C4 permissiveness over interpretations is constrained, by the requirements of communicating within and between traditions still concerned, rightly or wrongly, with speakers' intentions, and note, any C4 presupposes or depends upon some C2, and by social scientific analysis, which is concerned to explicate the role or function or mode of production of the meaningful object within the society in which it was originally formed. To argue for the ineliminability of the concept of speakers' intentions is not to fall back into logocentrism. In fact, two errors must be avoided. On the one hand, while it is true that one can only understand another culture or text in one's own terms, what one is trying to understand is another. And to this extent it is salutary to remember the old hermeneutic dictum that meaning must be read out of, not into, a text. Moreover, it is vital to retain an intransitive dimension if the possibility of an understanding, which is anything other than a self-understanding, and the susceptibility of meaningful objects to critique alike are to be retained. Speakers' intentions are not the object of such an analysis, but reference to them is indispensable for it. On the other hand, while the metaphors of a fusion of horizons or a mediation of meaning frames may be acceptable in the meta-language of philosophy, they must not be hypostatized as a representation of historiographical or even anthropological practice. Because, of course, for us there is only one horizon, the melting is always in the here and now, there is no Archimedean position outside some language or point outside historical time. The mediation of L2 and L1 is always either in L1, or L2, it cannot be in both. We cannot escape from our language, that system of differences we exploit to produce meaning and in virtue of which meaning is produced for us. The supposition of the possibility of a correspondence, if interpreted as a logical thesis, is meaningless or at the very best unverifiable. But, if interpreted empirically, as a claim about what is known about actual languages in particular languages, it is false. Moreover, it is politically reactionary, in that it reinforces the authority of dominant interpretations 98 as well as rendering the carriers of meaning, conceived as cross-culturally, trans-historically valid, immune from critique. Gadamer's hermeneutical heresy thus does nothing in itself to counteract the effects of the assumption of the identity of social being and thought. This inevitably results either in an absolutism, based on the notion of the incorrigibility of lay accounts or the self-authenticity of traditions, or in a relativism, generated by the collapse of an intransitive dimension in the domain of thought itself. Conversely, when, as for example in Habermas's version of critical theory, a material aspect is granted to social life and it is conceded to possess a structure which requires something more than hermeneutic analysis, it still tends to be assumed that the apprehension or revelation of this structure in thought is sufficient for the changing of it, so that if thought is no longer the substrate of social being, it is still the efficient cause of social change. But of course awareness of false consciousness neither necessarily dissolves that consciousness, nor necessarily renders the mechanisms producing it inoperative. Similarly, the recovery of some object in consciousness does not automatically render it susceptible to rational conscious control. The chronic failure of the hermeneutical tradition lies in its inability to sustain the conditions necessary for a non-idealist critique of ideas, viz. the possibility of rational corrigibility, and the possibility of non-ideational causality. Correction of the first error situates the possibility of a critique. Such a critique is both emancipatory and self-reflexive, emancipatory inasmuch as the necessity for false ideas can be explained, self-reflexive inasmuch as social science is a part of the totality it seeks to explain. Such a critique thus assumes the shape of an emancipatory spiral rather than a hermeneutic circle, and it constitutes an explanatory production, not simply a semantic exchange. Correction of the second error sets the spiral in a material context, so that although it is worked out in the discourse of social science, and explicated in that of philosophy, this process of elaboration has practical conditions and causes, whose elaboration is itself the work of the spiral. This restores to social science, and philosophy, real and autonomous, but limited, emancipatory roles. They no longer hold the key to history, but neither are they epiphenomena of it. Such a spiral thus has, as it were, a center of gravity in social practices outside itself. Now it is the constant tendency of philosophy to suppose that the question of the limits and conditions of philosophy is itself a purely philosophical one. But of course this is not so. For philosophy is in and of history. Thus not only is the question of the limits of reason in part a social scientific one, but the limits social science describes may be in part quite non-discursive. And so what I called in the first section an explanatory critique of reason cannot be engaged outside the context of some theory of history. Moreover, as such a theory cannot be deterministic, and on the assumption that the transformational conception applies to philosophy also, there is no reason to suppose that the explanation of philosophies will differ in logical form or mode of production from that of any other social object. Conclusion. It is the contention of this book that the human sciences can be sciences in exactly the same sense, though not in exactly the same way, as the natural ones. The move from manifest phenomena to generative structure that was seen in Chapter 1 to lie at the heart of rational theory construction in science is possible here also, precisely in virtue of the distinct properties and powers of the objects of the social and psychological sciences elaborated in Chapters 2 and 3. Now the human sciences, like any other, take intransitive objects. But the processes of the production of their intransitive objects may be causally connected, and internally related, to the processes of the production of the knowledge of which they are the objects. The human sciences and philosophy thus appear as distinct moments of the very same totalities they describe and explicate. Subject and object of knowledge are now neither, as in the materialism of the Enlightenment, unconnected, nor are they, as in absolute idealism, identified. That there is a causal connection between them is a condition of the possibility of a critique. but that this causal connection is itself a conditioned one is a condition of the possibility of any non-idealist critique. And the untenability of idealism and reductionism follow as straightforward consequences of the transformational and emergent powers naturalism developed here. In this chapter we have seen how the notion of the self-evidence of the empirical world in positivism is reflected in that of the self-characterization of a society in hermeneutics. And I have argued that the source of these errors lies in the anti-scientific trinity of empirical realism, sociological individualism, and the epistemic fallacy. Together they underpin a conceptual field, in which the key notions of a stratified and differentiated reality cannot be sustained. The hermeneutical tradition is correct to stress that social reality is pre-interpreted, so that Verstehen is a condition of social science. But such interpretations are always and everywhere set in a field already crossed by different practical interests in the material transformation of nature. So that if every science must free itself from the tissue of tenacious errors 99 secreted by the existing currency of mind, the obstacles at work in the human sciences will be the more powerful for being tied to definite interests in the position-practice system reproducing the existing social order. Hence if the real point of Vico's claim is that if we did not first understand one another, we could not understand the natural world at all, this must be counterbalanced by the recognition of Comte's insight. Social science is thus at once easier to initiate and more difficult to develop than natural science. And this is not paradoxical at all. In Chapter 1 I argued that only a transcendental realist account of science and philosophy can sustain the intelligibility of experimental activity and scientific development, and an adequate account of the philosophy/science relation. In Chapter 2 a transformational model of social activity was developed, and it was shown how this model entails both a relational conception of the subject matter of sociology and a number of ontological limits on naturalism, viz. the activity concept and space, time dependence of social structures. I argued that the epistemological fact that social structures only ever manifest themselves in open systems means that criteria for the rational assessment of theories must be explanatory and non-predictive, while the relational consideration that social science is internal to its subject matter lays the ground for a kind of critique in which, without the addition of any extraneous value judgments, one can pass immediately from facts to values, or more precisely from explanatory theories to practical imperatives. In Chapter 3 a causal theory of mind was developed, and it was argued that reasons can and must be causes for any theoretical or practical activity to be possible, and that only a synchronic emergent powers materialism is consistent with the metaphysical and scientific data. In Chapter 4 both the positivist and hermeneutical traditions, in their philosophically dominant forms, have been subjected to transcendental refutation, so that both the positive and negative parts of our transcendental argument are complete. In the sequel to this study the critical naturalism elaborated here will be set to work on philosophical materials. But this book stands on its own. And the positive theories of society and mind developed here must be creatively applied to, and tested against, that is, in the critical explanation of, the more general phenomena which are the effects of the structures experienced as social life and consciousness. Postscript. In this postscript I want to comment in some detail on two important critiques of the book or its project, by Ted Benton and Alan Chalmers respectively, one to respond rather more briefly and mainly en passant to some other lines of criticism and development of the work, and to conclude with a provisional assessment of the progress made by the research program it attempted to initiate. My intention in writing The Possibility of Naturalism was to utilize the transcendental realist account of science, which I had elaborated in a realist theory of science to underlabor for the human sciences in their perplexed and perilous state. It seemed to me that if, as I had shown, laws were not constant conjunctions of events but transfactual tendencies of structures, if the deductive nomological model of explanation was false and if the aim of science was not prediction and control but explanation and emancipation, there was at least a chance that the human sciences might be or become sciences in the same sense, though not of course in the same ways, as the experimental sciences of nature. This chance I set out to realize in chapters 2 and 3 via a transcendental deduction of the properties that societies and people must possess if they are to be possible objects of knowledge for us, rounding off the book in chapter 4 with transcendental refutations of the currently dominant, positivist and hermeneutical, traditions in the philosophy of the human sciences. I had attempted to vindicate the possibility of a new critical naturalism. But that possibility could only be actualized in the substantive practices of the various human sciences. My task had been the Lockean one of removing a priori objections and clearing conceptual bottlenecks and methodological roadblocks in their way through, and to attempt to illustrate how the available space could be used by choreographing a few sequences for their play. Alan Chalmers calls into question the whole project of PON, whereas Ted Benton objects only to the manner of its execution. For both of them, transcendental realism represents an advance on existing rival, orthodox accounts of science. But both think that the description of science given in RTS, or more specifically omissions from it, mars my program for the human sciences. For Chalmers it is theoreticist, in that I concentrate on fundamental as distinct from phenomenological laws, for on theoretical, i.e. universally applicable, knowledge as distinct from technical knowledge, i.e. knowledge applicable only to artificial situations of a specified kind. 5 And on the explanatorily significant rather than the more craft-orientated, practically efficacious modes of intervention highlighted by, for example, Cartwright and Hacking. 6 For Benton, it is experimentalist. In that I concentrate on classical experimental physics and chemistry at the expense of biology and the life sciences, ignoring in the process a range of natural sciences in which experimental closure is not an available means of empirical control on theory. 7 And where historicity and qualitative transformation pose epistemological and methodological problems, comparable with those encountered in the sciences. 8. I accept that in RTS I focused on theoretical, explanatorily significant or fundamental experimental physics and chemistry, and that in PON I took over this paradigm in reassessing the problem of naturalism. The reason for this bias in RTS, as I perhaps did not make sufficiently clear at the time 9, was that my strategy was one of immanent critique. These were precisely those aspects of science onto which the schools and traditions I was arguing against had fastened. Clearly, philosophical contestation and debate would become altogether impossible if one was going to shift one's opponent's premises at the outset. This would be akin to supposing one might score a goal by realigning the goalposts. Similarly in PON it was these classical aspects of science which formed the backdrop to the debate about the possibility of naturalism, and in relation to which the human sciences were invariably negatively evaluated, caricatured, or contrasted. The argument of PON was conducted on the existing discussants' chosen terrain, and it sought to show how on the existing terms of discussion, adequately analyzed, new types of the human sciences were possible. However, RTS was not supposed to be an exhaustive account of all of physics and chemistry, let alone all the sciences. It was a start, not a conclusion, founding, or so I hoped, a research program into the sciences, based on a more adequate, transcendental realist, conception of those aspects on which philosophers had typically dwelt. In the same way the project of PON logically requires complementary comparative studies into the potential and prospects of the human sciences in relation to a whole range of other features, periods, and kinds of sciences and other non-scientific practices. 2.10. This raises two other issues, both to do with the logic of philosophical argument. Ted Benton objects to the fashion in which I introduce the expression intransitive dimension in one way and then proceed to define or redefine or use it in other and apparently incompatible ways. 11 But the sort of consistency we should seek in a philosophical work which is genuinely innovative equals transformative is not of the static, formal logical sort. It is rather developmental consistency, the sort of consistency shown in nature when a tadpole turns into a frog or an acorn into an oak, or the sort shown within science by different but connected theories in an ongoing research program. This involves the sort of historical, developmental logic at work in the progressive and deepening re-understanding of a problem, position, person, or concept, just the transformational sort that one would expect if it is the case, as I argued on p8, that philosophy can be a conceptual science, able to surprise us. Point 12 Of course at the end of the day the reader will have to be satisfied that a self-consistent and coherent account is available. Can psychological and sociological mechanisms be consistently characterized, at the end of the day, as intransitive? Yes, in the sense that they exist and act, at any moment of time, independently of the knowledge of them, though of course there may be causal interdependency between the processes of the production and reproduction/transformation of the mechanisms and those of their knowledges. Point 13 But what of the knowledge mechanisms themselves? They too can become the intransitive objects of a meta-epistemic investigation. 14 And so on indefinitely, defining an in principle open-ended and recursive ontogeny. Several critics have objected to the profusion of terms which I have used to specify the newly identified realm of the non-empirical real or its cognates, powers, tendencies, structures, generative mechanisms, transfactuality, normic statements, etc. This is not due to any fondness of mine for neologism or jargon. What one is dealing with here is a network, family, or constellation of concepts, which are interdefined, but which will latch on in differential ways to different readers' experiences or vantage points. Here again, in any authentically innovative or transformative philosophical work the writer is trying to introduce the reader to a new way of thinking, and aspects of the logical penumbra or open texture of different terms will take with different readers. So one gives, as it were, a multiplicity of routes into the new network, in the hope that the reader will get a feel for it. Here again, though, when the shades of night fall, one ought to be able to see how the different terms hang together. There is one term in particular that is used in the text of PON in a doubly ambiguous way, structure. In the first place I use it to refer to both the abstract form or type and the particular concrete instantiation or token of it. Following Andrew Collier 15 I think it often useful to distinguish between the abstract structure and the concrete structuratum. Structures exist only as structurata and all structurata are structured. Point 16. Secondly, I often use the term structure and generative mechanism as if they were synonyms. It now seems to me to be better to use the term generative mechanism to refer only to the causal powers of ways of acting of structured things. Such things either just are or more normally possess their causal powers. Point 17 Only in the former case will structures and generative mechanisms be the same. Point 18 One consequence of this is that just as in general events are multiply determined, so the possibilities arise that the same mechanism may sustain a multiplicity of distinct structures which, as it were, converge on it, and that the same structure may be reproduced by the joint activity of a number of different mechanisms. Another consequence is that just as the same type of event may be determined by a plurality of mechanisms, so the same kind of mechanism may sustain alternative structures and the same structure may be reproduced by a variety of different types of mechanism. Point 19. I move on now to consider the detailed criticisms which Alan Chalmers and Ted Benton make. Although there are points of overlap and common threads in their critiques, it will be most convenient to take them separately, dealing with the points they raise seriatim. Besides the case which I have already conceded to Chalmers that there are phenomenological, purely descriptive, as well as fundamental, or explanatory, laws, and technological or craft-orientated as well as theoretical knowledge, I would also happily grant that there are good arguments for realism other than those which I have advanced. Point 20 Moreover I would not only accept, but insist, that transcendental realism is fallible, as corrigible as the outcome of any other piece of human argument. Point 21 I, like Chalmers, regard it as merely the best account available. Point 22 I would, however, add the writer that it is uniquely consistent with the historical emergence, practical presuppositions and substantive content of the sciences, and that it possesses the further virtue of reflexive self-consistency in that it can situate its own emergence, fallibility, and transformability. I would further admit that transcendental realism, insofar as its premises are forms of historical praxis, which may come to be superseded, may be adequate to only one historically specific mode of science. It may even be that science itself comes to be replaced by some other kind of cognition. These are not entirely idle speculations. For in the first place they underline the historicity, relativity, and potential transformability of all our cognitive achievements. And in the second place they permit the clarification of what is involved in assent to the premises, and so, if, as Chalmers accepts, the reasoning is correct, to the conclusions of transcendental realism, it involves assent to the general belief worthiness or credibility of science. If, and insofar as, one believes that the knowledge produced by the systematic and wherever possible experimental investigation of nature is the best available, then one must be committed, if transcendental realism is the best reconstruction of scientific practice, to, for instance, the idea that the world is structured, differentiated, and changing. A transcendental inquiry into the conditions of the possibility of astrology 23 is not going to be enlightening unless one believes in astrology as a source of practically efficacious or reliable knowledge. Ted Benton's remark about the need to assume the rational justifiability of the epistemic practices of science before strong ontological conclusions are drawn 24 is correct. Science presupposes, in practice, that the world has certain general characteristics which transcendental realism, fallibly and incompletely, begins to specify. But one need only accept these presuppositions if one is willing, as most of us are most of the time, to declare one's hand with science. 25. Chalmers takes specific objection to one of my arguments, which he dubs my ontological argument. He alleges that I am wrong to argue that in an experiment, the experimenter is a causal agent of the sequence of events, but not of the law which the sequence enables her to identify. For the experimenter only causes the sequence in the sense that she assembles the appropriate experimental arrangement. But what happens when she has done so is dependent on the way the world is. The generative mechanism at work causes the sequence of events, not the experimenter. The ontological argument works only if the experimenter is taken to be the cause of the sequence of events, as opposed to the experimental setup. 26. But Chalmers' objection trades on a natural and non-malignant ambiguity in the term cause, which I note at RTSP 252 when I say that I use the term to refer both to the antecedent event, condition, or agent which triggers a mechanism and to the mechanism itself. The experimental situation is as follows. The experimenter's activity, phi, is, in an experimental context, a necessary condition or cause of the experimental setup. SS includes whatever antecedent, stimulus and / or releasing, conditions are necessary for the operation of the mechanism. MS is in turn a necessary condition or co-cause, together with the activity of M, for the sequence of events EA, EB, which allows us empirical access to the modus operandi of M and the law it enables us to ground. The agent is a cause of the sequence of events A, EB in the simple sense that without her activity, in the experimental context, 5, and so the sequence EA, EB, would not have been forthcoming. This is not to deny that S might have occurred without her activity. This would correspond to the case of the naturally occurring locally closed systems which one finds in some astronomical contexts. But then X hypothesis phi would not have been necessary for S. The cause of a co-cause of a phenomenon is, I think, rightly regarded as a cause of it. This does not give ontological parity to the agent, setup, and mechanism. For the setup might have occurred without the agent, and the mechanism exists and acts in general in nature independently of both. My so-called ontological argument is sound. There remains to discuss the general moral which Chalmers wishes to draw. Chalmers reckons my theoreticism persists into my philosophy of social science, which takes place at a level too removed from that of practically efficacious intervention. 27 This is asserted rather than proved. It could be maintained that philosophers of the human sciences have typically emphasized the cognitive over the conative and the conative over the affective side of human beings. 28 However, I do not think this is what Chalmers is getting at. He seems rather to be denying the need to work with generic concepts like society, social structure, human needs, ideology, and emancipation. Yet a perusal of, say, the debates in Britain around Thatcherism and the welfare state or the nature of socialism reveal that they revolve around precisely such issues and take place at precisely this level of abstraction. Chalmers does however have one specific complaint concerning the premises of my transcendental arguments in the philosophy of the human sciences. But as this worries Ted Benton too, I will discuss their points together. Benton claims that my characterization of intentional action begs the question in favor of certain as against other research traditions. I find this strange. For these traditions have typically had difficulty in sustaining the concept of intentional agency, which has been a relative strength of the Neo-Kantian, Weberian and hermeneutical traditions. Conversely, where the Durkheimian, non-historicist or non-humanist Marxian and structural functionalist traditions have scored is in stressing the law-governed character of social forms. The synthesis attempted in PON seeks to preserve and reconcile both the subjective, intentional, and conceptual, and the objective, conditioned and structural, aspects of social life. Why then does my argument in Chapter 2 take the form of an analysis of what must be the case for intentional agency to be possible? In the main because, pursuing my strategy of immanent critique, this is a good anti-naturalist premise, a premise which my opponent, the anti-naturalist, is almost bound to concede. However, could it not be that by starting there I may be, as Alan Chalmers suggests, entrapping myself in a tissue of tenacious truisms? 30 Now I think that this, or something very like it, is what happens with the Winchian insight into the conceptuality of social life. I start, but do not stop, with intentional agency. I use it to establish the transformational model of social activity, the relational conception of society, the deduction of the possibility of social science and, with it, of explanatory critiques, including critiques of commonsensical action descriptions. It is true that the concept of intentional agency remains intact at the end of Chapter 2. But it seems impossible to deny the phenomenon, in an article with a point, without being subject to a tu quoque argument. Of course intentionality must be interpreted broadly. In particular, as Freud put it, we must learn to emancipate ourselves from the importance of the symptom of being conscious. Moreover, intentionality is not taken as an unexplicated datum in PON as a whole, as distinct from Chapter 2. There is an analysis of it in Chapter 3, and an argument to the effect that, without it, there would be no human science, as distinct from science of bodily movement, at all. Intentionality is the sine qua non of the very problem, of naturalism, which I set out to resolve in PON. Perhaps Alan Chalmers' real objection is to any philosophical discussion about, as distinct from substantive discussion in, the human sciences. But then, as he notes, the advice to be specific is remarkably vague. I have already granted to Ted Benton that we need to reappraise the possibility of naturalism from a multiplicity of scientific perspectives. He remained convinced that the outcome of such investigations would be a confirmation of the broad outlines of Roy Bhaskar's realist model, if not of some of its more detailed articulation. 31 The main thrust of his critique is that by failing to consider the biological and other life sciences, I am driven to unnecessarily anti-naturalist conclusions, thus tending to reproduce the traditional nature/culture divide, which can be traced back as far as Cartesian dualism. Now were I to rewrite PON today, I would stress the way in which social order is embedded and conditioned by the natural order from which it is emergent and on which it in turn acts back. 32 An ecological orientation to social life is as important as is recognition of our biological being, both are insufficiently elaborated in the book. Ted Benton is critical of my definition of a series of ontological, epistemological, and relational limits of naturalism. Let me take these in order. The three ontological limits I featured in Chapter 2 were the activity concept and space, time dependency of social structures. 33. It certainly is the case, as Benton correctly points out, that social structures can exist independently of the activities they govern, at least insofar as the activities they govern may not be those which sustain them. 34 or they are internally related to other structures which are reproduced in human praxis. Thus a structure of power may be reproduced without being exercised and exercised in the absence of any observable conflict so long as it is sustained by human practices, the practices which reproduce or potentially transform it. In this sense, the thesis of the activity dependence of social structures must be affirmed. Social structures exist materially and are carried or transported from one space-time location to another only in or in virtue of human praxis. This does not, contra Benton, entail commitment to methodological individualism. 35 It is merely a condition for avoiding reification. Nor does recognition of the activity dependence of social structures presuppose a residual problematic of the subject. 36 On the contrary, the relational conception of society breaks completely from this. Not only is the focus switched from the subject to relations, but these relations, although they include intersubjective ones, are between positioned practices and between the human beings who fill them and nature and materially or institutionally realized social products. 37 What remains of individualism is a residual truth, that nothing happens in society save in or in virtue of something human beings do or have done. My second ontological limit, that social structures, unlike natural structures, do not exist independently of the agent's conceptions of what they are doing in their activity, does seem to me to be exactly right. Of course, these conceptions may not be correct or fully adequate. It is just this possibility which grounds the fact that the double hermeneutic necessary for the understanding of social life is a contingently critical one, makes the concept of ideology possible, and establishes the feasibility of the project of an explanatory critique. I thus cannot agree that the concept dependence of social structures has no special epistemological, vis-a-vis the natural sciences, where similar disparities between science and common sense persist. 38 For it presages the dissolution of fact/value and theory/practice dichotomies in a way which has only weak and partial analogues in the natural sphere. 40. The third ontological limit, that social structures, unlike natural structures, may be only relatively enduring, only marks a necessary limit in relation to standard philosophical conceptions of physics and chemistry. I have already explained my imminent critical reasons for taking these sciences as my baseline for a re-examination of the possibility of naturalism in the human arena. There certainly is historicity and geographicity in nature, and probably, through cosmology, extending into the domain covered by chemistry and physics too. The relevant difference is that it is far faster and denser than is normally the case in nature. It would be better perhaps to say that social structures and mechanisms are more highly space-time specific than natural ones typically are, rather than to say that they are space-time dependent. For the argument is not that spatio-temporal locations are in themselves causally efficacious. It is rather that reference to space-time locations may be irreducible in social scientific explanations, just insofar as they mark the site or space-time duration of certain geohistorically specific and internally related ensembles of structures, powers, and tendencies. Formally, such ensembles might have been found elsewhere. But materially this is not so. They are the unique and irreversible products of determinations which have converged on specific places at specific times. To conclude on space-time, what the transformational model of social activity brings to the fore are the following. The recursivity of social structures as social products, subject to transformation like any other social product and hence only relatively enduring with respect to the phenomena they explain. The possibility of endogenous, as well as exogenous, sources of change. The spatio-temporally moored, geohistorically reproduced, distantiated, and transformative character of the social process. Ted Benton next turns to the epistemological limits to naturalism. The most important of these is that social phenomena only ever occur in open systems. It follows from this that criteria for theory development cannot be predictive and so must be exclusively explanatory. 41 There are two extreme reactions to the intrinsic openness of social systems. The first is to effectively deny the existence of any a posteriori controls on theory, or at least controls independent of their various practical applications. This is Andrew Collier's response in characterizing the human sciences as epistemoids rather than sciences properly so-called. 42 But why cannot a theory be subjected to non-predictive empirical test? The second is to regard the use of a battery of statistical techniques as providing a more or less fully adequate surrogate for experimental closure. This is Benton's response. The classic experimental closure is one technique among many. 43 But there are significant limits to measurement and the use of statistical methods in the human sciences. 44 And of course there is no reason to suppose that the social world is not statistically open. 45 None of this rules out conditional predictions in social science, and a powerful explanatory theory will be capable of situating ex ante unlikely possibilities long before they are realized. 46 William Outhwaite has nicely caught the spirit of my position when he characterizes it as ontologically bold and epistemologically cautious. 47 We can be certain that society exists and has certain general features. Its existence are after all transcendentally necessary conditions for any knowledge, including any knowledge in the natural sciences. But we must exercise some modesty and prudence in our cognitive claims about specific structures and mechanisms in social science, partly because of what Outhwaite calls their general messiness and fluidity. 48 However, critical naturalism does at least situate the possibility of adjudicating, with respect to their comparative explanatory power, between rival theories within and between research programs. 49 My motive in insisting, contra Benton, on an epistemological limit to naturalism in the human sciences is part of an attempt to shift the emphasis away from predictive accuracy to explanatory power. These are in any event asymmetrical in the natural sciences. 50 But historically the goal of predictive accuracy in the human sciences has been associated with historicist fatalist or instrumentalist manipulative or elitist social engineering approaches to their subject matter. To these I want to counterpose the enlightenment and emancipation that depth explanation may, but will not necessarily, bring. Finally, Benton takes issue with my relational limit. This pivots on the causal interdependency between social objects and social knowledge already noted. First, Benton suggests that there is an analogous interdependency in the natural world, in experimental activity. 51 But the real structure, mechanism, or law accessed, as distinct from the pattern of events produced, in an experiment is not a causal result of the experiment. Next, Benton turns to my suggestion that social structures may become more visible or accessible in periods of crisis, strain, or transition. I do believe that there is much to be said in favor of the thesis of the methodological primacy of the pathological. 52 But it is not logically necessary to my case. It could be that a period of calm and growing confidence among the oppressed, approximating perhaps to a Habermasian ideal speech situation, is most conducive to the discursive redemption of the relevant validity claims. Such states, be they of crisis or calm, in any case would only motivate, not justify, the proto-scientific transformation. pt. So if, as is likely, a crisis or any other kind of historical turning point ideologically divides social agents, the theory to be preferred will be the one embedded in a practical research program yielding hypotheses, subject to empirical test, of greater explanatory power. Certainly the exploited, oppressed, etc., have a direct material interest in such a program that their exploiters, oppressors, etc., do not. But a historical turning point may see the birth of a new ideology rationalizing the position or condition of the dominated, instead of the transformation p rightward arrow t. In any event, my discussion of the relational status of social ideas is only a lead-in to the argument, which I advance on pages 50-3, as to how the ontological specificities of the subject matter of social science make possible a non-arbitrary procedure for arriving at real definitions of forms of social life. Such definitions will be capable of generating explanatory hypotheses, subject to non-predictive but empirical test. And such hypotheses will be embedded in practical research programs yielding critiques of structures generating falsity among other ills. Such structures may come to be transformed through the theoretically and practically transformative praxis of the agents who were reproducing them. This is the heart of my deduction of the possibility of an explanatory and cateris paribus emancipatory social science. I could sum up my response to Ted Benton's critique by saying that whereas, if PON is perhaps not too red, it is certainly insufficiently green, he, for his part, tends to systematically underestimate the categorical differences, summed up in my ontological limits, which do not so much impede as enable the construction of explanatory social science, with critical import and, at least in so far as there is an emancipatory spiral at work in history, practical effect. Some readers have found the argument of PON insufficiently dialectical for their taste. 53 As I am currently writing a book on the topic of dialectic, I shall limit my remarks to two orders of comment here. The first, negative, order is this. Although Marx's criticism of Hegelian dialectic remained constant from 1843 to 1873, a definite positive re-evaluation of it occurs about the time of the Grundriss. 54 What accounts for Marx's recourse to dialectics? My conjecture is that it took the place of critical realism as the missing methodological fulcrum of Marx's work. For Marx never theorized his critique of empiricism, which remained implicit, in the way he theorized his critique of idealism, and which indeed formed his Ausgang from philosophy into substantive social science and history. He thus never developed his continuing commitment to simple material object realism into that explicit commitment to scientific realism, which his work presupposed and for which his dialectics acted as a surrogate. In the same way, Marx's theme of objectivity remained underdeveloped in comparison with that of labor, just as the theme of normativity lagged behind that of historicity. Finally, Marx was, in his maturity, first and foremost a political economist and then a historian and a political activist, but not a philosopher. There was thus a five-fold lopsided development within the thought of Marx, which has passed over into Marxism and which helps to explain the enormous overloading of the concept within it. The second, positive, order of comment is this. Transcendental realism and critical naturalism accentuated the categories of structure, differentiation, and change at both the ontological and epistemic levels, and in the natural and social spheres alike. But these are by no means the only previously underanalyzed categories required for the understanding of history. The categories of process, negation, contradiction, and development, together with those of reflexivity and totality, stressed or highlighted by those within the dialectical tradition, demand adequate analysis and critique. The resulting system will, I think, deepen and enrich, but still be developmentally consistent with, transcendental realism and critical naturalism. I want to conclude this postscript with a balance sheet of work done within the critical naturalist, or as it is often called, critical realist 55, framework. Since the first edition of PON was published in 1979, there have been at least 4 major book-length expositions of the critical realist point of view. 56 more, or at least as important is the work that has been done, within the critical realist perspective, over the whole field of the sciences, from psychoanalysis to biology, Marxism to linguistics, feminism to urban studies. In a collection of essays, based on papers delivered at the annual conference of the Standing Conference on Realism and the Human Sciences since 1985, which we hope to be in a position to publish shortly. 57 We aim to report systematically on the work that is being done and on some of the controversies and issues generated. That there would be such a ferment of activity within and around the critical realist research program is just what I wanted in writing PON. Its job was to underlabor for the concrete research practices of the various human sciences and on occasion to act as midwife to them. But at the same time as we advance our concrete work, there is need also to deepen our understanding and critique of the philosophical tradition we have inherited and which is ever giving birth to new ideologies which threaten the critical human sciences. Sometimes these new ideologies are merely reincarnations of old and familiar ones, but even where this is the case, they still have to be understood and critiqued in their contemporary forms. Positivism and hermeneutics are the ancient and probably still the most potent foes of the critical human sciences. But they are not alone. 58 So long as humanity survives and pays any attention to the condition of itself and its environment, there will always be a need for new, ever-deepening, and more practically efficacious critical philosophy of and for the human sciences.